Recording in progress. Good morning, Alan. Do we have enough members of the committee?
Morning, sir. Yes, we do have a quorum.
Okay. Okay. Let's start with our meeting. The meeting is officially opened. Let me welcome all members of the Standing Committee Finance and welcome. I see the Deputy Minister is here. I'm not sure if the Minister is here. If he's also in the platform, he's welcome. Welcome all the leaders of entities of that report to National Treasury, our support teams, the media, and everybody who's in attendance. This is a continuation of a meeting that we had yesterday to consider strat plans and annual plans from National Treasury as well as entities that report to National Treasury. This is a requirement by the Money Bills and Related Matters Act that require members of cabinet, that's the minister, to table his updated strat and annual plans of his department and public entities or institutions that report to that department once the parliament has adopted the fiscal framework, which we did last week. This is done so that parliament can consider the budget votes as part of the appropriation bill. So that's the background or the rationale why we are having this session. Let's proceed. Do we have apologies?
Yes, sir, we do. We have an apology from Mr. Beasley. He's attending another committee meeting, and Ms. Galeka Mazibuku is in appropriations, and she'll join the committee as soon as they finish, and also Ms. Maudwe. So we have 3.
Okay. Those are the apologies. Let's move to the next item, whereby we invite the Deputy Minister. I see Honorable Sarupen is here because I don't see the Minister as yet. If ever he wants to make introductory remarks before we invite the institutions that report to National Treasury to present their strat and annual performance plans. Over to you, Honorable Sarupen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, please, if you allow me to keep my video off, unfortunately, I'm struggling with bandwidth this morning. Chair, let me start by tendering the apology of the Minister who is ill, as I had said yesterday. And of course, firstly, say that this is a continuation meeting. I outlined yesterday the 4-pillar strategy of the Treasury and introduced the annual performance plan and the strategic plan of the National Treasury itself. Today, we will proceed with the entities, and we've got some of the major entities today here, Chair, including the PIC, we have SARS, I saw the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, we have GTAC, the GPAA, and others. So, Chair, I don't wish to waste the committee's time, as this will be a lengthy meeting, but I am ready to hand over to the entities in the order that you choose. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sarpen, Deputy Minister. The first entity today to present is the South African Revenue Service. Over to you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I'm joined by the Executive Committee of SARS, the two of the Deputy Commissioners, the Chief of Staff, and a number of the executives. So they join me here from Brooklyn in Pretoria. I'm just sharing my screen so that members can follow the presentation that we will make. I think everyone can see it now. Chair, and again, thank you for the opportunity, and we'll get straight into it. Today we will present our 5-year strategic plan, followed by the annual plan for the 25-26 year. And this is just a very quick table of contents, but let me get straight into the presentation. Firstly, by way of introduction, we remind ourselves constantly, Chair and members, that it's not about the nuts and the bolts and the smart technology that we use. It's ultimately a story of people, whether it is the 13,500 people that work for SARS, the 35 or odd million taxpayers whom we serve, or the 62 million South Africans and residents that are impacted by our work. It is ultimately about our work touches their lives, and this is what inspires us to get up every morning and to do this work with a level of diligence that is required. Also, that the work of SARS is central to our democracy. In fact, in the words of one of our presidents, said that without SARS, our democracy would be unfunded. And you can see how the revenue has grown from 114 billion to over 23 trillion since 1994, and our tax base have gone from 2.7 to 33 million taxpayers and traders. And we can all look back as South Africans and say that this is one of our proud achievements of our democracy, and it has enabled government to serve our people. The highlights for the last 5 years, as we launch our next 5 years, we will give more detail of this when we present our annual report. But I think what is critical is that we set out in the rebuilding project of SARS to focus on strengthening leadership, addressing governance breaches, and building institutional capability, ultimately, that secures the well-being of SARS over the long term. It's a journey, it's a process, it's not a project, and we are encouraged by the results we have achieved, although we say we still have much more work to do and we cannot declare victory. But in a very sluggish economy, we are proud to share that our revenue growth on a compound annual growth basis has been 7.6%. Specifically, our compliance revenue grown by 18.7%. Our voluntary compliance went up by 3.4 percentage points, and trade facilitation up by 51%. The softer measures, which are equally important, is that our taxpayer service went from 54 to 87%, our attitude to compliance from 66 to 77%, and public trust from 48 to 75%, and employee engagement from 61 to 71%. So I think the scoreboard is one that we look at with pride, and yet recognizing we still have much work to do. Here's just a slight correction. In the deck that we sent out, we include the 24-25, and we rectified the slide. We don't have the final audit outcome, but what is really pleasing is over the entire period, we have had an unqualified audit report, and in the last 3 years, a clean audit report as well, demonstrating that we can achieve the results that we set out to do, but do it in a way that does not compromise governance and integrity. Proud to say that SARS is recognized as the most progressive institution in the public sector for digital transformation by an external award that we won. And recently, Microsoft awarded SARS in a publicly ran hackathon where 4 other companies joined. SARS won the hackathon of digital transformation of how future contact centers should look like by the deployment of AI agents through the proof of concept that we'll develop. And we'll talk more about this as part of our modernization. Ranked number 1 as an admired employer in the business and commerce sectors is another encouraging, because it is important that we attract to ourselves only the best and the level of talent that is required for the demanding work that we do. Our own employees now work much harder, but from the first time that we measured the employee engagement index at 61%, over the period it has increased consistently. And in our earlier measurement this year, these are independently surveyed, we came out at 71%. The reputation of SARS on the international community equally speaks to the fact that those of us in leadership have been invited to serve at the OECD, at the World Customs, and at the African level in leadership positions to give direction. And this is in addition to the numbers of people at a technical level who take part in technical committees, who are invited to conduct capacity building in other countries. And so really, I think that the recognition of the work we do is not only limited to South Africa, it goes beyond the continent into the world, and it's good for brand South Africa that we are recognized as such, because this is a credit to South Africa, not only to SARS. And so we look back with pride. We look back with also humility for the privileged work that we are able to do, but we are still challenged by significant work that we have to do. And so I'd like to turn now to the what we call our playbook for the next 5 years. Many of the things that we do obviously do not change, because they are still the work that is legislated, that is defined in law, to which we added a clear purpose, and then embed our strategy into this. And our plan for the next 5 years then repeats the strategic intent of voluntary compliance, the compliance philosophy that most people are honest, and that it is up to us to help them to become compliant by clarifying things, by serving them, but also by presenting a credible threat of detection. And the work we do, and especially the deployment of technology and AI, is about finding the right balance on this continuum of service and risk. And the challenge is, where is the Goldilocks point? Because if we go too far to the left, it means we will not stop a single return, we will not conduct a single audit, we will not identify a single risk, because we would be literally accepting everything that taxpayers tell us and affect the outcome. On the other hand, if we went too far to the right, we would stop every return, we would question every submission, we would distrust everything we have. So where we find the balance on this is the continuous work of how we calibrate, and the deployment of AI in the last few years has made this has been a useful enabler of refining this work. In the next 5 years, our 9 objectives will remain because they are enduring. For the newer members of the committee, the first 3 speak to the, just waiting for the slide to change. There's a slight delay. The first 3 objectives speak to our core business and our strategic of voluntary compliance.
Okay, it's back.
The next 4 speaks to our enabling objectives. Sorry, Chair, there's just a transmission problem with the slides. I'm going to reshare. Sorry about that, Chair, but we're back on screen. So just to repeat, our 9 objectives remain the same because they are enduring. The first 3 speak to our core business objectives and our strategic intent of voluntary compliance, about making things clear, making it easy, and presenting a threat of detection to those who are non-compliant. The next 4 is really the platform that we are building, the deployment of people, of data, of technology, and other resources. And the last 2 objectives, which we call our relationship objectives, is really about understanding that SARS is part of a broader ecosystem. We work with other stakeholders to improve the entire ecosystem. Today, many of those stakeholders, internal, are on the platform, like the OTO or the FIC and others, but also the rest of government and beyond government, with intermediaries, advisors, and other stakeholders. Then, of course, our last objective, which is really sacrosanct, is a revenue administration such as ours must work hard to earn the public trust and retain the confidence of people. And so these objectives will remain the same, and you'll see the detail hereof in our plan. Our vision is to continue the journey that we started of building a smart, modern SARS, but amplifying it, that the integrity, the trust, and the admiration must be unquestionable. SARS must do its work in a manner that is irreproachable, and we have to remind ourselves and our staff of this privileged work, and that we pay honor and reverence to these issues, and that they don't just become fancy statements that we make, but it's deeply embedded in our consciousness and affected in our behavior. So we continue to imagine a future where ultimately SARS will, the fulfillment of obligations will be so seamless and intuitive that the only thing you will hear from us is once a year a thank you card to say that you have fulfilled your obligations. South Africa thanks you, SARS thanks you, and already in this past year, 5 million taxpayers have received exactly this service through our auto assessment, and we want to build on that over the next 5 years. So let me get into the detail of our strategic plan. The environmental analysis. We have to be mindful that the context within which we do our work remains challenging. It is also continuously changing, and the deployment of digitalization and AI, the fact that we have an aging workforce, a growing debt book, a persistent and stubborn tax gap, and the proliferation of tax border crime remains challenges that require us to look carefully at how we invest into the administrative capability and to move away from seeing SARS as a cost center for government, but to see it as an investment center that actually, the more we invest into it, the more we can expect of it, and the better SARS functions, we can ultimately save the next generation from this burden of debt, because government will become more self-reliant by collecting the revenue that is already due. So the core outcomes at a high level, before I go into the detail of what we will achieve when we have implemented the next five-year plan, in summary, is the committee and those who hold us must hold us accountable for looking for an increase in voluntary compliance. Secondly, an enhancement in the experience of our own employees as they serve taxpayers. Of the taxpayer experience ultimately, and thirdly, an enhancement of our own employee experience. We have to do this, fourthly, by streamlining our processes and becoming more operational efficiency, so that over time we can do more with less. And ultimately, we want to build a system that has long-term sustainability and not just a one-season wonder that has 1 year of good results, but then the bottom falls out the next year because we took short-term cuts to be expedient in the short term, but sacrifice the organization in the long term. So, committee members, honorable members, you'll always see us return to these 5 things, because this is the dashboard against which we want to measure the progress over the next 5 years. Just unpacking each one, what it means. Voluntary compliance means that we need to increasingly reward good taxpayers, but hold non-compliant taxpayers accountable. Simplify our laws, policies, and procedures. Educate those who are unaware and serve those who are willing. But also look overall at not trying to get better at dispute resolution and better at resolving service queries, but that we improve the system so that we disintermediate the need for service queries and we have fewer disputes rather than becoming better at resolving them only. Of course, differentiating treatment for most compliant taxpayers is important, because if we sanction the wrong taxpayers and let the dishonest ones get away, inadvertently we undermine voluntary compliance. And so the ultimate standard of service that we want to offer is that SARS will be the first resort when a taxpayer needs advice and not the last resort. On taxpayer experience, equally, we have this commitment that ultimately tax must just happen. In the journey there, we will measure client satisfaction, we will measure customer experience. Some of these things are embedded in our service charter so that the committees can hold us accountable. And we have to get better at resolving the issues in line with our service charter and honoring those turnaround times. On employee engagement, SARS is only as good as the moments of truth that are created by every single one of our employees. And so in the next 5 years, we need to step up our investment in our people, in our leaders, but also improve the AI fluency, because in the future world of work, our employees will have to coexist with AI agents. They'll have to work with AI increasingly, and we need to make sure that in terms of the hard skills, but also in the soft skills, our employees are ready to embrace the future. The investment of people takes long, it needs persistent effort and focus from us, but it also has to be with a clear intention. And we have to do all of this whilst also looking at the challenges of gender representativity, the challenges of people with disability, balancing the investment in youth with the attention of experience. So managing people is a complex matter, which we have set out as an explicit goal that we want to achieve. Managing our entire administrative platform with greater levels of efficiency is important. And so we are developing a set of measures that we will use to ensure. And here we will share anecdotes how, for example, in 2006, our process was that inefficient that we received, for example, 97% of our returns manually. They had to be captured by people, they had to be assessed by people, the result of which our assessment process for individuals took 6 months on average. A refund on average took 50 to 60 days. If I then had to tell you that one day we will be able to improve our efficiency to complete an assessment in under 5 seconds, you would have been wondering what it is we're talking about. Yet today, it's exactly how process efficiency have improved our service to taxpayers, that if you submit a return, you do it online, and you receive an assessment outcome in under 5 seconds, compared to 20 years ago, when it took 6 months. Where do we go in the future? Well, we want to reduce the 5 seconds to 0 seconds. And what that means is we want you to present, starting with individual taxpayers, their assessment outcome without them having to give us a return. And that's what we call the ultimate efficiency, is that the best service we can offer you is no service, because the work will be done seamlessly. And so you can see it's a huge and tall ambition, but we have laid the initial groundwork to continue on this work. And then lastly, ultimately, we want to maintain a system that is sustainable, that is not just a set of things that we do, but building an integral system, intelligent system that provides our government and institutions such as Parliament and the executive the assurance that SARS can contribute to the longer-term fiscal sustainability of South Africa. So that's at a high level the 5 things that we do. Let me now quickly go through the modernization components, Chair. This is just a pictorial of the journey of transformation since 1999. It's in the deck. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But to share with members that our overall plan is to reimagine and therefore re-modernize the platform. Not just the previous platform was about turning physical experiences into digital experiences, but increasingly the future is about an intelligent platform that is embedded in data science, enabled by artificial intelligence and other technologies. And if we do the 6 outcomes I've just shared with you now, will be achieved by a proper investment in SARS to build this platform that we call Modernization 3.0. So I want to just remind the members, this is not just about seeing how much money SARS collects. This is about seeing how SARS improves as an institution to achieve its entire mandate of revenue collection, improving compliance, and facilitating legitimate trade by having the intelligence to identify areas of non-compliance, such as illicit trade or aggressive tax practices, offshore and onshore, cross-border crime. These are the complexities that only an intelligent platform driven by capable people will deliver. Because we are living in an era where we coexist with AI. This is inevitable. We may not all like this, but this is a reality of the future. The purpose of this reimagined platform is to foster trust, promote efficiency, and ensure transparency. And you'll see here, honorable members, there's nothing about money on this slide. There's nothing about compliance on this slide. But we believe if this is the platform we build, the mandate outcomes of revenue collection, compliance improvement, and facilitating trade will be the success, the measurable success that this will achieve. So in terms of modernization 3.0, we have identified 8 generational programs, and I'll go through them at a high level, and maybe during question time we can go more detail. But the first is about our people. The second is about a unique digital identity system, and here we are working with Home Affairs, with SARB, and eventually with other entities like the CIPC, the FIC, the Master's Office, so that across all of these different entities in government, we have a unique identity where every taxpayer, every entity, juristic person is identified by only one. At the moment, some research shows that every one of the 63 or 60 million South Africans on our register have about 7 digital identities. And this makes it difficult to track individuals, but also makes our system vulnerable for various levels of crime and corruption. And so working towards a unique digital identity is very integral to the work we do. Then the next is both enabling for our staff and for taxpayers is to, at the moment, we still do a lot of cutting and pasting between different systems to build a comprehensive taxpayer view. In the next 5 years, we want to build a system that does that more seamlessly. And then also the way we manage a case from creation to resolution now needs to draw on the latest technology, the latest level of data science and AI to improve the level of efficiency I spoke to earlier. We want to move from a reactive basis of compliance, which is largely driven by a return that is submitted, towards an entity-based compliance that is more proactive and continuous. Building an instant payment system is in partnership with the South African Reserve Bank. VAT is one of our highest abused taxes, and therefore modernizing our VAT system is key to the modernization of SARS, and then modernizing our customs, both the physical infrastructure as well as the technological infrastructure at our ports of entry, is work that all requires acceleration. And then lastly, our message has been that it is of very little value if we only modernize SARS in a government that is not modernized, and therefore SARS also wants to be an advocate and a catalyst towards the modernization of the whole of government. So that, members, is then the broad thematic plan. Let me now very quickly, because this is in members' pack, and I'm going to just step through this, but willing to take questions of these. But the format of this is we give a core outcome on the far left, which in this case is the increase of voluntary compliance, where we will find those results. What is the indicator that we are succeeding? Where we are, our baseline year for the next 5 years will be 23-24, and where we believe in 5 years we will get to. I'm not going to go through each one, but members have this in their packs, and certainly we can take questions for each of these. Similarly, for enhanced taxpayer experience, for enhanced employee experience. So you can see now how those 5 outcomes that we have spoken about manifest in the more detailed work, and how we keep track of the 9 strategic objectives, which is the basis of voluntary compliance. So this is a composite view that allows us to hold ourselves, but also allow the Parliament to hold us accountable. So just to give edification, that's the format. The outcome, it's compared to a strategic objective, and then the results that we seek to achieve over the 5-year period. And then, of course, in year one, we then take each of this in more detail. And again, the detail is in the pack. So I'm not going to speak to the detail now, but step through it. Each of these outcomes, again, is in a more detailed level explained. So these then are the outcomes, and then if we then take the 25-26 APP and we break it down into quarterly targets for this year, we'll see the key results indicator on the far left hand, and then the annual target and how each of these will progress over every quarter. For some of them, we do not have quarterly targets because the composite result is only known at the end of the year.
Commissioner, how far are you from concluding?
Not too far from concluding, Chair. I will wrap up in a moment.
Please gallop. We have run out of the allocated time.
Okay. So just very quickly, the key strategic risks. Again, this is in the pack. I'm not going to go through the detail thereof. But yeah, it's just to say what are the things that can hamper us, and what is the money that we need to achieve this, and how we will deploy that money. Happy to take questions on this, Chair. We thought we would also share the deployment of the additional 4 billion over the funding period, which is 2 billion this year and 1 billion in the outer years, what we will do with that. And these are the two very focused revenue enhancement programs. We pause there, and happy to take questions, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and your team. Let me invite the tax ombud of the Republic of South Africa. Please time yourself. You are allocated 20 minutes. Over to you, tax ombud of RSA. Alan, are we having a challenge with the connectivity of the tax ombud?
Chair, I see she's still muted.
Tax ombud, please unmute and share your presentation.
Okay, I'm trying to unmute, Chair.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if Lindile have got the presentation. Or Masa, are we flighting it ourselves?
Buhle, Alan, do you have the presentation?
Yes, young, I'll flight it yourself, please.
I must flight myself.
Yes.
You can share with our host here, with Buhle and Alan.
Okay, because I did send it yesterday to Lindile.
Okay, just give me a second to load it. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and the committee members and SARS colleagues. It is a pleasure to appear before this committee today to present the OTO strat plan for 2025-2030 and the OTO annual performance plan. I'm not here alone, Chair, but the problem is that we're at the boardroom whereby we thought we're going to sit as our SARS colleagues, but our systems were failing us. Yesterday, people came to check if everything is working so that we can all sit in one room. But today, when we are trying to connect, nothing is working. But they are trying, our systems people. In terms of the presentation outline, I'll begin to do the introduction and the context. And then
Tax Ombud, the live streaming wants to see you.
okay. Where is it?
There's television here in Parliament.
Okay.
They
Thank
want
you.
the public to see you.
Yes, thank you. In terms, I will start first with the introduction and context. And then I'll hand over to the senior management team to talk about their strategic outcomes and their 5-year goals and their annual performance plan. And I'll come again to do the closing remarks. Can we please go to slide 1, purpose of the presentation? As we have said, Chair, the purpose of our presentation today is to present the strategic priorities for the next 5 years, to outline the performance indicators and targets for the current financial year, and to reaffirm our commitment to strengthening taxpayer rights and promoting administrative justice, as well as to seek this committee's oversight and guidance in doing our work. Next slide, please. The mandate of the OTO is prescribed in Section 16 of the Tax Administration Act, and our mandate is mainly to review and address taxpayer complaints against SARS, as well as to review at the request of the minister or at our own initiative, but we still need to get the minister's approval, the systemic and emerging issues, the systemic investigation. And the reason why this is important, that we must get minister's approval, because when the legislation was drafted, they didn't want a tax ombud who will be doing fishing expedition against SARS. So this is guarding also against our mandate and against our oversight powers on SARS. Next slide. And what is the role of the tax ombuds in the tax ecosystem? And then the tax ombud is an independent body of both SARS and the Ministry of Finance. We are accessible to all taxpayers and our services are free. We support fairness and promote administrative justice in the tax system. We enhance public confidence and encourage voluntary tax compliance. Our recommendations to SARS are non-binding, but our recommendations carry a lot of moral and persuasive authority. Next slide. Our strategic focus for the 2025-2030 is to promote a fair, responsible, and accountable tax administration system, resolve taxpayer complaints efficiently, impartially, and equitably, conduct systemic reviews to strengthen SARS institutional accountability. As the Parliament know, the Minister on 12 August 2024 granted the tax ombuds approval to do systemic investigation against SARS e-profile hijacking. At this stage, we have submitted the initial draft report to SARS so that SARS can comment on it. And then once we have received the comments from SARS on the 4th of July, on the 7th of July, we plan to publish the draft report for public comments. And the closing date for public comments will be 28 July. And then thereafter, depending on the volume of the comments, we will do public hearings and submit the final report to the minister by no later than 12 August 2024. So that is what we are currently doing now on the systemic investigation. Another strategic focus is to foster taxpayer trust through transparency and improved service delivery. And I think on this one of taxpayer trust and improved service delivery, I've noted the commissioner also alluded to that when he's doing the presentation, that is taxpayer experience and good service delivery. But here on this bullet point 4, we want to note the concerns raised by the recognized controlling bodies during the 2025 budget public hearings on this committee that was 28 May. In particular, SAICA's observations regarding perceived heavy-handedness by SARS in enforcing tax compliance. So these concerns that were raised by SAICA resonate with patterns we have also observed through complaints submitted to the tax ombuds, including instances of unprofessional conduct by the SARS officials. While we acknowledge the SARS Commissioner's public commitment that such conduct will be dealt with decisively, our experience suggests that there is a gap between the stated position by SARS and the operations on the ground. And I want to applaud the Commissioner because when we brought this to his attention last week, yesterday he issued an internal communication whereby he speaks about ensuring integrity when dealing with taxpayers. While we fully recognize that this platform is not intended for lodging complaints about SARS, however, when we do our strategic focus for the next 5 years, as an oversight institution, we must report on trends, concerns, and patterns that emerge from complaints, especially where these raise broader questions of service standards and systemic fairness. That's why I'm raising it here, which is in the context of the strategic focus. And also, as I've said earlier, that our recommendations to SARS are not binding. And the only recourse that the OTO have is the transparency and the oversight of the parliamentary process. That's the only recourse we have because our recommendations are not binding. So we are of the view that this one regarding the concerns raised by SAICA and what we see on the ground merits that the committee raises or engages SARS in this matter. In conclusion, Chairperson, this concludes my remarks on the OTO strat plan. And as I've said that on this issue, we have acknowledged what the Commissioner has issued, that is the media statement, and also trying to address the matter with me formally. But we are of the view that when we deal with these matters, we must report on the trends and on the broader issues, more so when SAICA raised this issue in the committee about 3 weeks ago. So I will hand over now to our senior management, who will be dealing with the strategic outcomes and goals for the next 5 years. We've got 5 strategic outcomes, and each senior manager will be dealing with the strategic outcome that they deal with when they're doing the OTO operation. Thank you. Over to you, Fundiswa.
Thank you, Tax Ombud, and thank you to the committee and through you, Chair. I will be dealing with strategic objective 1 and 2, which are the core mandate of the Office of the Tax Ombud in terms of Section 16. Briefly, our focus on strategic objective 1 and strategic objective 2, it focuses on strengthening the Office of the Tax Ombud's influence on tax administration by streamlining our complaints resolution and enhancing the systemic investigation. I just want to switch my camera on. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So when we look then at the goals in terms of strategic objective 1, The first bullet points, it talks to 4 business days in terms of a resolution of a complaint and to send recommendations to SARS. So that is our strategic objective looking from 2025 to 2030. Currently, we are working on an 8 days turnaround time for reviewing of complaints and sending recommendations to SARS. Having said that, I want to reassure the committee that it might seem ambitious when you talk about 4 business days, but we will not be compromising on the quality of the recommendations and the quality of the investigations that we conduct. We have made provision that some of the cases might be complicated and require more time than the intended 4 business days. And then the second bullet talks about increasing the use of mediation by 2.5% on the complaints that we would have validated. We had a meeting last quarter with the SARS disease and senior management of SARS, and we are in the process of drafting a service level agreement on how then we are going to engage on cases that have been referred for mediation or conciliation. On bullet 3, we are still looking at 30 business days in terms of implementation of the OTO recommendations by SARS, as this is mandated in the Tax Administration Act. And then talking about strategic objective 2, where we are dealing with systemic investigations. Our first bullet talks about your preliminary systemic investigations. We are looking at investigating and finalizing preliminary systemic investigations within 5 months. And then the second bullet talks about where we have requested approval from the Minister of Finance to conduct systemic investigations. The turnaround there is 12 months from the date of approval by the Minister. And then lastly, we have a systemic register. Currently, as we stand, we have 8 identified systemic issues with subcategories, which more or less bring our total of systemic issues on the register to, I think, about 18. So it is our strategic objective that by 2030, we should have then removed 80% of the identified systemic issues. We take cognizance of the fact that that will be dependent, obviously, on SARS's interventions and whether the interventions that they would have implemented are working or not. That concludes my presentation for strategic objective 1 and 2. I'll then hand over to my colleague Frick, who supports the strategic objectives 1 and 2. Thank you.
Committee of Finance. As the acting head of legal services in the Office of the Tax Ombud, I will provide a brief overview of our supporting functions and initiatives aimed at ensuring administrative justice and services excellence to taxpayers. First of all, the legal services facilitate mediations between taxpayers and SARS to resolve disputes amicably. Now, this process is designed to provide quick, fair, and efficient resolution mechanisms outside the formal litigation process. Secondly, we are looking at Section 22, where the tax ombud cannot make binding decisions. So there we've introduced the new Section 22 system where we actually place SARS on terms in terms of Section 22. This is in instances where SARS does not implement our recommendations. We place them on terms to provide reasons within 30 days. And this step is crucial as our recommendations are not binding under Section 22 of the Tax Administration Act, as alluded by the Tax Ombud. Now, this process ensures accountability and transparency in SARS's actions. Another one that we've introduced in the office is our compelling division, a compelling committee under subsection B and C of Section 18.5 of the GPAA. Now, this is access with compelling issues without inquiring requiring them to exhaust the SARS internal complaint processes as stipulated in terms of Section 18.4 of the Tax Administration Act. Now, this initiative aims to provide timely and effective support to taxpayers facing very urgent issues. Another one that we introduced is our Internal Appeals Committee. Here we assist taxpayers through internal appeals committee processes where they can appeal decisions or recommendations made by the OTO. Now, this includes cases where the OTO has not accepted the case or where they is dissatisfied on how SARS has implemented the recommendations from the Tax Ombud. Now, this appeals process also have a recourse mechanism to seek further review and justice from our office. The next one is our compilation of taxpayers' rights and obligation. I'm sure that everybody is familiar with that. Now, we annually update the compilation of taxpayers' rights and obligations in line with legislative amendments. That's done by Treasury, as well as relevant case law, which is relevant to the compilation. Now, this document serves as a vital resource for taxpayers, ensuring they are informed at all times about their rights and their responsibilities. It also reflects our commitment to transparency, education, and empowering taxpayers even further. Lastly, the legal services also provide feedback and comments on legislative amendments that's proposed by Treasury and SARS. And we also suggest amendments to legislation as the need arises, or where we can see there is problems in legislation that's affecting taxpayers. Now, this further supports my colleague's earlier point about strengthening the OTO's influence on the tax administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to Pearl to do the strategic outcome 3 and 4.
Thank you, Tax Ombud. Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, and good morning, members of the committee. It's a privilege to present to you today. My name is Pearl Siopela. I'm the Senior Manager, Communications and Stakeholder Relations. I'll be presenting Objective 3 and 4. Objective 3 reads Improved Taxpayer Experience. Now, in terms of this objective, the Office of the Tax Ombud, we see that it's very important that we make taxpayers to be satisfied when they engage with our office. Part of the activities that we look at is to ensure that taxpayers are treated with dignity and the employees show empathy when they deal with the taxpayers. Secondly, in the same objective is to ensure that we increase understanding of obligations and rights. Members, it is very important to know that text language is very difficult and it's not easily comprehensible by taxpayers. Our important role that we see doing is to ensure that our complaints guides and our leaflets are easily understandable, and we use different languages to ensure that taxpayers understand the Office of the Tax Ombud services and the obligations and rights. At the same time, we ensure that we do outreach focusing on underserviced areas where we feel that most of the taxpayers are marginalized because of they are not able to reach our office. We are only based in Pretoria, and to reach out to the whole South Africa, it can be a challenge. But through that, we use a lot of collaboration with stakeholders. Now, in terms of the feedback that we receive from taxpayers is very important, and we use a lot of surveys to gauge customer satisfaction and experience. And also we do a lot of feedback from taxpayers to ensure that when they leave any engagement with our team members, that they are satisfied. I will move to objective number 4, which is empower taxpayers. The Office of the Tax Ombud is privileged to have good relationship with stakeholders, and we empower taxpayers through collaborations Currently, we have collaborations with SARS where we reach out to underserviced areas because, as I said in the first presentation, that we are only based in Pretoria and we don't have offices in all the provinces. But through the collaboration with SARS, we are able to reach out to taxpayers at large. Additionally, we collaborate with government in different provinces to reach underserviced areas. We also collaborate with SMMEs and tax practitioner bodies to ensure that we have a common goal in terms of empowering taxpayers about their rights and obligations. We also do participations with universities to ensure that we promote tax in when the students are still at the early age of their educational life cycle. Members, we also do a lot of outreach to different provinces through visual presentations, physical, and mall activations. This year in July, we'll be launching our Smart Taxpayer campaign. We want to ensure that taxpayers are empowered about their rights and obligations. We also invite the members to invite us in their respective areas where they feel that there is a necessity to promote the Office of the Tax Ombud. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearl. We're going to go to Veli, who's been doing Strategic Objective 5, as well as the monitoring and evaluation slide that comes after. If you can go to that slide, Alan.
Morning, Chair and the committee. Can you please go back to the previous slide? So strategic objective number 5, it talks about organizational excellence. And then with organizational excellence, we aim to promote the culture of excellence and also adherence to laws and regulations. So when the Office of the Tax Ombud adheres to laws and regulations, then we are reducing the number of audit findings that can possibly be raised by the internal and also the external auditors. And if there are any audit findings that are raised by the internal and external auditors, the Office of the Tax Ombud will then develop action plans that we aim to implement within 12 months from the date of issue. So the goal there is to implement 80% of those action plans. And then the second part, it talks about the employees. So the Office of the Tax Ombud aims to conduct employee surveys, of which the goal is to achieve a second quartile from the surveys that we'll be conducting from the employees. And that is the target for 2030. Can we go to the second slide? So after the Office of the Tax Ombud has developed the strategic plans and also the annual performance plans, we track our performance using the quarterly reports, annual reports, midterm reports, and also when we are invited by the oversight bodies. So in terms of the quarterly reports, we do quarterly reports to the Minister of Finance, and we also submit the quarterly report to SARS in terms of Section 19 of the Tax Administration Act. And additionally, we also submit quarterly reports to the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. On an annual basis, Section 19 requires the OTO to develop an annual report and submit it to the Minister of Finance, and we also submit information relevant to SARS. And then the Minister of Finance then tables our annual report to the Parliament. Information is also submitted to the DPME, which is the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation, on an annual basis on how we have achieved in terms of our plans. And then after 2.5 years of the strategic period, the Office of the Tax Ombud develops a midterm review report, which we submit to the Minister of Finance and also the DPME. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Veli. I'm going to hand over to Acting CEO Mamelayo to do the annual performance plan. I don't know how much time we have, Chair, but Mamelayo will be quick. Thank you.
Mamelayo will have to gallop. You have almost exhausted the time allocated to you.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Chair.
Please move with the speed of lightning.
I think, Mamela, let's do these programs.
Yes,
and then
Chair,
their financial information.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to be presenting the annual performance plan, Chair, for the year 25-26. Chair, this is, as you know, this is an inaugural year, which is implementing the 2030 strategy. And how we've done our strategic plan is that we have 3 programs. And the first program, as you've heard from the speakers, speaks more of the mandate of what we do at the Office of the Tax Ombud. And the second program speaks about the taxpayers we serve and how we would like to serve them. And then the third program, Chair, speaks about how internal processes have to change within the Office of the Tax Ombud for us to meet those requirements. And Chair, you would see that we have streamlined it in terms of complaints resolution that we do, systemics that we do, taxpayer experience that they have to have, and the organizational excellence that we need. So Chair, I'm just going to gallop through to probably as the next slide, then just to explain that if we're talking about the inaugural year of implementing the strategy 2030, we're only going to focus this year on laying the foundation. So you'll see words like this, Chair, that we're going to develop a framework where we introduce a new way of doing complaints resolution, which is through mediations. Those ones that we think that are quick, that we can just pick up a phone with SARS and we can have a word or two with SARS and the taxpayer, bring them together, Chair, so that complaints resolution doesn't have to actually take long. But these will be unique cases, of course, Chair, where we think that it will be very, very important for the taxpayer and SARS to meet. And this year, Chair, 25-26, we'll be only concentrating on laying foundations and actually making sure new ways of working so that we speed up the way we do complaints resolution and also systemic investigations. And we're also looking at taxpayer experience. So who checks, Chair, the committee asked us, who checks the checker? So we will also introducing ways for the public to tell us where we have erred and how we can improve ourselves with regards to our services, and how can we expand to those underserved areas that everybody in this, my fellow senior managers have been speaking about. Chair, I'm going to also go straight up to the risk management priorities, which is slide 15. On there, Chair, we also like to track how we're doing in terms of our risk. We acknowledge that, you know, with our ties to SARS, we're not really an entity, and we're not structurally, we are structurally dependent on SARS, but operationally, which we have been very, very independent in how we do our work. So we also gauge it through risk management to say, what can we do to improve and what we would like to see, how you, in the next 5 years. So starting with this year and how we put the risk, what are the risks that we're facing and how to mitigate them. Chair, I'm just going to go through to slide 17, which speaks about financial information. Chair, the Office of the Tax Ombud only receives for this year, which is 25-26, 55 million rand, and for the next year we'll be receiving 58, and then following year 61. A majority of our funding, our main cost driver, Chair, is our employee costs. So you'll see that 83% of our costs goes to employees because, Chair, you really need expertise to actually deal with all. If you would imagine, the Office of the Tax Ombud only have specialized employees who can deal with all sorts of tax complaints against SARS. So that our employees must be well versed about the operations of SARS, administratively, and how to actually resolve them. And that comes through, Chair, from our recommendation. 99% of our recommendations that we give to SARS, they're actually accepted by SARS. And so that speaks to the level of expertise we have within the office. So for the little money that we've got in terms of our the remaining costs, we actually use it for our communication because, as you know, we're trying to actually get to all corners of South Africa so that everybody knows about their taxpayer rights, Chair. I would like to move on, Chair, also to the slide on 20, which is human capital.
Chair, that we have 38 employees at the Office of the Tax Ombud. We have now recently started to actually do the vacancies. I know the Tax Ombud will speak directly to that afterwards. We've started to actually do the plans to actually fill those vacancies, and we've advertised and we are undergoing. So we feel by the second quarter of this financial year, we'll be finished with the process of filling the vacancies. But the Tax Ombud will speak more of it. I just want to also go to the next slide, Chair, just to tell you why we're actually at the point where we're looking at restructuring the office. As I said, the program number 3, which is organizational excellence, we had to look at that. So we started a project on, the Tax Ombud started a project on functional analysis, where we looked at the functions, how we are structured, and how can we best deliver Strategy 2030. And that's how we came up with what type of vacancies we'll need, what type of expertise we'll need in the Office of the Tax Ombud, and we've laid it out for the next 5 years in terms of what we need in our areas to be able to deliver Strategy 2030, Chair. I'm just going to leave it here for the Tax Ombud to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mamelayo. In conclusion, I think Parliament can see our structure, and when we're doing the functional analysis model, I say that I'm a lawyer, but I was concerned that operations, it's where the bulk of work of the Tax Ombud is. And then if operations is not there, this implies that we cannot do our mandate. So hence they say that in terms of the functional analysis model, they said that customer service, complaints resolution, and systemic investigation should be under one part, because they feed on each other. So the reason why we were delaying in filling in the vacancies, besides the vacancy of an CEO, because the term ended in March and the CEO resigned before the term ended, is that we were waiting for this functional analysis model so that they can tell us how we work, which areas, because previously systemic investigation was under legal. So we were told that these, where our mandate, they should fall under operations, because operations deals with the mandate of the Tax Ombud. So, and then as Mamelayo has said, we advertised in May, and the closing date was 9 June. So we'll be doing the selection and filling in the vacancies, the 11 vacancies that are there. In conclusion, Chair, we just want to say thank you very much for listening to us today. And we respectfully request your support and oversight function. Because generally, when we go to these outreach programs, taxpayers will say, oh, you do oversight on SARS, but who is looking after you when you do wrong things? And then we normally say the minister and Parliament. So we depend on you and the minister as well as Parliament to do the oversight function on us, because I cannot stand here and say I'm doing my work 100%. I'm not perfect. And we understand that a fair and transparent tax system remains a cornerstone of a just and equitable tax society. Thank you very much, Chair, for your support. That's the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Tax Ombud RSA and your team. Let's invite Sasria. Sasria, are you there?
Yes, I am here, Chair, and I'm sharing.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you. You can present 20 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I will present in the 20 minutes allocated time. Thank you, Chair, for the time and the opportunity to present to the honorable members. Given the allocated time, I will present as efficiently, as quickly as possible, and wait for the questions that might arise. So my first area of focus is going to be what has Sasria been able to achieve in the expiring year that expired March 2025. The members and the chair will appreciate that we are still in the process of being audited. The external auditors are in the building doing the audit, and it will be finalized by the board on the 30th of July. But as management, we are confident that this what we are presenting to you today will be the outcome of that particular audit. So there is that caution around the performance for 2024-2025. Insofar as the premium growth is concerned, there are really only two areas where we didn't achieve what we had set out to achieve. The first one was we had targeted 10% premium growth. That is our top line growth as Sasria. We've only achieved just under 9% of that. As members will appreciate, the insurance premiums are correlated to GDP growth. And in the last year, the GDP growth came in at just under 1%. And in the last quarter of the year, it's 0.1%. So with less economic activity, your premium growth does tend to slow down. But nevertheless, we have managed to grow above the industry average, which is 6%, which is quite good. We had the other area where we failed. In terms of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, our target is to have zero. Insofar as a fruitless expenditure, we are about 23,000 Rand. That was allocated to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And when it comes to irregular, it was 460,000 rands. But otherwise, overall, we've achieved just over 80% of our targets. Basically, if you want to see the performance in numbers, I've already spoken to GWP. In other areas, we've done extremely well. Our investment income was at CPI plus 3.83%, which is higher than the target of CPI plus 2. Insofar as matters overturned by the Ombudsman, only one was, which means that we are treating our customers well. Our net promoter score, where we measure how customers feel about the services that we achieve, that we give to them, that went on as positive. So did all the rest of the things that we are doing. Now I'm going to spend a little bit of time as to our strategy and vision for the next 4 years, our strategy vision 2029, with a specific focus of what we're going to be doing really over the next 3 years. It becomes a bit of a challenge when you start looking beyond 5 years, but beyond 3 years, but we're going to try and keep it to 3 years. This is really a snapshot of our strategy. If our staff have got this, which basically shows what our strategy is, what we intend to do. And we've got a vision that by March 2029, Sasria will have its own funds sitting at 30 billion Rand. That figure now, as the end of March 2025, was approaching 17.5 billion Rand. So we're just over halfway of that particular target. Why 30 billion? The main driver of it, as you know, is that during July 2021, we experienced as Sasria a loss of 32 billion rands in claims. That event that happened over 9 days cost Sasria in claims 32 billion. We had 9.5 billion rands in our reserves at the time, and our premium income was just above 3 billion rand. We had reinsurance arrangements of about 6.5 billion. Those amounts were not adequate for us to meet all our liabilities, and we had to get money from the taxpayer, and that capital injection amounted to 22 billion rands. So now the reason that we want to target 30 billion is so that should another event of that magnitude happen in the country, Sasria policyholders will have paid for that through premiums as opposed as tapping from the taxpayer. So we want to limit or to reduce the possibility that we might have to speak to the, we might have to get a bailout again. So we want to put a distance between us and the taxpayer. That's what informs the 30 billion rand. And also because we've already experienced a loss of 32 billion, we know what exacerbated that loss. As Parliament would know, there were 2 investigations that were done, and we needed to improve on the responses of the security cluster, and those, I believe now, they are in place. So, as I've said, our vision is to have simple 30 billion rands of own funds, over the period, and because Sasria really covers extraordinary things, we are there, or our rationale for existence, because the private sector is unwilling to insure these type of risks that we insure, which for the benefit of the members, I can repeat, we cover terrorism, damage caused due to terrorism, damage caused due to a political protest where people damage property, even non-political protests, like we'll have seen, for instance, as fees must fall, those type of protests, labor unrest, where employees end up doing damage to the factory or to their offices. We've had instances where people ban the factory, and Sasria covers that. So we really cover extraordinary events that are subject to unpredictable human behavior. Insofar as over the next 5 years, as I said, we'll really focus on the 3 years. These are some of the things that as Sasria we are doing, but I'll focus mainly on the pink, which is at the bottom. Because as I said, Sasria covers risks that are unpredictable, caused by human behavior. But we are investing in data capability where in future we should be able to predict an event that is about to happen in the country. For example, we've partnered with the CSIR, which is another organ of state, where we monitor what's happening within the social media, whether it's Facebook, X, Twitter, and so on, and we measure what is going on there and the sentiment, and we try and use the tools that the CSIR has to predict whether this indicates some form of unrest or protest is going to happen. With the various partners, we are able to see what's going on in the country every hour to understand where are protests happening, let's say yesterday, and what were the cause of those protests and so on. We are also trying to focus on things like skills development of our own employees, so that Sasria will be ready to serve South Africa should an event like July 2021 happen. I must emphasize, though, on average, you have about 3,200 claims each year that Sasria has to deal with. Those we can handle them, with minimal effort. But generally, if we have a big event like we had in July 2021, which was 10 times the normal average that a Sasria would handle in claims, we need to be ready for that. And as I've said, building reserves and focusing on CSI and youth unemployment. Really, the challenge of youth unemployment it's going to be a theme I'm going to keep on repeating in this presentation, is really a trigger of extensive damage that could happen in the country in the event of a protest, because you've got young people who have got absolutely nothing to do, and when there is protest, what subsequently happens is that there is looting that continues. For instance, if any of the delivery trucks that go through to various retail stores to deliver stuff, if it gets stuck on the side of the road, it normally just gets looted of everything that it has. And that's not necessarily a Sasria matter. But when there is a Sasria matter, then it's much more easier. They go in and then they loot. And there are certain things that we are doing from a risk mitigation point of view. So Sasria's vision is really, we cover special risks, as I had mentioned to you, and we are providing inclusive and accessible special risk solutions with agility for sustainable South Africa. We are really there. July 2021, what it showed is that because Sasria was effective, of the 32 billion rands of claims, 80% of those claims were paid within 10 months of them occurring, which meant that companies, employers were able to restart their business, re-employ the people, and get the economy going. Generally, if a country does not have a company like Sasria and you experience such a loss, economic recovery is much more slower. You will see, for instance, when it comes, when South Africa experiences disasters, because there is no insurance in space, the responsiveness of getting the finances to where they are needed with speed tends to take a little bit of time, something like 2 to 3 years, whereas with an insurance vehicle, it can be much, much more quicker. So that's the value we add to the South African economy. Here are really the driving forces that create uncertainty for us to plan and also to predict what's going to happen. These are the things that make people potentially protest. And these are the sort of things that we are looking at when we price for the risk. So we've mentioned level of unemployment. I think this committee in particular needs no further deliberations around that. I think, from the SARS commissioner earlier on, you are aware of the GDP growth. This committee was debating the fiscal framework recently, and you'll have seen the challenges that are in there insofar as the GDP growth. And then, of course, we had the impact of the 2024 elections on fiscal policy. I think this committee has experienced that. We've had 3 versions of the budget. And as Sasria now, we're trying to look at access to alternative funding. An insurance company has got really 3 sources of funding. Either we get the money from the shareholder. If the shareholder can't give us the money, we can get it from reinsurance arrangements. If we cannot get reinsurance, we must get it from our own retained income. Reinsurance arrangements were bit difficult during the election year. We had intended to buy 10 billion rands of cover. We only managed to get 45% of that because of the uncertainty of the election outcomes. So reinsurers look at what happened in Kenya. They look at what happened, for instance, recently in Mozambique, and the committee members can see what's currently happening in the US and so on. And they try to assess what are the political implications of the outcome of the elections insofar as the likelihood of protest is concerned. That science is not exact, and it's very subjective depending on the view of that specific reinsurer. Our job as Sasria management is to convince them that, is to try and convince them that Sasria and the country is on a stable pathway. The outcome of the election sent a very positive result, such that in this current year, we're able to get 90% of the cover that we wanted, and we had new reinsurers coming into our reinsurance program, and also for the remaining cover that we couldn't get, we're able to get what we call a quota share arrangement. The members are aware of socio-economic issues and the rest. And maybe the one that I could touch on, we are seeing more incidents of cyber terrorism that's happening globally, and some form of cyber attacks that is happening within the country. So those are some of the risks that we are faced with. Because of the unpredictable nature of what we cover, Sasria does a lot of what we call scenario planning, and we say if this scenario is playing in the country, this is what we need to do. This is how we should respond to it, given that specific scenario. Not as you can see from the presentation, we've given you 4 possible scenarios. Not all features of that scenario will happen at the same time. For instance, currently we've got, GDP growth, as I said, in the first quarter of this year, it came in at 0.1%. You will see generally all the positive estimate of GDP growth for the year, they are sitting at not more than 1%, which is a challenge. We do have high inequality, remains a concern. We've got frequent social unrest. As I say, we monitor them on a daily basis. We get data from various sources of what's going on in the country, and then we monitor also economic policies. So out of those, things, we try and say which scenario is dominant in South Africa, and basically it's 2. We see elements of what we call in Sasria lingo, the divorcing scenario, or it's a complicated scenario, which has got the features of unemployment remains high, public confidence is mixed, with some positive being overshadowed by ongoing challenges, access to funding is limited, requiring careful financial management and strategic planning. As the this committee was debating the fiscal framework, you will have appreciated that should Sasria be in another spot of bother, it's unlikely that the Minister of Finance and the Parliament will have some leg room to bail out Sasria. So we should really be working hard to make sure that we do not find ourselves in that particular position again. So we call this a family meeting a scenario. And if you will recall, during the COVID time, the family meeting expression comes, when the president will address the nation as COVID was evolving and decimating certain sectors of South African human life. So the way we respond to this scenario as Sasria, these are the things that we plan to do. We want to improve pricing. So for instance, as I'm talking to you now, we've given the industry and our customers notice that we'll be increasing their premiums once more by a weighted average of 25%. We are proactively underwriting our clients. So for instance, if it's a mining company, we engage with that mining company and see what sort of activities do they have to engage the community in areas that they operate in. Because some of the protests have been around that local mining companies don't employ local people, or local people are overlooked. They do not benefit from the mine. So we try and look at those dynamics that are happening between the mine and the communities in which they operate. And for instance, you look at our state-owned company, PRASA, which has been prone to where people, when the trains are running late, people will ban the trains and so on. And we've been having extensive engagements with PRASA as to how they can prevent those things in future and so on. So that is what proactive underwriting is about. I've spoken about data, and also you have to really employ, we need to attract and build and retain a certain level and a certain quality of staff. So that's how we are responding to these family meeting scenarios. So what are the strategic pillars for 2029? It's to secure capital for the business. So at this point in time, really we've got two options. It's reinsurance and building our own reserves, and those are the two areas that we're looking at. We're providing desired solutions for customers. As we are speaking to you now, the board next week, Tuesday, will hopefully approve a product where we are going to cover large corporates. We're going to give additional cover over and above the 500 million rands cover that we give to South Africans at this point. We're going to give them an additional 500 million. There are other products that we are looking at insofar as, for instance, what are the implications of climate change in South Africa? Can Sasria insure those particular risks? Basically, we're going to go into areas where the private sector is inefficient. We want to deliver a sustainable growth that even after an event will be able to pay the claims and not require a state bailout, and create capabilities to optimize performance. So how are we doing there? It's really, as we said, at the risk of repeating myself, let me maybe focus on pillar number 3, deliver sustainable growth, because I've spoken really to the first two. It's we want to grow the business. What you need in a company like ours is that you need a GWP with years of very low claims, so that you can create a buffer for the year that you have huge claims. Now, as to when the huge claim will happen, we do not know. And as I said, we are building capabilities to try and predict what is, when is it likely to happen and so on. But even with that, we do know though that, given all the socio-economic challenges that we are experiencing as a country, we rather prepare for this now than keep on postponing it for later. So we have to have growth in premiums with a low combined ratio. A combined ratio, really, all it is all your costs, including your claims cost, divided by the premium. So if that number is below 80%, it means you are taking 20% of your premium plus your investment income, and that goes into reserve. So that's the target. And then we need to drive operational efficiency. We must run Sasria at a premium levels. You're at a cost level where it's no more than 7% of our GWP, and then optimize investment returns. So from a numbers point of view, this coming year, we're going to grow by at least 8%. As I said, there's a correlation between GDP growth and our growth. CPI investment returns will grow by CPI plus 2.5, and the combined ratio must remain below 80%. And yeah, we are targeting that when I report to you this time of the year, next year, that Sasria will have about 20 billion rands in its own funds. And yeah, and I think the rest speaks for themselves. I've already touched on them. So finally, Chair, really, if I were to really sum it up, insofar as what Sasria is going to be doing up to, to 2029, is we've got an economic capital strategy. We are getting the support of reinsurers, thanks to the outcome of the elections, the way the elections were handled, the stability that came through. But generally, the reinsurers are still concerned about South Africa insofar as that they see it as a country with a lot of potential. We've got mineral wealth, we've got ports, we've got great weather, we've got there are a lot of great things, and if we can get all those things to work together, South Africa should be in a position to grow at more than 3%, which is what is required to start fixing some of the challenges that we have from a socio-economic perspective. Investment strategy, we are targeting that is going to be a big player, because as you can imagine, as we move our funds, then they get up to 30 billion rands, we are going to be a significant business, and investment income is going to be a good generator of reserves and future profitability in the future. And our marketing team, is we are going to grow the business. As I said, we are introducing new products over the years. And maybe the one area that I need to speak to, which I haven't, is that Sasria, is, you will appreciate, is a creature of statute. In terms of the Reinsurance Act prescribes what perils we can insure and where they should be. Basically, what it says is that Sasria should insure property within the borders of South Africa. So we cannot insure anything outside South Africa. For instance, when South African businesses, as you know, they are using the Maputo port to export goods. And when there were problems in Maputo, as they were driving past, through the borders, the Sasria cover ceases at that point. We cannot insure, for instance, climate change risks, because we currently do not have a mandate to do so. So we are in engagement with Treasury to increase our mandate to where it's viable, and we have the necessary capital to do so. And then once we find ourselves with Treasury, that will require some changes in legislation, which obviously is the purview of Parliament, and the ball will come back to you as Parliament to assist us in amending the Sasria or the Reinsurance Act that is the statute that controls Sasria. And I think, Chair, I was really going fast. That's where I would stop. I hope I haven't taken a lot of your time. I thank you for listening to us, and we'll take questions at an appropriate time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sasria, for the presentation. Let's take IRBA. Then after IRBA, we will engage all the presentations. IRBA, over to you.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry, I think I have another slide. Good morning, Chair and members. I'm going to start off. My name is Zina Mshengu, and I am the Chairperson of the Audit and Risk Management Committee of the IRBA. I'm joined this morning by Imre Nagy, who's the CEO of the IRBA, and the two of us will be taking you through our presentation this morning. Okay, I'm just checking if everyone can see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Chair. All right, so we have submitted the slide deck. It's quite a comprehensive deck, and in the interest of time, we're not going to go through each slide in detail, but we'll just highlight the main items. But we're happy to take questions at the end of the session during the Q&A if there are any specific questions on items that we might not cover in detail. So if we move on, then what we're going to cover this morning is just a brief background into the IRBA. We would have covered this in a bit of detail last year at the induction, so we don't intend to spend a lot of time on this. What we really want to highlight this morning is just the highlights over the past strategy period, because some of those items do inform and lead into our strategy for 2026, 2030. And then we will then go through our actual strategy for the period in terms of what we're planning to achieve for the period, as well as the specific annual performance targets that we've set for the IRBA. And then we'll just highlight briefly then our international footprint as well, and the impact that we have in that regard, and any other matters that we deem pertinent for the committee. So if we then move on to slide 4. Imre, the slides are not moving on my side. Thanks. Okay, now I can see. So if we move on to slide 4, just briefly into the IRBA. So we are a statutory body established in terms of the Auditing Profession Act. We do report to National Treasury, and the board is appointed by the Minister of Finance. We currently have a board of 10 members, which is the maximum members allowed in terms of the Auditing Profession Act. So we are fully constituted at this point. We are both the auditing standard setter as well as the regulator in South Africa. And in the next slides, we'll go into a bit of detail in terms of how we go about doing that. From an international perspective, we are recognized as an independent audit regulator by IFIA, which is the International Forum of Independent Audit Regulators. So we do play internationally as well as on the continent when it comes to audit regulation and standard setting. Our mandate covers the protection of the public interest, and we do this in various ways. So we do it from entry point in terms of how we provide the entry level for auditors to enter the registered auditor space. And once we have then registered auditors, we look at the conduct of auditors, we look at the audits that are performed in that regard, inspecting the audits to ensure that there's adequate quality at the right standard. And if there is improper conduct of auditors, then we also look at investigating any cases of improper conduct and disciplining those where it leads to the required disciplinary measures that need to be taken. And we do believe that by doing this, we do then promote the integrity and trust in corporate reporting, and that this in turn contributes to investor confidence and as well as economic growth. On the next slide, just in terms of how our structure is constituted, I did mention we've got a board of 10 members, and under this we've got 3 subcommittees. We've got the Operations Committee, the Audit and Risk Management Committee, as well as the Enforcement Committee. And then in terms of the Auditing Profession Act, it also establishes 6 statutory committees that support the mandate of the IRBA. And these committees cover areas such as the development of auditing and ethics standards, education and enforcement areas, inspections, investigations, as well as disciplinary processes, as I've mentioned. And supporting this then is the executive management of the IRBA that deals with the day-to-day running of the institution. And in terms of how the structure is from an executive management perspective, then there are 6 departments, or 7 departments. 6 of these are structured to directly support the statutory committees or the mandate of the IRBA in terms of its contribution, my apologies, in terms of its contributions to the mandate of the IRBA. And then the operations department is then the support department that supports the IRBA from a finance, HR, IT, and facilities and supply chain perspective. If we then move on to the next slide, and this slide is highlighting the key stats of the IRBA over the last strategy period, as well as specifically as at the end of the financial year ended the 31st of March. From a registered auditor perspective, as at the end of March, we had 3,472. You would note that this number is reducing, so there is pressure for the IRBA in terms of the number of registered auditors that we have in the country. And the reason for this is twofold. So on the one hand, we do have registered auditors exiting the profession and joining the corporate space. But on the other hand, because we are an internationally active and respected profession as well, we do have quite a lot of registered auditors that exit the country and practice outside of the country. So we do then lose auditors in this regard. So our strategy, you will see, is then also focused on the pipeline of registered auditors that we have. But you will see also from a registered candidate auditor perspective, we do currently have 683. And we did accredit a new professional body as well to assist with the production of registered auditors. So the ACCA was accredited in addition to SAICA as a professional accounting body accredited with the IRBA. We had approximately 98,000 audit opinions issued, and the rest of the stats indicate the number of inspections that were conducted over the strategy period, and these are audit quality inspections that the inspections departments undertake, and as well as the investigations and disciplinary processes or hearings that were completed during this period. From a budget perspective, we are funded predominantly to the tune of about 76% for 2025 by the profession itself. And then we do get a government grant that covers about a quarter of the financial needs of the budget. And all of this is carried out by a staff complement of 75 staff at the IRBA. And we did quite well in achieving our performance objectives as at the end of the year. So we achieved 15 of the 16 objectives that we had set out to achieve. Next, I'll just highlight the achievements that we obtained over the strategy period. And as I mentioned, some of these then also inform our current strategy for 26 to 2030. So at the beginning of our strategy period, we were quite challenged both internally in the IRBA as an organization, as well as externally in terms of the auditing profession itself. So there's quite a bit of work that has been done in that regard. Number one, to ensure stability within the IRBA. So this is both at a board level as well as in terms of management structures. So a new board was appointed by the Minister of Finance in 2021, and it has been quite stable to date, as well as from a management structures perspective as well. The ExCo is fully constituted and running smoothly, and we are happy to report that there has been stability and effectiveness in the operations of the IRBA over this period. We've also managed to achieve our performance targets, and I'm also quite happy to report that we've had clean audits or unqualified audits over the last few years, which is something that we are quite proud of as the IRBA. Part of us also maintaining confidence or trying to get out of the challenges that I've mentioned is that we embarked on a strategy to restore confidence in the profession. And as I mentioned, this included looking both at the IRBA operations internally as well as externally with stakeholders. And so a lot of these initiatives involved us becoming more transparent with the profession and with our stakeholders, collaborating more, consulting more in terms of how we go about the work that we do as the IRBA. So there were quite a few initiatives in that regard. And we're quite happy to report that we have closed out on the related projects that we had set out for 24-25. However, also recognizing that this is not a once-off initiative. So we do need to continue in this regard to ensure that we maintain confidence within the profession as well as with stakeholders. What we also managed to achieve over the period is to strengthen our mandate from a legislative point of view. So there were quite a few amendments that were effected through the Auditing Profession Act that assisted us in this regard. And some of these were aimed at strengthening our investigating and disciplinary processes. And you also would have seen that there was an increase in the maximum monetary fines that would be levied on auditors. And this is really to deter auditors from improper conduct, because we do believe that if there is enough of a deterrent, it does assist in managing the behavior of the auditors. The changes to the Act were also aimed at strengthening our independence from the profession as well as addressing the management and sharing of information. So some of these changes are still in the pipeline, but as I mentioned, we are also happy that some of these changes have already been effected. And all of this also culminated in a new brand that we embarked on. So we have rebranded as the IRBA, and we also then engaged more effectively with stakeholders as part of this process. And what this has done is that it has improved the relationship of the IRBA with other standard setters, other regulatory authorities, auditors, and other professional bodies, both locally and internationally. And we will touch a bit on that in the next slides. What we also recognize, though, is that the auditing process comes right at the end of the process, and audits, or the quality of audit and financial reporting, is as good as the preparation of those processes. So it really starts at institutional level. What we recognize, though, is that the accounting bodies are not independently regulated. And so this is at the preparation stage of the financial statements. And if these are regulated, it would strengthen the work that we do as the IRBA. So we have identified this, and we're advocating for the independent regulation of professional accounting organizations to support us in this regard. And this is something that we are taking through into our 2026 to 2030 strategy. I'm going to pause here and hand over to Imre then to take us through how we've developed our 26 to 2030 strategy and just highlight the main items in this regard. Thanks, Imre.
Thank you very much, Zene, and good morning, Honourable Chair and members. Thank you for this opportunity to present again to this committee. I'm going to just highlight a few key topics around how we developed our 5-year strategy and what it's all about. So the strategy for 2026 to 2030 was approved by the board, by the minister, and recently in Parliament, including our annual performance operational plan, annual performance plan, and our budget. When we embarked on this strategy about 18 months before it was due for submission, we had to identify and address the challenges and the opportunities that we expected to be faced with over the next 5 years. And therefore, we've identified a focus on enhancing adaptability and innovation. Those are sort of the underlying themes of the strategy when we embarked on it. So by assessing the current state, we gained an understanding of the industry trends, and we also leveraged internal capabilities. And the IRBA therefore aims to ensure its financial sustainability, first and foremost, further strengthen our brand perception, and continue our pivotal role in the local and global auditing profession. Some of the issues that we've identified already in the previous strategy and that we continue to have to address over the next 5 years is the declining number of registered auditors that Zene mentioned. And this is raising concern about the profession's future capacity. And we have a number of initiatives and projects underway to find out why is it happening and what can be done about it with our different stakeholders. Our financial sustainability is also quite critical, especially our long-term financial sustainability. It's very important that we remain capacitated to be an effective regulator of a highly professional profession. Our brand perception, one of the things that we are facing is the attractiveness also to the profession from younger people. So we need to rebrand, make sure that our branding and what we stand for speak to the younger generations. We're also looking at sustainability reporting and assurance, which is quite new. We know that environmental reports, etc., has become a priority globally, and it's also locally developing quite fast. And the IRBA sees its involvement there through its members in that space. Also, part of being a regulator is to make sure that we remain competent as a regulator and comparable with international benchmarking. So we do continue to not just play a role internationally in the auditing profession, but we also use those opportunities to benchmark ourselves so that we can remain respected, which is our vision. And lastly, our internal capability is something that we shouldn't lose sight of. We do face resource constraints. For example, we compete with the big firms for the same pool of resources, and that's sometimes quite challenging. So that is, we need to keep an eye on that. And lastly, our systems, our digital transformation journey is something that we've recently embarked on as part of our new strategy to remain future fit as a regulator. So our vision and mission is to be an internationally respected audit regulator of a thriving and trusted audit profession in South Africa that safeguards the public interest. And how we do this through our mission is through collaboration and innovation to empower auditors to perform their duties competently and with integrity. I think these are powerful objectives that we've set for ourselves on the horizon and that we will be living in implementing our strategy over the next 5 years. So in developing the strategy, we consulted over 35 stakeholders from different stakeholder groupings. And this engagement was very crucial in garnering support and buy-in from various groups, including professional accounting bodies, audit firms, other regulators, government entities, as well as other statutory committees and the board itself and staff. So we really extensively consulted in the development of the strategy, both internally and externally. And a comprehensive situational analysis revealed several critical insights and risks that affect both the IRBA and the broader profession that were confirmed by our stakeholders. And those were the things that I just highlighted in the previous slide. So I think this is at the crux of our strategy. Our collaborative approach in developing our strategy helped us pinpoint 4 strategic focus areas that we believe will enhance our impact while delivering on our core legislative mandate. Our new strategy is focused on adaptability and innovation, as mentioned previously, and we do know that we operate in a volatile and fast-changing environment, and we need to keep abreast of developments and trends because we need to continue to protect the public interest as best as we can. And obviously, this strategy then is also centered around technological innovation, as well as impactful collaboration, outreach, and engagement for optimal impact. We've gone beyond forging relationships. We are now leveraging existing relationships for projects and initiatives that have a real tangible impact. One thing that I also want to mention is that as a regulator, we must invest in our own digital transformation and artificial intelligence, because the big firms you would have seen in the media are investing billions of dollars, the big network firms, and they're also partnering with Microsoft, investing in AI, in how they will do audits in the future. So as a regulator, for us to be effective in overseeing that, those auditors and audits, we need to ourselves remain abreast of the latest technology. In developing our new strategy, I think this is worth mentioning that management and the board recognize the pivotal role that the auditing profession plays within society and the economy. Hence, our strategy is closely aligned with the government's wider efforts to stimulate inclusive economic growth, reduce poverty, and professionalize the state. I think you can see that our 4 core focus areas do align quite strongly with the national government priorities. I'm handing back to Zinni to talk about our annual performance targets for the next 5 years.
Thanks, Imre. So on the next slide, and perhaps next 2 slides in the interest of time, what we've done over the next few slides is just to then put down how the strategy that Imre has just talked through is going to be achieved, and we've allocated then specific targets to the different departments within the IRBA. So starting, as I mentioned, just at the pipeline stage from an education and transformation perspective, we've got 4 objectives that look at the environment in which auditors or registered auditors work. So firstly, it's looking at the development of audit competence, and here we look at the professional bodies that are accredited. So we look at the programs, we look to see if they're compliant with the requirements of accreditation from an IRBA perspective. We look at issues such as transformation as well, because we would like the registered auditors from a demographic perspective to also represent the demographics of the country from a race, gender, age perspective, etc. And then also at individual auditors, just looking at individually whether they comply with continuing professional development in that regard. So the initiatives under this indicator are aimed at those 4 areas. Then if we move on to auditing and ethics standards, so this is looking specifically then at the development of standards. The first one is looking at actual auditing standards, and this is ensuring that we are aligned to international developments in this regard. However, if locally, we also need to issue standards that speak to our local environment, that we do this as well. But also supporting that from an ethics perspective, which is looking at the conduct specifically of the auditors and the code of professional conduct in that regard, is also ensuring that we are aligned to international developments in this regard as well. So we have indicators that are looking at the development then of both auditing as well as ethics standard in that regard. And then once that is done and the audits are performed, we also then inspect those audits to ensure that they are conducted in line with the required standards. And we have specific targets then in terms of the inspections that we perform in this regard. So this is risk-based, but what we've specifically done in this target period as well is not only to focus on the large firms, but also to focus on the smaller firms as well, because there are quite a few audits that are done in this space. So we are also going to be increasing our capacity in this regard, just to ensure the required coverage in this regard, even though we are still going to be following a risk-based inspections process. Over the next slide, looking at investigations, again, just going through the value chain. So if there are any instances of improper conduct, whether it speaks to actual conduct from an ethics perspective by the auditors, or if it speaks to the quality of the audits that are conducted, this then feeds into the investigations process. And from this point, also, if any disciplinary action needs to be taken in that regard, we also have then specific targets that speak to what we aim to do from a disciplinary perspective. So this really ensures that throughout the life cycle of the audit, we have specific targets that are aimed at ensuring that we do achieve the required level of audit quality in line with our mandate as the IRBA. Then finally, from an operational effectiveness perspective, over the next slide, we do also then have indicators just to ensure that in terms of how we run the IRBA internally, is that we have the right levels, we have the right controls in place, that we adhere to those, that we adhere, for example, to the PFMA and the National Treasury regulations. And ultimately, this will then result in a clean audit report. So we do have requirements, or we do have objectives rather, that we achieve a clean audit report for each of the years that we will be monitoring under this strategy period. So in a nutshell, those are the technical indicators that we have that span across the operations of the IRBA. I'm now going to hand back to Imre just to close off then from an international impact perspective. Thanks, Imre.
Thank you, Zene. And I think just to highlight in terms of us achieving our vision to be internationally and locally respected, we, as Zene mentioned right at the beginning, we are a founding member and currently a board member of the International Forum of Independent Audit Regulators. There's a link there should members wish to know more what this body does. So we are serving on that body, and we were recently reappointed to the board and also acting as the Audit and Finance Committee chair of this body, which is an international body overseeing audit regulators globally. We're also a founding member of a body of a forum called the Forum for Independent Accounting and Auditing Regulators. It's a forum of 17 African countries. We are a founding member, and we were earlier this year elected as vice chair, and we will be leading the inspections working group, where we will conduct workshops to educate and help other African countries who wishes to put together a regulatory audit regime. We will be assisting those countries by sharing what we've done over the last couple of years. Also, our director standards currently, she is a board member on the International Ethics Standards Board. So we're very proud of that. And we're also a member on the International Panel of Accountancy Education of IFAC. And I think this gives the committee members a good overview of our international involvement, contributing, but also benchmarking our processes against international best practice. I'm then closing out, Chair, with your permission, my presentation with highlighting a few matters for consideration. These are important focus areas for over the next year or so, or the strategic focus areas over the next 5 years that we believe are important to share. So first of all, we've embarked on a process for a comprehensive holistic review of our legislation, our enabling legislation. We've done piecemeal amendments, as mentioned earlier in the previous cycle, strategic cycle, to the Act. But at the previous, this review was necessitated by a direction from the previous SCOF, requiring us to bring forward a request for legislation for mandatory firm rotation, because that rule that was set by the IRBA was set aside by the Supreme Court of Appeal. So in the main, the proposed amendments include provisions relating to our powers to promulgate mandatory firm rotation, bring that back. Also empowering us to prescribe fees and conduct regulatory equivalence assessments of foreign audit regulators that audit local companies listed on our JSE. Other amendments relate to the removal of transparency restrictions in relation to audit quality inspections. We want investors and audit committees to have full access to our inspection reports of the firms that we inspected in the interest of transparency and accountability. Also strengthening further our enforcement and sanctions, extending the board's term of office and lapsing the cancellation of non-compliant members. We cannot afford to have members on our register that are not ethical and that do not comply with the basic rules. Zene did mention in the previous strategy, we identified a gap in the corporate reporting ecosystem in that accounting bodies are unregulated. We use the term corporate reporting and governance ecosystem, which all of these role players, preparers, boards, audit committees, assurance providers, regulators, and obviously we have investors, banks, financiers, employees. All these role players are role players in this ecosystem. And currently, only auditors are really regulated. And there is a need, there is a gap in this ecosystem for the accounting profession to also be equally regulated to strengthen accountability and strengthen integrity in the reporting system. So on this, National Treasury, we're working and supporting National Treasury, who's currently considering the need for a regulatory framework. They appointed the World Bank to consult different stakeholders in view of issuing a position paper on the regulation of accounting of the accounting profession. We believe if preparers do a good job in preparing financial information, it will be fair on auditors to do their part in overseeing the credibility of that information, and it's all in the interest of building confidence of the public that rely on that information. So we strongly, as the IRBA, support this initiative, as we believe that it will improve integrity and it will also bring about effective professional accountability across the entire reporting ecosystem. And then final slide. One thing that is important for the IRBA is that we continue to receive approval from National Treasury in retaining our accumulated reserves. We currently have about 86 million in reserves that we would like to use for our digital transformation journey, as well as keep that in the kitty in case we have another big investigation like Steinhoff, Tongaat, that we need to conduct, that we can't normally fund out of our annual budget. So we will be making that request again in August this year after the audit. Similarly, what's important, it's very imperative for us to continue to attract and retain competent professional staff to a very high-performing entity to effectively regulate the profession. I mentioned that we have to invest in our digital transformation and technology. We need to match the audit firm technology advancements to effectively and operate effectively. And this goes for everything that we do, from data collection and analytics, using artificial intelligence, etc., to do our functions as effectively as possible. We're also looking at sustainability assurance. We believe auditors play a major role in assurance of non-financial reporting, and we advocate for the mandated reporting of assurance standards and reporting standards for sustainability reporting. And we are supporting and working with DTIC and CIPC on this particular journey that they've embarked on. And lastly, we also, again, reviewing our auditor competency framework. We need our auditors that qualify to remain competent in a fast-paced world, especially focusing on advanced technology. We need our auditors and our younger auditors that qualify to be able to utilize and leverage the advances of technology to do an effective job. And we also want them to use it, ethically. So there's a few competency elements that we need to tweak in the competency framework of auditors to make sure we produce auditors that are future fit to serve the public interest. Chair, that is the end of my presentation. If you would like to know more about our strategy, I did include here 2 links to our strategic plan and our annual performance plan, should members wish to read it. And should you wish to follow us, please, we are active on social media. We put quite a lot of knowledge on social media, so please do follow us to see what we're doing on a daily basis. Thank you very much, Chair and members. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks very much, IRBA. and all the presenters. Honorable members, now it's time for questions and or comments on the 4 presentations. We request you to show your face for live streaming unless you have got a challenge with connectivity. The public wants to relate with members of parliament that they have elected. So let me take the hands. Honorable Beck, 1. Who else wants to make a comment or ask questions?
Chair, I'm here. Can I also be noted?
Okay, Honorable Squatty, Mulife, Makuel. Yeah, for now, it's those 4 hands. Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chair, and to the colleagues who presented here. The first question is that IRBA has raised a concern in the decline in the number of registered auditors, especially with demand from other countries. So it seems like you have a dilemma. On the one hand, you're trying to make the profession more attractive, including by restoring integrity and public trust after high-level scandals. And on the other hand, increases in maximum fines and mandatory audit firm rotation perhaps make becoming an RA in South Africa less attractive. And so my question is, how are you solving for this dilemma? Then the second question is, there's been a push on mandatory audit firm rotation and a court case to overturn this. Is this still an initiative IRBA is driving? That's it for now from my side, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. Honorable Scott.
Thanks, Chair. Just on IRBA, I would want to really understand in terms of the action that is taken against audit firms that are found to be colluding or are found being engaged in malpractices. What are those kind of actions that have been taken? And in terms of the extent of the powers that IRBA can be able to undertake within that to make sure that there is some form of remedial action that is taken by those audit firms. Secondly, Chair, is in terms of the observations that IRBA made on the fraudulent activities and how far are they pervasive in South Africa in terms of the reporting for cases that they already have dealt with in the country. Obviously, it might also, involve other audit firms that are international by nature or in terms of their operations. In terms of the tax ombud, just to understand the kind of the patterns of tax complaints that are being found, particularly my interest is in terms of the two-pot system. And what is it that they would actually or have recommended in terms of those complaints? Because we know that there have been a lot of complaints that relates to those people who would want to withdraw and they found themselves being taxed and so on without necessarily knowing that they are going to be taxed. The last one, Chair, is in terms of SARS. Firstly, is in terms of the human resources that have been added to make sure that they are able to enhance, revenue generation. are they going to be able to continue to carry over with that capacity that they are actually adding now to SARS for the revenue enhancement? And is SARS able to make a case, perhaps in terms of the zero-rated food basket, which would not necessarily, have a negative effect in terms of the low and the middle income strata for now, if there is any case that could be made in terms of alternative tax, which would not necessarily, have that huge impact. Yeah, Chair, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Squati. Mhlompe Mlif.
I am Chavsek. Firstly, my question is to Sasria. I think the CEO correctly identifies that youth unemployment is a big problem, and in fact poses a major risk to even Sasria's own business because it is the unemployed youth that end up in riots and causing Sasria lots of claims. So what are they doing about it? I mean, with reserves of about 17 billion, as he said, growing to 20 billion and then to 30 billion. What are the chances, or what is Sasria doing to combat the problem of youth unemployment directly? Firstly, through the transformation of the insurance industry, perhaps, and ensuring that the insurance industry has got programs to deal with youth unemployment, for training and for transformation. Secondly, directly setting aside a portion of their reserves to deal directly with the problem of youth unemployment, to create jobs for the youth, either in the industry or in related industries like panel beating and building and so on, and restoration and carpentry, in instances where they see a lot of their claims coming from, so that it is the youth that go in and fix whatever it is. But then the training programs, I mean, if Sasria could set aside 500 million or 1 billion rand of its reserves just to help with youth unemployment, I think it will make a big dent. And I don't know if that has been considered. Secondly, I just want an idea from Sasria of the claims that they receive. For example, there was a 30 billion rand claim a few years ago during the unrest. And this 30 billion rand claim came from big business. But what portion of their premiums come from big business, and what portion comes from ordinary people like myself and yourself? You might not know that, for example, when you take out car insurance or house insurance, there's a small portion that goes to Sasria without even a proper explanation to yourself about what it is for. I noticed that the CEO said that the claims from the ordinary people and the small claims are about maybe 3 billion rand. But if big business gets hit, it can go up to 30 billion, as we've just seen. And in fact, the gearing up of the reserves to 30 billion is in fact to prepare for an impact on big business. It's not the ordinary people like myself and yourself, Chair, that will be claiming 30 billion from Sasria, but it is people who have infrastructure of 30 billion and assets of 30 billion that will be claiming. So what is the proportion of claims from ordinary individuals and households in relation to the big business? And are there efforts to balance this, to reflect the risk, the claim risk from big business as opposed to the small business? And then I know that the legislation has changed, and Sasria used to be owned by the insurance industry. So my question is now, what is the involvement of the insurance industry in Sasria's management and on the board? Because I remember many years ago that the board of Sasria and the ownership of Sasria actually was the insurance industry. That is my first question to Sasria, and then to the tax ombud. The only thing that struck me from the presentation was the fact that the absence of teeth. There is very little that the tax ombud can enforce forcefully where there has been injustice, or where there has been injustice, or where there has been an instance of where a person feels that they have unjustly been treated, but the ombud finds that it is indeed so. So what happens where there is no teeth? So it's a very interesting situation, Chair, and I think that perhaps it is something that we should, as Parliament, consider, because I think that these regulatory bodies need to be given teeth. That is just short of judiciary or the teeth that the courts have. And then finally to the audit ombud, or is it the regulatory body, IRBA. What transformation initiatives are in your strategic plan to transform or to continue transforming the audit profession? Because I think that the financial sector as a whole is lagging behind transformation in South Africa, including the audit profession. So what initiatives do you have for the transformation of the audit profession, number one? And number two, what measures do you have in place to support small emerging audit firms so that they can also emerge and begin to compete? Because I think for a long time, we've had the dominance of the audit profession by the Big Four. There was a time when it looked like there will be a fifth black-owned big audit firm, but I think that it may have fallen by the wayside. So what initiatives are in place, strategic initiatives, measurable initiatives, that are you going to put in place to transform and assist emerging audit firms to emerge? Thank you, Chair.
Raleboa Mhlompe Mlefe. Mchabseke Makuwen. Then Van Rooyen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and my humble apologies for not raising my hand on the icon. I'm still struggling with a new device that I can't locate the hand icon. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson.
Adjust the camera. We can only see your neck. Yeah.
Can you see me now, Chair?
Yes, we can see your face.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The first question that I have is to SARS, Chairperson. SARS recently wrote a letter to the Standing Committee responding to the letter in terms of our committee engagement. We looked into the letter as we had it given to us, but in the letter, the Commissioner emphasizes the fact that there were incidences previously, or learning from previous experiences, where budget was appropriated and allocated to SARS, but they did not get the entire allocation. Perhaps maybe the commissioner can speak to exactly what that sentence meant in the letter that was written to us. And then the second question that I have is in relation to illicit flows that comes into the country or that are smuggled out of the country that are not accounted for. In terms of the allocation and the strengthening and reinforcement of SARS, what are the projections that SARS think they can be able to curb these illicit flows, and also in terms of rands, what is estimated to be saved or be collected into the fiscus? Then my second question, Chair, goes to Sasria. Now, my understanding, but I stand to be corrected by Sasria, is that purchasing a Sasria insurance requires that you purchase it from the market, meaning that you purchase from your already existing companies, the likes of Old Mutual and other Outsurance and so on, meaning that a Sasria insurance is embedded in a product that you buy. Like when you buy from Old Mutual, you also say, I need a Sasria insurance, and that gets included, and you pay for it. But you can't go to Sasria direct to purchase the product that you would require. Now, I want to find out what happens then if, let's say, there is a dispute or there are challenges because the product is split. It will be split between the product that you bought from the existing insurance company and then the Sasria. If what happens during the assessment and where there are disputes in terms of Sasria saying no, they are okay with paying, but the other part, which is the other product that you bought has an issue. How do you resolve those? And what are the future, perhaps maybe, plans for the Sasria insurance to be more accessible in terms of a product that can be bought easily in the market, unlike going via the existing insurance companies? That would be my questions for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Makwena. Mhlompe van Rey.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Dr. Maswangani. My apology, I'm from an area which is terrible with connectivity, so I won't show my face, popular as it is. Chair, we'll start with SARS. I think, but also let me welcome all the representation of the APPs. SARS named one of its program Modernization 3.0. Obviously, they might be linking that with the third version of the third budget by Minister Kodongwana. But I hope they are aware that as matter ventilated in the committee, there was also a view that this budget or that version was not a third version, but just a version 2, which was just, of course, infused with some small changes. I think it will be interesting for me to know from the Commissioner, is my assertion correct that Modernization Program 3.0 is named 3.0 as a result of the third attempt of presenting the budget in this financial year? And secondly, as agreed in one of our committee meetings in the past, I think it will be important, Chairperson, that we get an indication from SARS as to how much is allocated per program, but also what are the projected, more especially projected revenue targets of that is what has been allocated. I think it's important for us to have that information, because then it will help us to motivate further in terms of additional allocation based on the performance of these allocations that will be injected in some of these programs. So we'll be knowing which program is yielding the desired results and which program should be maybe prioritized in terms of expediting revenue enhancement, realization of revenue enhancement targets. On the tax Ombud, the commission, the tax Ombud is referring to heavy-handed enforcement by SARS officials. You see, when we introduce such a concept or maybe phenomenon, we should agree that it can be interpreted differently by different stakeholders. It's a very loaded phenomenon. And this is also complicated by cases that, of course, carry differing merits. That simply suggests that cases might differ from one to the other on the basis of the different merits of those cases. So what I want to know from the Ombudsman, what is exactly is she trying to define when she says heavy-handed enforcement by SARS official? Can at least maybe give us some prevalent cases that has been brought to her attention that qualifies to be called heavy-handed enforcement measures by SARS official. But also it will be important for us, maybe in the past financial year, to get to know how many such cases have been handled in the previous financial year. I know maybe because of time, those details were not properly shared. But I think it will be appropriate for us to know how severe is this, because I think the Ombuds emphasized that the bulk of the cases that are handling seems to be dominated by this category of heavy-handed enforcement by SARS officials. But also I want to know, in cases where the Ombuds is able to pick up such cases, are there any action taken against these SARS officials? Maybe if it's possible, we can also be favored with the details of such actions. And then to Sasria, you spoke, I don't know, maybe it is because of time, you spoke of irregular and wasteful expenditure, but you didn't give details as to what constitutes these tendencies, but also what's your remedial action plan, because it's important for us to know where are the gaps and how you intend closing those gaps. And lastly, still with Sasria, I think we are all aware that there is a surge in climate change related cases or disaster cases. And I hear Sasria saying they don't cover climate change related disasters or crises. My question is, how far is the progress in legislating correctly? Because I hear Sasria saying they're engaging national treasure. Roughly, when can we expect this process being subject or maybe being brought to the attention of Parliament? How far? What is the progress status of this important intervention? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Van Rooyen. I think those are the questions. Alan, if you can, please pull out the engagement that we once had with Justice Mwepe, the former tax ombud, or Dr. Zakel If you remember, we once had a long engagement with Justice Mwepe at there is a hotel somewhere in the CBD of Cape Town, almost the whole day, on number of issues that he had raised regarding the office of the tax ombud. And if I'm not mistaken, we took some decisions in that meeting so that they can help in this engagement that we are having with the tax ombud. And also the oversight visit that we had to Sasria offices in Johannesburg. We had a full day there at Sasria. I think the chairperson then, was it Mr. Mwesheng, if I'm not mistaken? And the current CEO was incoming when we went there. We had an extensive discussion regarding Sasria, the issues that are raised by business people, and in particular small businesses. So we had a view as to how certain issues should be processed. So I don't want to rehash some of the issues that we raised that time, but if you can pull them out for us, it will assist. And as I say, that the CEO who's there was incoming, and he attended our meeting for him to be introduced to the standing committee. Okay. Stakeholders, please respond to questions. Let me start with SARS Commissioner and your team. Over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members. Let me answer the questions as they have been asked. What I in fact want to do is, just for clarity, share a slide that speaks to the first question that was asked on the HR and debt, because I think the slide shares that comprehensively. And that's fine. There we go. So just for clarity, and I think it's a useful question, Honourable Chair, that the budget allocation for this year, specifically for the debt recovery project, is 2 billion. In the outer years, it is 1 billion. The first billion was allocated for the first time in the previous year, and using those resources, we allocated 722 resources to debt, and that has yielded the result that we included in our 95 billion of debt that we reported in total for the previous year. In addition to that, we now have a 2nd billion, which was commenced on the 1st of April this financial year. The plan is that if we then retain the 722 of last year, and to date we have already brought on another 750, we currently have in our system just under 1,500, 1,475 additional resources. They are brought on as temporary resources that are project-based. The plan is to scale that up to 2,500. We hope to also create some of those opportunities in KwaZulu-Natal and in the Western Cape to draw on labor resources that are available in those two big provinces, which is also where the bulk of our activity would correspond to. So for this year, we plan to ramp up to the 2.5. Our business as usual resources in debt collection is 952, and what we have put in as a commitment is that from business as usual, we'll grow our debt from 94 billion to 101 billion. That's targeting a 7% growth. And that the additional billion we have committed to the minister, we conservatively estimate 20 billion. And at the outer end, an ambitious 50 billion. The minister, you will recall, has mentioned that he has in his back pocket a number of 35 billion, and that he will wait until October to see what level of confidence he has and to what extent he then will put that into the October medium-term statement. I have to point out to the committee that that project for now is only funded for this year. That project is not funded for the outer years, so we will not be able to retain the additional 1,500 or 1,500 or thereabout additional resources, and we are still in discussion with the minister to fund that. And I imagine if I was the minister, I would look at that, and if I have confidence, I will consider that. So for now, that's the view of the debt. We have committed to provide quarterly updates on how well we are doing with overall debt collection and specifically with the additional funding. And we will honor that commitment in our first quarterly report after the end of June. So that really is the answer on debt. On the question of the letter to Parliament, I am going to answer it in the way that I understand it. But if Madam Makubela doesn't feel that has answered the question or has meant a different question, we have to take a review on that. But at the moment, I understand that we send to Treasury a letter of request setting out our requirements. We do that normally by about the third quarter of the financial year. And towards the end of the financial year, we get an initial letter of allocation, we engage Treasury, and then we get a final letter of allocation. I'm going to hand over to our CFO, Mr. Skalkhiman, just to give an update of how that process unfolds and where we finally stand.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the members of the committee. Just to clarify a little bit further, during our budget submissions, we've indicated consistently in the past years that the underfunding in SARS is between 5 and 7 billion per annum. Our indication in the last budget submission was that 17.5 billion over the NTEF period will be required to ramp up capacity at SARS to optimal levels. We are grateful for the additional allocations received in this financial year. But to the honourable member's question, it's still a shortfall of approximately 3 billion per annum to reach the objectives that we have set for ourselves. So in short, Chair, the the requirements versus what was allocated still represents approximately 3 billion shortfall per annum over the NTIF period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Schalk. Then, Chair, on the question of illicit financial flows, I'm just going to give a description for the benefit of especially the new members of the phenomena that we see, and then I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Makubu to talk about what we do. So when we talk about illicit financial flows, it manifests in a number of ways. The most aggressive and prolific phenomena is what we call trade-based money laundering, which means that on goods that are imported or exported, traders or taxpayers use that system to flow money across the borders in an illicit way. So, for example, the Reserve Bank may get an application for an advance payment to be made when a business onshore applies for a request to make payment on an advance payment on an order that will be sent from a foreign destination. Let's say, for example, the application is for 100 million of capital goods to be acquired. The Reserve Bank then gives the approval. SARS then tracks the goods when it is actually delivered, and it is declared via a customs declaration. And we may see that the goods actually is declared at a value of 80 million, whereas the request for payment was 100 million. Now, that can only mean one of two things. It means that the value of the goods is actually 80 million, but the additional 20 million was an illicit flow of money offshore. So that would be a very classical example of trade-based money laundering. What we then do is we do parity assessment between ourselves and the Reserve Bank to reconcile and to react to any discrepancy. So that would be an example of illicit financial flows. Other illicit flow would be bringing money into the country that is not declared, or taking money offshore that is not declared. We have at the moment a voluntary declaration system. And so we would risk profile taxpayers due to their travel history or the risk that we identify. But in many instances, there may still be taxpayers or traders who slip through the net. Let me ask Dr. Makubu to just share a little bit of how we deal with illicit financial flows. And for this purpose, we're sticking to illicit financial flows as opposed to illicit trade.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and good day to the Chair and the members of the committee. Commissioner has touched on trade-based money laundering, and I think to just emphasize on that point, we then have implemented an advanced import payment system together with ourselves and the commercial banks, as well as the Reserve Bank, just to close the loop on monies that leave the country and the goods that are supposed to then arrive back in the country. That allows us to a great extent to enforce, albeit 2-3 months later, to understand whether indeed the goods that were claimed to be under a procurement trade transaction have landed in the country. So that advanced import payment system is going to continue to be rolled out, and we believe it's going to go a long way in terms of making visible these types of transactions and also helping us to curb illicit financial flows that go through that particular way. Members will also be aware that there is exchange controls that are in place where if there is international transfers that need to be done, those come through SARS and there is a request for those approvals. And that is another way in which we try to have a sense of the flows that are happening out of the country so that we can always check that we've got a sense of how those funds were accumulated and whether those that are involved in those transactions had met their obligations from a tax point of view. Similarly, with foreign investment allowances, we've got a proactive process that ensures that we keep a pulse on those transactions. Can we do better? I believe we can. However, the environment is structured such that we are able to have a view on this. If I just add, there is generally also a view that transfer pricing and base erosion and profit shifting falls under illicit financial flows. We can debate. However, in as far as that view is held, we've got a specific team in our large business and international segment that looks at all transactions that leave the country, whether it's interest payments and or payments of royalties to a foreign jurisdiction, to understand how those are done. In our annual report, we do report back on the number of audits that we have done that relate specifically to base erosion and profit shifting, as well as transfer pricing. We continue to look at that area. And with the global minimum tax coming through, we will continue to intensify our views on, or rather our enforcement activities on matters that relate to base erosion and transfer pricing, as it were. Chair, we will stop there on this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. Then the next question was on the modernization. So why modernization 3.0? I would like to be very clear. This has nothing to do with budget 3.0. We had in previous presentations said that the journey of transformation for SARS, the modernization journey, took place in two phases in the past period. The first phase was at the creation of SARS, when the two departments were taken out of the public service and established as SARS as an autonomous entity. The first modernization was about basically turning it from an internally administrative oriented organization to a taxpayer-centric organization, and it also required the early adoption of service centers, or what we call branches then, to be more client-facing. That continued up to about 2007, with very little deployment of technology in terms of the engagement between SARS and taxpayers. From 2007 onwards, we started introducing online filing, and then built a platform whereby previously digital or physical engagements with taxpayers and physical work by our own employees were replaced with digital experiences. So, for example, I spoke about 97% of returns were submitted in phase one. 97% of returns would have come to us in paper form, which meant we would have had to deal with it manually. In phase two, we increasingly stepped up the ability for taxpayers to engage with us and submit their returns digitally. But a lot of that work still took place behind the scenes manually, and increasingly we automated some of our processes to allow that work also to be done with computers. In that phase, we have also introduced electronic payment platforms we no longer accepted cash, we no longer accepted checks, and so most 99.9% of our payments today are made electronically, either via a bank transfer or on our own e-filing platform. So that's modernization 2.0, which was converting all physical engagements into digital experiences. What is difference between taxpayer modernization phase 3, which commenced with initial steps over the last 2 years, but will be the focus of the next 5 to 10 years, what we call modernization 3.1, phase 3.0 is the emergence of what we call agentifications or AI agents that will work with human beings using AI algorithms. Increasingly, for example, today, all of us use ChatGPT and give it a question and it will give you an answer. We have, for example, deployed now a AI-based engagement platform where taxpayers can put generic questions in our first phase. They can give a theoretical example that they bought a house at X, they're selling us at Y, what would be the tax obligation? Or they've got rental income plus standard income, how would the tax be calculated? So these are generic examples. In the next phase, we're developing the deployment of AI agents to do more specific assessments of an individual who will then submit their unique identifier, and the assessment of an outcome will be provided in an automated form. So really, modernization 3.0 is about modernizing our entire platform, not just fine-tuning the old one, but this time embedding it in smart technologies which did not exist before 2021. But now it increasingly is coming about, and we are deploying that, and that's why we call that modernization 3.0. On the specific allocation, Honourable van Rooyen, I will hand over to DC Scholz just to share with you how we will allocate the 500 million for this year, and then I will talk about the benefits.
Thank you, Commissioner. Honourable Chair and honourable members, for the question. As you would have picked up, the program comprises of eight generational initiatives. I will briefly run through them in terms of the funding allocation that we have at this point as a first version of budget determined and put together. An important point to make is that in the early years, of which this is year one, is that a significant portion of the investment will go into foundational work and platform work to set up the platforms in order to ensure that what we build and what we develop is founded on a solid foundation of infrastructure as well as data, and that we then are able to build on that. The second point is that these are multi-year programs. As you will know from the presentation, they are not insignificant. They are complex, and they will take multi-years to complete. In terms of what we are providing for this current financial year, on program 1, which is unique digital identity, a rough amount of about 10 million rand. For the instant payment system in this year, there is no provision. We do not foresee that there will be expenses that will flow in the current year, as this is a program that's undertaken in collaboration with other government agencies and the Reserve Bank. With regard to the creating a comprehensive taxpayer account, the provision there is around 40 million for this year, which are programs that are already underway. The modernization of the case management system, roughly 80 million. Embed the entity compliance model, which is also making significant progress, roughly 50 million. The modernization of VAT, around 30 million. Modernization of customs and excise, around 240 million, which is an extensive program covering smart borders, scanners, and several other elements relating to single window that have already been alluded to. And then finally, in terms of the upskilling and preparation of our staff to coexist with AI, that there's a current provision of 100 million. That's roughly around the 500 million, slightly above the 500 million mark. As I pointed out, these will comprise a mixture of hardware, software to establish the robust platforms on top of which we will, in future years, then continue to build further functionality and enhancements. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Carl. Then just to the important question of benefit. We have, you members will recall in the presentation, we have 8 programs that is what makes up the modernization program that we call Modernization 3.0. But they all contribute, they are interconnected and are not separate programs. It is about how do we enhance the entire administrative platform of SARS in an integrated systemic way. And so that's the first message I want to share. The second is that if we do it well, it will deliver the 6 outcomes that we refer to, being it should increase voluntary compliance, it should enhance taxpayer experience, it should enhance our own employee experience, it should streamline our internal processes and improve operational efficiencies, and lastly, it should build a more sustainable SARS over the longer term. And when we go into our strategic plan, our APP, we set out the milestones over the 5-year period, how that will bear out. The ultimate measure of our success will be, are we able to collect revenue more efficiently? Are we able to close the tax gap? And thirdly, are we able to improve the facilitation of legitimate trade across our borders? So there isn't a single measure for every one of the programs. They are connected as they are part of an interconnected system that will be measured by the 6 outcomes and will have impact on our mandate objectives of collecting revenue, improving compliance, and facilitating legitimate trade. Let me pause there, Chair. When we present our annual report of last year, we'll come back to some of these and demonstrate and share with the committee how some of that have already begun to manifest in measurable benefits to the fiscus, but also to taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, SARS team. OTO.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chair. Okay. The first question was from Honorable Sekwati, the patterns of complaints that we receive and whether there were complaints on the 2 ports. The pattern of complaints that we receive, number 1, refunds, they rank first on the list. And number 2, ever since we started the investigation on e-profile hijacking, number 2 is e-profile hijacking. And then whenever we receive our complaints, for instance, a taxpayer is saying that SARS is delayed, the verification is akin to audit, they will say that they were not happy with the SARS unprofessional conduct, but they are even scared of reporting these complaints to us because of the issue of victimization. So with regard to the two ports, Honorable Sekwati, the queries, it's not complaints, it's queries, to be fair. And it's taxpayers trying to understand how does two-port work. And it's taxpayers not knowing that when they get the money from the two ports, they're going to pay tax according to their tax rates, because they think that they're going to pay it according to their retirement fund tables. And another one that we receive mostly to those taxpayers, whereby the taxpayer registered before she got married, and then she gets married, and then she's got a different surname. So whereby State SARS will be verifying the identity of a taxpayer, and in such a point that it's taking too long. And the other one is whereby I remember the commissioner went on TV when two-port started and told the South Africans that if you withdraw from two-port, SARS will take the money first. So taxpayers were still not aware about that. So they say that I withdraw from two-port, and then I was expecting to get this money, but I see that SARS has taken this money. So those are the things that the complaints that we are receiving from two-ports, on two-ports. And then Honorable Molefe, on the issue that our recommendations are not binding in law. Yes, they are not binding. And I remember Honorable Judge Ngwepe was raised his issues on this one. And then, unfortunately, the only recourse that we have as the Office of the Tax Ombud is to report in terms of the quarterly report to the commissioner, report to the minister, and also report to the parliament in terms of the annual report. Or when we come to parliament like today, we also report on the trends that we see. And now this comes to the third question from Honorable Guest Van Rooyen, whereby he asked that I should define the term heavy-handedness in this regard. So what we mean here is that in the exercise of their powers, SARS act in a manner that appears overly forceful, rigid, and uncompromising, whereby SARS will say to the taxpayer, I want information now. You must bring me information within the period of 3 days. That's what they said. And then whereby SARS will be aggressive to the taxpayer. They write an email to the taxpayer and say, come to a meeting now, ASAP. And then in doing so, and then another one that we have just seen now is that taxpayers who were previously on auto-assessment, they are not aware that they have to file their tax returns. And taxpayers have got administrative penalty for non-filing of their tax returns, like 2024. Taxpayer was on auto-assessment. So when the taxpayer gets the email, the letter from SARS, it's saying you are owing 3,500. It does not say for what. So taxpayers come here, and then we even said to SARS during the meetings that, can you please, in your letters of demand, say, because when the taxpayer was on auto-assessment, not required to file the return, and now the taxpayer is saying, the SARS is saying you did not file the return. Even that taxpayer said, but you must lodge a complaint. And then you find that these taxpayers, because as I normally say that at the OTO, we deal with grassroots level taxpayers. Like I was saying in the meeting that you go to 157 Moja Love, you don't go to BBC. That's the type of the taxpayers that you are dealing with. Like those taxpayers that are complaining about 3,500, 2,500, and 2,000 rands. And then Honorable Van Rooyen, I can talk about this. We can't talk about taxpayer complaints because we've got confidentiality. But this taxpayer went on TikTok, whereby our name was mentioned, whereby the taxpayer complained about the SARS service, that SARS gave poor service to the taxpayer. So that one is on TikTok. It's there. I can't talk about other complaints because of confidentiality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, OTO. The next is Sasria.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting myself back online or on streaming. I hope the members can see me. I hope the members, I hope the members can see me now, and so on. Thank you for the questions, Chair, and I will deal them in the order they came. I think the first one was from the Honorable Member of Parliament, Date Molefe. Let me first deal with the issue he raised around youth unemployment. So before the July 2021, and as you correctly pointed out, Chair, when you first came to our offices, I was coming in. I'm aware that, the board of Sasria at the time had considered setting aside quite a substantial amount of money to try and tackle the issue of youth unemployment, because Sasria at that time was sitting with reserves of 9.5 billion, and they didn't anticipate, there were no indications in the environment that there will be a claim of the significance or the magnitude of July 2021. So that's quite a higher than the amount that the honorable member had suggested and so on. And as they were deliberating over that, then July 2021 happened. And as I said, it happened over 9 days, and the final cost was 32 billion rand. It wiped out in its entirety everything that Sasria had in its arsenal. I think it's fair to mention at this point that Sasria had over the years contributed to the fiscus, either through taxes or dividends, an amount of 15.5 billion that was taken out as dividends, and then Sasria had to be recapitalized by 22 billion. So when you first came to our offices, I made a presentation in which I shared as to at what level would Sasria require an injection from Parliament and so on. And if you will recall, we said if the country will have had an event of 15 billion rand, then the fiscus will have had to contribute an amount of 6.6 billion. The point I'm trying to make is this: right now, it would look, after 3 years after the event, where we have been rebuilding the company and restoring it to a situation that is better than it was before 2021, the 17.5 billion rands might look attractive. But as things stand now, we have improved the situation such that it's only when the company experiences an event over 20 billion that it will require assistance from the fiscus. If an event is below 20 billion, then we will not require assistance from the fiscus. However, to answer the question directly that has been raised about youth unemployment and what is Sasria doing directly, before July 2021, we're involved in a couple of initiatives. For instance, in an area in Didwons, where we built a community hall. We gave young people access to various tools, in fact, computers, internet access, and so on. And after that intervention, we saw, claims in that area went down. As we are speaking now, my team is in the Pietermaritzburg area. What we have identified is that when we have trucking incidents where people, ban trucks, they tend to be located around the Moy River Plus area and Moy River Plaza area. And what we have done, we partnered with the University of KZN, engaged the community there quite extensively using the academics from the University of KwaZulu-Natal to identify what the issues are and so on. And out of that process, we've identified that young people there need particular skilling. My team is negotiating with the TVET College in that area where the community will nominate youth. We are talking about 100 over a period of 3 years, where they will then be skilled in areas of agriculture, electrical, and plumbing. But in my view, those things are really a drop in the ocean, as the member will quickly get to that. We need to set aside substantial amounts of funding. Yesterday, we had our CSI committee where we have committed that Sasria is going to set aside certain fund, a percentage of our net profit against tax towards this particular problem. Over the next 3 to 4 years, we believe that we will have an arsenal of about 450 million rands to start addressing this particular problem that the member is raising. But because of July 2021, our initial focus was to, as the committee had correctly identified when they visited Sasria, that we were in an unsustainable path. So we had to stable the ship post-July 2021, accumulate the reserves, and then when we get to 20 billion rands and so, then we will start to have the firepower to start dealing with the problem. And I did say also there are a couple of CSI initiatives that we're doing. Most Black people, at least the team I work with in Sasria, most of us, we've managed to get out of poverty through education. So there are various initiatives at Sasria throughout the years and even now that it's undertaking around education. We are the founding company when it comes to development of Black actuaries in South Africa. We are also involved with Tutuka in the funding of Black accountants as well. It's been one of our priority projects. We're involved at high schools in improving maths and science education. We've partnered with the UCT online, where we fund also about 100 students from an education point of view. And in our CSI program also we'll go further down and go into early childhood development. But really, for us to start making an impact, we do need the firepower. And as Sasria improves its financial position, and it's able to deal with a big event without tapping into the fiscus, then we will be working to address that. So I will stop there around the youth unemployment. The second question that the member, I'll start with the third question about the involvement of Sasria, of industry in Sasria. Sasria was not really owned by the insurance companies. Basically, the name comes from South African Special Risk Insurance Association. Basically, what happened was that the industry set up a Sasria, but Sasria then, through the Reinsurance Act, had enjoyed a state guarantee from the state, which said that should Sasria be unable to meet its liabilities, the state will give it money. So the person at all times who was carrying the risk was not the insurance industry per se. It was the state. And post 1976, in reality, Sasria, from the premiums that it was collecting from its members, it was able to pay the claims such that it never had to go into the fiscus to ask for a bailout. Then in 2008, the state, there was a conversion of Sasria Act that was published. And in that act, basically, it gave the power to the minister to privatize Sasria, because there was a debate in government as to whether Sasria is still relevant, given that it was formed post 1976 civil unrest and so on. Then a cabinet then decided to retain Sasria as it is, and then we had July 2021. As part of that Sasria Conversion Act, then the company was owned fully by the state. It became an SOC. Previously, it didn't pay tax or pay dividends to the state. And then with the conversion, it started to pay taxes and pay dividends. And that's how the state was able to take the 15.5 billion rand in revenue out of Sasria. Now it's a fully owned state company. The only involvement of the industry is it may be in two areas as stipulated in the Conversion of Sasria Act, which is when the minister has got the sole power, or cabinet has got the sole power to appoint the board of directors of Sasria. But generally, the law then requires him to consult with the industry. So the way we do it is that the minister will decide after an appropriate selection process who should be on the board of Sasria. Then those names will be shared with the industry, and the industry will state its view. The views of the industry are not in any way binding on the minister. So the minister enjoys exclusive power to appoint the board of directors of Sasria. And also, if there is a change in direction and structure of Sasria, then the minister needs to consult with the industry. And again, as the sole shareholder of the state, as a sole shareholder of Sasria, decides the direction that the company is to take. Now, when it comes to the discussion around the Sasria premium and the role of big business and so on, I want to share what I shared to the committee at the time when they visited us as to the split of claims. So on the upper, we split the claims by claims amount. So we've got claims below 500,000, and then it goes up to claims above 10 million. In general, what you will see that during the CAT period, your larger claims by count, they are very small, but as the member correctly identified, by amount, they are quite significant. So what we do when we price for the risk, we segment the market. So we segment personal lines, we segment trucks, we segment taxis, we segment engineering risks, we segment marine risk, so there is a segmentation that we do. We look at the claims from each segment and we calculate what should be the technical rate for each segment. So basically, the premiums are reflective of the risk each segment poses to the pool. However, you'll know that insurance is a product where the claims of the few are paid by the premiums of the many. So there is cross-subsidization. And that cross-subsidization, for instance, the first time in the entire history of Sasria of 44 years, let's say 43 years during July 2021, it's only then that we had claims above 500 million, which refers to large corporates. So the large corporates made a claim above 500 million. Those claims in total were 2.5 billion rands. And in those claims, we shared the risk with the London reinsurance market. So the London market paid 80% of those claims, and Sasria itself paid 20%. So when you look at risk above 500 million, which is where your large retailers are, generally, we have a proposition where we share the risk with the London market. The product that I alluded to earlier on in my presentation, where I'm saying it's going to the board next week, there we anticipate that the London market will retain 75% of the risk, and the pricing is determined jointly between the reinsurers and ourselves, because Sasria retains only 25% of the risk, which is rather sort of prudent. So there is a fair balance as to the premium that we are all sort of paying, whether we are a small entity or a personal lines client or a large corporate and so on. There is significant as I said, a segmentation. Here I'm giving you an example. As I said, we are going through a premium increases right now, and I just want to share with the members as to the Sasria, what sort of people pay on Sasria annually. Basically, if someone is driving a Ferrari vehicle, here is the unfortunate thing that we have not yet fixed in Sasria. Whether you drive a car worth $1 million, $2 million, 10 million, 20,000, if you drive a car, your premiums per year is 26.23 rand. And then you can see Toyota Hi-Ace minibus pays 88 rands 38. We're looking at a particular value of a minibus, and you can see for money in transit, a university building of 50 million, they pay an annual premium of just about 3,000 rand. So you'll immediately see that the annual premiums of Sasria are generally, on the low side, because it reflects the risk that we have. The other involvement we have with the insurance industry is that Sasria is now building to Honorable Mem Makubela's question about the way Sasria is being sold and being embedded in the underlying sort of product. So we use the insurance companies as a channel to sell the insurance policies, and it's embedded as such. So given the low premium of 26 rands for a car and for a building of about 35 rands per annum, the challenge that we have in making Sasria accessible if someone is not participating in the financial system in South Africa and so on is that we are currently unable to sell directly to people because our premiums are small. And if you look at the collection fee that gets charged by the bank to do debit orders, effectively it becomes higher than the premium that we are charging. So there is no incentive for the banking system to sell the product or to be part of that because the premiums are very, very low. What we are looking at though, but we are making slow progress in it, is when people are able to pay Sasria premiums using digital platforms. So if we get to a stage where the people will be able to buy the Sasria product using their cell phone and settle the premium using their phone, and there's minimal friction or cost associated with collection, that's when it's going to be viable. From a time frame point of view, with all the initiatives that are happening within the Reserve Bank, restructuring the payment system and the mobile app technology, we think that's going to be possible in 2 years to 3 years' time. I know it's not good progress, but unfortunately, every time we try and do this, we hit that particular constraint and so on. And then when it comes to disputes that we have to deal with, Generally, there are very few disputes that we have to deal as I had presented earlier on. Generally, even though it's embedded in your insurance policy or mutual insure, Santam, whatever, it's clear what Sasria insures. And generally, when there's been a Sasria event, whether it's a labor dispute, people protesting politically or non-politically, or a terrorist event, those basically, they receive media attention. And as we say that we collect various information from various sources to understand what's going on in the country. So it's very quick to assess whether it's a Sasria claim or a conventional claim. So I made an example earlier on. If, for instance, a truck is carrying, I witnessed one incident, the truck was carrying cold drinks and it broke down and then people came and looted. So there is no Sasria peril that was operating. So it's clear that your conventional insurance will pay for that loss of stock because it's a malicious pure looting. However, if there was a protest and then people then end up looting after that, then it becomes a Sasria matter. If there is a dispute, like it could go either way, what we do as the industry, we decide that Sasria will pay 50% of the claim. The conventional insurer that insured that client would pay 50% of that claim, and then we pay the client, and then internally, through a dispute resolution, either we can use mediation as well, we decide as to whether who should pay the full 100% of the claim. So that's how we deal with disputes. Within Sasria, we've got a lady, her job is purely to deal with consumer complaints and so on. Then coming to Honorable Des van Rooyen's question around, I must apologize about not getting into full detail around the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As I said, the amount was 24,000 rand. And if you will have noticed in our previous reports to you, those amounts will run into a couple of millions of rands. We have put controls in place over the years, and that amount, as you can see, has reduced significantly. And if I were to go to some form of a detail, one was where we paid the client twice, an amount of 13,000. That client is paying back that amount, but we have to report it even though it was paid or is being paid back. And the final one, due to some circumstances, the amount of 10,000 rand, a staff member couldn't attend a training program. So that's what that came to. The other ones was where we had contracts with that were not terminated at an appropriate time. That was the amount of about 550,000. Again, we have enhanced our controls there, and where necessary, we've issued a letter of warning to a staff member who did let the contract go into an overrun. So that was the question that Mr. Van Rooyen had asked. I hope I'm not. Then now let me deal with what the chair of the committee referred to their visit and the stuff and the issues that they had raised during that session. I think the first one was really around the financial challenges and support that Sasria had. And as we have said, that we did get the necessary support from Treasury, and there was concern about sustainability of Sasria at that time. Yes, over the last 3 years, there has been whether Sasria is sustainable, given that the committee in that meeting correctly did find that the risks in the country for a Sasria event remain high. That was the committee observations. And as we are saying where we are now, Sasria, over the last 3 years, we've grew our premiums by 88%. So we used to have a premium before July 2021 of 3.1 billion. We are currently sitting at 5.8 billion rands of premium, and we intend to grow that by 8% in the current year. So we are, that's one. The second thing is that we did a lot of things around risk management to try and prevent the occurrence of July 2021. So amongst the things that as Sasria we have done is, for example, we ran a consumer education campaign that was flighted on TV, that was flighted on taxi ranks, that was also, we gave people free data if they watched the Sasria consumer education a video, and that reached over 30 million people in South Africa. And the emphasis was twofold. One, Sasria is there to cover special risk. Please speak to your insurer or a broker if you're a small business so that you can have Sasria cover. But really the big target audience was not the people with the property that could be damaged by a Sasria event. It was to say to South Africans generally, as much as we are a constitutional democracy and you've got a constitutional right to protest, and that it is really we cannot behave like before 1994. The state infrastructure is for the benefit of South Africans, and if we destroy it, basically what we are doing, we are scoring our own goal. So we're saying to South Africans, in the way of protesting, please, can we refrain from destroying infrastructure? I must say that campaign has been very successful, and post-Sasria initiating it and so on, we see even social media within government is starting to go with that. And even we were on radio. In fact, I must say at this point, I am joined in this meeting by our exec for governance and also our exec for strategy. Him and I, Themba Sibiya, him and I, we spend a lot of time on radio, on TV, generally engaging South Africans about the need for restraint, not to destroy infrastructure during protests. And during the election year, we partnered, for instance, with the South African Council of Churches, and then they were able to deploy election observers, and we saw how the outcome of the elections played out. There was really minimal disturbance in the election processes. So those are some of the things that we are doing. We do engage now with the security cluster. In terms of our reinsurance arrangements, is that the police must respond to an incident within 72 hours. If they do not, Sasria does not get cover. So we've engaged with the necessary people in government to make sure that those things happen. And I think government has played its part and so on. Yeah, and then the other issue that was raised by the committee was effective management governance. The committee commended Sasria for its and government, including succession planning and so on. So generally, all the concerns that were raised during that meeting we have been addressed. Sasria is in a far much more better footing, but we are not out of the woods yet. We've had an event of 32 billion. Currently, we can only handle an amount of 20 billion. And then finally, I was sure that there was a question from Honorable Van Rooyen that I was not covering, where he asked for the timelines and so on. I don't want to play back what has happened in the history, but generally what I can say to the committee, way back in 2015, 2016, I was the CEO of the Land Bank Insurance Company. There was a collaboration between Land Bank and Sasria to address climate change risks. Certain proposals were made and they didn't materialize. Now, where we are today, Treasury engaged the World Bank and the IMF. They've just completed the study in which Sasria has been an active participant in. Sasria and the Land Bank has been an active participant in, which seeks to address climate change risks and how do we ensure municipal infrastructure when it comes to a disaster. Those proposals came through last week, and they've been given input to Sasria. On our side, both the Land Bank and Sasria, as you know, Land Bank has got a mandate around agriculture, issues of drought, and issues of excess rain when you are about to harvest and so on. We're looking at the two mandates and saying, how can we then collaborate going forward to do that? In terms of timelines, Honorable Van Rooyen, to be quite honest, I will not venture to say it to you. I would be speculative if I were to tell you how long the process is going to take. But I think Treasury is best placed to give you that indication and so on. Thank you very much. I will stop there.
Thanks, Sasria. IRBA.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the good questions. I will also respond to the questions in the order they were asked. Starting off with Honourable Member Burke's question around the decline in the number of registered auditors, which we've seen over the last decade, and the dilemma that we're facing in order of addressing that. Honourable Burke, you're 100% correct. We are aware and we are dealing with this dilemma. We compare it with two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, you need to enforce and regulate misconduct or improper conduct by auditors in quite a strong way to deter further misconduct. But on the other hand, you also want to make the profession more attractive to younger people. So I'll deal with the two areas. What we're doing to solve this problem is it's all about context. So on the one hand, we are aware that especially during the last couple of years dealing with state capture, where auditors were implicated in state capture, for example, it didn't do the image of the profession any favors. But we had to deal with it as a regulator. We had to step up our regulatory efforts and intensity and robustness to address the risk. In terms of our new strategy in the next 5 years, how we are planning to deal with this some say it's the fines. When young people see the fines in the media, the huge fines of auditors, that's a deterrent. But I think if you look at the context behind it, the root cause of fines is poor audit quality. The root cause of fines is audit failure. So when we engage with young people and even with the firms, we talk about focusing on fixing audit quality and improving audit quality. You will see less audit failures and less negative news. So that is our strategy. High sustained audit quality is one of our 4 pillars. In fact, it's the foundation of our strategy over the next 5 years. Because if we believe with our stakeholders, if we fix audit quality and improve it over time, there'll be less risk of negative publicity. On the other hand, also part of our strategy, and which is on another pillar that you would have seen in our slides, is fostering an attractive and thriving profession. So that's all about branding and visibility. So what we're doing as, for example, as the IRBA, we do visit universities, we have a stand, we have material, we engage with students and to tell them about audit as a route. And we bring a positive spin to when we engage with them, because we do have a lot to offer as an auditing profession. For example, it is one of the few professions where you can have you make an impact, a public interest impact. Auditors are, I've always said it, auditors should see themselves as public servants because they serve the public interest. And as we know, young people are quite attractive to make a difference in the world and to foster a sustainable world. Also sustainability, the new reporting on sustainability, which is non-financial in many instances, it's also an element that is quite attractive to young people because they believe getting involved in that space, giving assurance on sustainability reporting, they do play a role in making the world a better place. We also have technology, the extensive investment in technology by the firms, large and small. That's quite attractive to young people because they can use and utilize advanced technology in the work that they do. So these are just some examples. So our strategy covers both sides of the coin, the context around the importance of audit quality, and that we need to act as a regulator when something goes wrong, when an auditor gets found guilty of improper conduct. We need to investigate. We need to do that. But that context needs to be understood, that we do that, we regulate to deter improper conduct, not to deter attraction to the profession. So that context is quite important. Honorable Burks, second question was around mandatory firm rotation. So as the IRBA and as part of the regulators on EFR, majority of regulators still believe that mandatory firm rotation is an important tool in the regulatory toolbox to promote auditor independence. I mean, we can't really look at an audit firm that's audited the same client for over 100 years and perceive them as being independent. There's a familiarity threats and all sorts of threats in terms of our code of conduct that would raise red flags. So we are still in the process of bringing mandatory firm rotation back in our act, or at least the power to make a rule, because the rule was set aside not because of the merits of the rule, but in terms of the process that was followed in setting the rule. So we've already, as the board, submitted our proposals to National Treasury as part of our comprehensive review of our act, as mentioned earlier. So that will be part of the next tranche of amendments. And yes, this committee's support would be critical in further strengthening the ability and the teeth, and giving the regulator teeth to regulate effectively. Yes, I think that would cover the mandatory firm rotation. It's just one interesting point. Although the rule has been set aside 2 years ago, we still see listed entities rotate. I think everyone adopted the fact that everything over 10 years would be deemed to be inappropriate. So we still see listed entities rotate after 10 years. And we're not concerned at this stage because more than 90% of listed entities did rotate in the years running up to the rule. So we have more than 90%. It's closer actually to 95% of listed entities on the JSE that have rotated. So I think the rule, although it's been set aside, have already made an impact. And I believe we are seeing better audit quality and integrity across audits. Then the second question to Honourable Member Sekwati, very good question around the actions that we've taken or are taking against auditors that make themselves guilty of improper conduct. I think on this particular point, which is very critical for us, we are aware that firms were accused of failing to uncover fraud or mismanagement, and auditors faced several severe criticism for not uncovering issues during their audits, which led to heightened regulatory focus and fraud and misstatements, as we've seen following the events of 2017 and state capture, which the regulator, which called for us to increase accountability and consequence management, which we did. We really dialed up the robustness of our regulatory regime in order to address the risk. But we couldn't change at that point in time was that these failures involving auditors that taint the investor trust and confidence in the profession. And that is what our whole previous 5-year strategy was about, to address and mend the expectation gap. So what we've done, and I think to answer your question, SC Sekwati, is that we immediately acted, especially after state capture report was issued. We opened 20 cases against relating to 17 audit firms against registered auditors, and we've now finalized all of these matters. And we had a remarkable success rate. I think in all of these instances, we imposed fines, or the committees imposed fines ranging from between 200,000 and 1.3 million. And collectively, we charged auditors to the amount of 13 million. So the charges that we imposed on the auditors, in addition to financial or monetary fines, we also added compulsory training on public sector auditing, for example. And in the worst case scenario, we removed some of the members from our register. We disqualified them from ever registering with us again. So I think those are some of the actions that we've taken. And I think also looking at over the last 2 or 3 years, we did bring on board mandatory firm rotation. We do believe that it strengthens auditor independence. And in 2021, the president did sign amendments to our act, which gave us search and seizure powers and subpoena powers for investigation. So those are things that we acted upon to give us real powers to address improper conduct. I think what is important to note is you would have seen in the recent months that that stems from last year, that Minister has implemented a new maximum fine regime for the IRBA, ranging from between 5 million and 25 million per charge, which replaces the old maximum of 200,000 Rand per charge in terms of the Administrative Fines Act. So I think we are now in a place where we have teeth. We cannot be accused of being a toothless regulator. We do have sufficient legislative powers and monetary fines, sanctions, and non-financial sanctions at our disposal to hold auditors accountable and, of course, to deter other misconduct by other auditors. And that is really what we've been doing. I think what's also important to note is that we have, in terms of Section 45 of our Act, a reportable irregularity function. This places a requirement on registered auditors to report on any non-compliance, fraud, or corruption that they come across during their audits. And you would have seen from the stats that Zinni presented earlier that we received over 3,500 of these whistleblowing tip-offs over the last 5 years, which more than half of them are issues that we had to report onwards to the relevant authorities for further investigation. And we are following up with those relevant authorities. In fact, last year we've now, for the first time in history, issued an reportable irregularities report that sort of summarizes the types of issues that were reported, as well as the number of issues that were reported to the relevant authorities in terms of assisting to close the loop. I think that answers the report, the question from Honourable Member Sekwati. What is important also is that our fines, although those maximum fines are quite big, we do have a framework in place that introduces proportionality and scalability. Because you can imagine if you fine a small firm 25 million, they'll be out of business and everyone working there will be out of a job. So we have approached this carefully with due care as well, and in terms of being fair and doing this properly without disrupting also the profession, because we are sitting in a situation where we in declining numbers of registered auditors. Then the last question from Honourable Member Molefe on transformation. This is a very important question and very important element for us as well, Honourable Member, in terms of transformation within the firms that we regulate. I'm not talking here about own transformation and employment equity as an organization. This is about the transformation, I believe, of the firms. If I can maybe, to try and answer your question, start off to say that transformation in the auditing profession at the firms has been slow. You are 100% right that the transformation has been slow, but nevertheless, it is happening. To give you an example, in our Auditing Profession Act, which established the IRBA back in 2006, if we compare the register back then with what we had at the end of 2024, we've seen almost 300% increase in Black candidates coming through and registering. We've seen an increase of 73% females coming on board, and bringing us, if you look at the, but it's slow. I think if you look at between 2006 and now, although it's happening, you see it's almost like the older registered auditors need to exit over time, and then the new cohort that is coming on board, for example, in the age group between 25 and 45, if you look at that age group, it's about a 50-50 split. Compared to where, if you look at the over 55s, that's over 80% white still. So I think there is a natural attrition that happens here. It is happening, but it is happening at a slow pace. Our role as a regulator and our objective is to contribute to transformation in the profession and to facilitate transformation through targeted initiatives. To answer your question, in particular, to identify and address barriers to transformation. Now, as you know, audit firms are businesses. They recruit, train, and retain registered auditors, and we only keep track of the registered auditors that they have. But we don't sort of normally track the entire business and their transformation. We only look at the registered auditors on our register. But if we look at that, we've embarked on a strategy called a pipeline strategy that deals with transformation as well. It looks at cradle to grave in terms of recruitment, progression, conversion, and retention. For example, if you look at this process, you have schools that produce candidates to go to university, and you cannot study accounting and become a chartered accountant if you have math literacy, for example. So there's an education element that needs to happen even at school level, that if you go to math lits, you won't be able to pursue chartered accountancy as a career. And a lot of people fall out. So then those that do get to go to university, there are issues around funding, transport, simple things that would allow someone to study. So we look at all these areas. We look at schools, universities, professional bodies and firms. For example, we have work closely together with the two professional bodies, SAICA, who has a program called Tutuka that funds Black candidates coming through the process. We also have ACCA that we recently accredited that will contribute to that pipeline. We work closely with FACET in terms of funding. And what we've recently done, we waived the fee that firms and candidates need to pay to enter the auditing development program. So yeah, we do what we can as a small regulator with a small budget by taking a collaborative approach, because we don't control the entire pipeline. We only control, we don't really control any part of the pipeline, but we do work with the many different role players in this pipeline in terms of our strategy to make an impact and to promote transformation. Just to give you an idea, apart from transformation, we're sitting with a numbers issue. For example, last year, of the 3,500 candidates that passed the audit paper, the second audit paper, basically they're now chartered accountants, but they wrote the audit paper. Only 205 of those were entered into the auditor development program by the firms. So we are in constant discussion with the firms in terms of how we can increase that number, how we can increase visibility at schools, universities, etc., to promote the auditing profession and increase the pipeline. We've set ourselves 8 initiatives, a target of 8 initiatives in our performance objectives that you would have seen from the presentation that Zine did earlier. And the board is monitoring the progress of those 8 initiatives, which is mostly initiatives with different stakeholders in the pipeline to drive transformation. We also last year started doing a survey where we ask firms to provide us with their transformation and employment equity stats, and we are issuing that now as part of our audit quality indicator reports that we issue annually to the public. So over time, we will also be able, the public will be able to track a movement of transformation in those reports. And lastly, on that space, before I get to small firms, is that we are aware of the employment equity targets in terms of the new act. So we will be engaging with the big firms in terms of their strategies, in terms of transforming their workforce, not just of auditors, but the entire firm as well, because they have to set those targets for the next 5 years and submit that to the Department of Labor. And we will be interested to see those numbers and see if there's meaningful progress made over the next 5 years. Then your question, Honourable Member Molefe, around small firms. You are absolutely right in identifying this group of auditors as needing support because small auditors, small firms make up the majority of our register. They have major constraints in terms of capacity, their ability to compete in the market with the big firms, their ability to invest in advanced technology, etc. So we are well aware of all these concerns and issues. So what we are doing to try and help smaller firms is we issue special guidance to them. We regularly do roadshows where we visit them and hear from them what are the issues that they're experiencing. And we hold workshops to find out what areas they need support in. Is it technical? Is it financial, etc.? Although we can't really help a lot in the financial space, but we can help in the technical space. And we're doing a lot of work in that space together with our professional bodies to sustain the smaller firms. However, what we have seen over COVID is a sharp drop in smaller firms and small practitioners. as we see many businesses that went out of business over the 2020-2021 period, we've seen a sharp decline in the numbers of firms, small firms and small businesses that they audit. But that we've seen now picking up again. And we are talking to different firms in terms of their transformation strategies. Smaller firms, not so much, but we are talking to bodies like IRBA and similar bodies that are supporting these smaller black firms as well, financially and with bursaries, etc. So we play in and work together with all the relevant stakeholders that do directly impact transformation, and we do track our impact, and the board is appraised of what we're doing on a quarterly basis. And we're hopeful to see over the next 5 years significant movement in terms of transforming this profession. I hope that answers the questions sufficiently. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. In the meantime, honorable members, let's have working lunch. We are not going to break. Wherever you are, please pick up something to chew so that we push this program to the end. The next entity to present is the PIC. PIC, over to you. You are allocated 20 minutes.
Chair. Yeah. Are we on now? So we share. Good. Yeah, I think we are on now. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members, as well as colleagues from sister and brother institutions, and all those who are joining publicly. Again, committee, thank you very much for the invitation to have us come and talk about the PIC, and of course the opportunity for the committee and Parliament to hold us to account, which I think is the proper thing. I am going to speak broadly about the PIC. Some of it is not new because we have been to the committee before, and I will not dwell on some of those things that we've have spoken. What do you have done now? This one is I'll navigate back. Chair, I will not dwell on some of the broader kind of story about the PIC and kind of proceed to focusing on some of the issues that the committee may be very well intent on. The slide that I have is what we call strategy on a page. It gives a broad view about the PIC. In the middle, it speaks to the fact that we are the repository of largely workers' money, whether they are workers who work for government and through the government's employees pension fund, and of course workers in general through the unemployment insurance fund, and also the compensation commissioners, which is responsible for making sure that those who catch illnesses or injured in their place of work get compensated. And then we invest the money that we are entrusted with largely in South Africa and the continent, and of course some of it speaks to our investments globally. And the hands, of course, is a strict reminder that we are tasked with three major things. The first one is to hold secure the assets that are presented to us, to grow those assets, but in so doing, being mindful of the broader mandate of the PIC, which is both, of course, financial and also societal in terms of the outcomes that we need to generate. So we need to make sure we generate the financial return in the first instance to make sure that our clients can pay the benefits to beneficiaries, be those people who have retired in the public service, people who whose dependents are depending on the benefits that have been put aside after they've passed away, those who have been sick and such. And of course, in the case of the uninsurance pension fund, for those who are vulnerable because they're no longer able to work through no act of their own, and as I've indicated with the compensation funds, people who either have been injured or have caught an illness that is work-related. So that is the primary reason to make sure that there is money to pay those benefits. And then, of course, there is the other broader objectives in terms of how we deal with the legacy of our country in the main, but to also focus on the key objectives of government represented by yourselves in terms of looking at being a catalyst in the economy, whether that is trying to support the objectives of industrialization, of transformation broadly, and specifically to deal with the history of the country in terms of its legacies that needs to be corrected. To do that, of course, we rely on an organization that is largely dependent on the brains of our people, the application thereof to do the work that is required to invest. And there are key things that we focus on in terms of our values in how we actually implement that. And then how do we do it? We invest in listed environments and unlisted, most of our assets predominantly being in the listed space, but a big chunk also and growing, and I will come back to this later, in the unlisted space where we are actually investing directly in businesses in the economy, and in that same breath also is the area where we are quite able to directly impact on transformation and some of the objectives around industrialization and manufacturing and those objectives that the government has. It doesn't mean that the listed environment is immune from some of those transformational requirements and objectives, but of course, there you tend to be working indirectly and with a lot of other investors that you have to work with. So to then proceed to the next slide, and I'm going to focus on 4 strategic objectives. The biggest one, of course, is number 2, which is to invest to get returns in line with the expectation of our clients, supporting the liabilities that they have. I've already spoken at length about that, so I won't dwell on that. To do that, in number 1, as I've indicated already, we need our people, but our people must be doing this job in a particular way that is focused on achieving those objectives. And our past put a premium on us doing this in a particular manner that is very attentive to the need to act with integrity, to act with competence, to make sure that we do the job that we do to the best of our ability. The intention, of course, being to grow the assets on behalf of our clients, and as I've indicated, to contribute broadly to societal impact, as I've already outlined. I think I'm going to skip this one because it speaks on broadly. I've already spoken about our values in terms of what we focus on. And again, this has been informed by our past and our aim for how we want to act and behave into the future, to act with transparency, respect, to deliver results and be results driven, to accept that we are an entity of South Africa, and it is correct that we are held accountable. We need to act with integrity, to try and work towards doing the best that we can with finding new ways of doing things, finding new opportunities to invest, to assist as I've indicated, in the broader objectives of our country. And then, of course, to lead by example as individuals and also as the PIC as an institution. Our governance framework, we are an entity that is of government, with the minister as the representative shareholder, but we are, in a sense, an entity that's owned by South Africa Incorporated. We are an asset manager, although we're a state-owned enterprise. We are an asset manager like any other asset manager, licensed, regulated, and supervised like any other, over and above just being a state-owned enterprise. So we have a board that I think is determined statutorily in our Act as amended, which is very specific about how our board is comprised. And it is broadly comprised of representatives of the asset owners, the people whose money we look after. It is a representative of the beneficiaries, mostly being the workers, represented by representative bodies, including, of course, retirees, who are also a major beneficiary to whose assets we look after. And then, of course, because the government, the state, is the guarantor of most of the benefits that those entities provide, there is also a representation for people who are, in a sense, looking after the interest of the guarantor, so to speak, and the predominant one being the chair of the PIC, being in terms of legislation, a deputy minister, and currently a deputy minister, but there's also provision that the chair could be a deputy minister in the other departments that are related to the finance area. And then, of course, there are directors that are appointed directly by the government through its representative to provide for the skills that might not necessarily be emanating from the other constituencies. The board is tasked, as is any other board, with the control and management of the organization, but of course they do that through the executive led by the CEO, and then they have committees that support the work of the board, the key ones being the one that deal with the mandate, being the investment committee, and also the risk committee, and then of course we have the normal corporate other committees that assist with the management of the organization, being the one that looks after the human capital, the one that's tasked with holding the organization to account in terms of auditing, and then there is the one that is also statutorily legislated with the social, in our case, not just social and ethics, but transformation committee. And then lastly, the one that assists the board in appointing directors to investee companies. The mandate, of course, is in the PIC Act. And then, as I've indicated, we are also subject to all the other regulatory and supervisory requirements that apply to all asset managers. I have shared that, so I won't dwell on it, but I think the key ones will be the simple reality that we are licensed by the Financial Services Conduct Authority and the Prudential Authority jointly. We are subject to the Phase Act like any other, and then of course we are also subject to the PFMA, as well as other acts that are key in the operation of an asset management of our side. As I've indicated, we are an entity of government, and we have clients that are associated to government, the main ones being the GPF, representing close to about 90% of the assets that we look after, followed by the UIF and the compensation commissioners. I already spoke about that. And I'm going to kind of leave it at that, rather than to, again, emphasize the duality of our nature. We're a state-owned enterprise, but we're an asset management company like any other asset management company. Our focus is to generate investment returns, as I've already outlined, and then, of course, to make sure that we do this in line with the mandate. Quite often, the PIC is thought as this massive organization, but we actually are not. The assets that we look after are not our assets, they're assets of our clients. We are simply an organization that gets paid a fee, and that's all that we are. And of course, we do this and so far have been able to do it without having to actually require any funding from our shareholder, being the government. We are paid by our clients to provide a service, and to the extent that we've been able to provide this service, our clients continue to pay us, and we are able to continue to operate independent of any requirement to be supported by government. I think this is another detailed ecosystems of our investment process, so I won't dwell on that. But I think, as I've indicated, we invest largely in two markets, if one wants to put it that way. It's the listed environment. We are a major investor on the listed markets for companies or in companies, and also in what we call fixed income, that are mostly bonds issued first by the sovereign, being the government, the state-owned enterprises, also by some of the big metros in South Africa to some extent, some of the DFIs, the developmental financial institutions like the IDC, the SARB, and we also invest in the debt of companies, as well as, of course, investing cash in the institutions of South Africa, like banks and other institutions. And as I've indicated, we also invest in the unlisted environment, especially private equity, property, focusing on impacting. So environments like infrastructure is a big area of investment. And we are also a major investor on the continent. So in terms of our mandate, we have a specific allocation to investing on the continent as well. The philosophy that we apply to invest, in the first instance, generate returns, because if you can't generate returns, we will not be able to assist our clients to support the benefits that they've promised to their beneficiaries. And then, of course, we are also very conscious of the environment in which we are investing, in a sense that we need to make sure that people are not only going to get the money at the end of the time that they are become entitled to the money, but the environment in which they live in before they get there is one that is conducive to a decent life. We are conscious of the need for the social area of the investment arena, being making sure that in investing to get a return, we do it in a manner that is conscious of the fact that in the final analysis, it is about human beings who must actually benefit from the efforts that we undertake in the process of investing. And governance makes sure that ourselves, in the first instance, do this in a proper manner, that we, as I've indicated, are conscious of the need to be transparent, to act with integrity, to accept that we will be held to account, that we are to lead as individuals, but also as an institution, to be a model of what it is to do the right things to achieve the outcomes that we are tasked to achieve. From a strategic point of view, there are certain key things that we are focusing on. Financial sustainability is important because we need to be able to be self-sustaining as an entity, so that we do not have to go to government to ask for support and bailouts. And for us to do that is to ensure that we're providing a service to our clients, that they are continuing to actually pay us, so that we don't need to come to South Africa Incorporated and ask for their support. We are, of course, doing that through our people. We need to make sure that they are people who are capable, who are focused, inspired to do the work, and to do the work in the environment in which we operate, which, of course, is as the service of the public, so to speak, if I were to put it in that way. In doing what we need to do, we need to be conscious of the risks that are inherent in the work of an entity like ourselves as an asset manager, but also the risks that are entailed in the work that we do in investing in the companies that we're investing in, and to be able to mitigate the challenges of those risks in understanding that while we might have challenges with specific entities that we're investing in, that on the whole, we still achieve the objectives of ensuring that we secure the assets that have been entrusted to us and grow them, despite the fact that there might be challenges with any specific entity that we're investing in. To do that, we rely on our people, but also to rely on technology to make sure that we make full use of technology so that we don't become too human capital heavy to the extent that it becomes a challenge for our sustainability, to continue to make sure that we are cognizant of the fact that we are custodians of our clients' monies, that we are not the big PIC that people perceive us to be, but we are a service entity to our clients who are the ones that own the assets that we actually are managing, and to also be conscious of the fact that the monies that we are managing, of course, are not ours, nor are those the monies of government, but they are in the main, in the different forms, the assets of workers. And we need to make sure that we are doing that, complying with the laws of the country, complying with the needs, as I've emphasized, to be ethical, to have a culture that is focused on serving the people on whose behalf we look after the monies. And of course, generate investment performance. That's ultimately what we need to do to make sure the benefits are secured and to be a catalyst to the economy, especially in the areas of transformation, diversity, and dealing with the challenges of our economic challenges overall. Going forward, some of the areas that we are working on and focusing on is infrastructure, looking for ways to provide funding. It's important that while the PIC can, of course, contribute in terms of ideas, what we are able to do is to assist with funding. We cannot build infrastructure, but we can assist in literally funding where it is required once those that can do it have already ascertained and decided what it is. To manage the assets that we have, to fix some of the areas where maybe the decisions that were made in investing have not been able to deliver the appropriate outcome. So dealing with non-performing unlisted investments and some of those legacies that we've been tasked to do. To look at SME funding, to make sure that we directly and indirectly are funding this sector. Given the size of some of these SMEs, we cannot do it directly as the PIC, given the fact that we actually have a significant base to work out of. The effort that goes to investing in a small company and a big company quite often is the same, but it requires different expertise. So we work with partners to actually assist in the funding of SMEs. As I've indicated, ESG is important, making sure that we deal with high standards of governance, we deal with the need to achieve transformation and to provide the social impact, which I will come back to in terms of how and to what extent we've done so. Re-emphasize returns is the measure by which we are measured, and that needs to make sure that our clients always have the assets to be able to meet their obligations. So securing the assets, getting the growth and the returns is very, very important. That we have to comply as an asset manager in the first instance, but also being cognizant of our size, that there will be instances where regulations are applied to the PIC that may not apply to other asset managers, simply given our size and our relationship with government. In terms of our performance, our KPIs speak to a number of key objectives that will sound familiar. Financial sustainability is very, very important to us because, again, as I've indicated, we would like to continue to be self-sustaining and not need to be bailed out by government into the future. And we do that by being operationally effective and efficient, to be cognizant that we are custodians of our clients and stakeholders as assets and be, in a sense, respond to their requirements. The law says we need to invest at their instruction. The law also indicates that we also need to be cognizant of the transformational requirements, which are also applicable to our stakeholders. Therefore, our engagement with our stakeholders is always important in our objectives into the future. And to do that is to always make sure that we have the appropriate brain power, the human capital to assist us in achieving that. So how have we done in the recent past? I think people always focused on the challenges that we've had in the past, and I think, as I've indicated, accountability is something that we accept. So I'm not talking about what the past has been to disparage the fact that we have been held to account, for instance, through the inquiry that was led by Justice Mbati, but to also indicate that we have continued to improve and to move beyond that, well, to learn from it and to implement the lessons out of that process, and then to move beyond it to the extent that when we look at some of the big matrices that we've been able to continue to grow our revenue in line with our ability to grow the assets of our clients by performing in line with the expectation and sometimes beyond, that our assets have grown significantly over the last couple of years to the extent, and I'll come back to this, where we have been able to grow. These are corporate PIC clients, so when we get our fees, we do put some money aside so that we are able to manage the fluctuation in our income, and we do have a kitty of about 3.5 billion, where when we need to spend to resource the organization, we're able to do so without requiring our clients to pay us more money. And that has resulted in us being able to pay our shareholder, being the government, dividends over the last couple of years, and I think we will continue to do so in the near future. But of course, while paying a dividend might be a good indicator of how effective and efficient we are as an operation, the biggest measure of our success is investment performance in the first instance, and in the second instance is how are we making the social impact, what we call the social returns. So while we talk about our ability to pay a dividend, the biggest focus that we have as an organization is how are we meeting the mandate to generate returns, both commercial and social. And that's what we want to be measured against. As I've indicated, when we then, of course, aggregate to give a picture of how well we are doing, yes, we've had our challenges as an asset manager, and those are well known, but quite often what is not appreciated is that we've been able to grow the assets under management consistently through the life of our corporatization as the PIC, and even more so if you look at the period just after COVID. In the last 5 years, we've basically added over R1 trillion to the asset base of our clients, and that's a significant contribution in totality. Of course, I'm not saying this to say that it justifies some of the challenges that we've experienced with any particular investments, and I will come back to that later on when I look at how we've done in the unlisted portfolio. But this is something that, in a sense, speaks to the last slide, which shows how we've actually grown our assets, how we have been able to pay the dividend to the shareholder. But it is not only that, it is that we've been able to meet the mandate, which is the core of our being, is to grow the assets under management. And I think that is a significant one to show. And of course, the fact that we had COVID kind of highlights this point quite significantly. I think this is almost a repeat to simply say that as we speak today, the assets under management, and I need to emphasize, we are currently being audited by the Auditor General, but this effect that although this number has not been audited, it is already higher than 3 billion. Trillion, not billion, 3 trillion. And we're quite confident that even after it has been audited, it's likelihood to be above 3 trillion. It has continued to trend upward, and we hope that that trend continues into the future. The one area that I think has been an area of specific focus and to which we've been held to account on numerous occasions is the unlisted part. And the reason why it is like that is, number one, because it is the one that can directly impact on businesses in South Africa, which then actually assist in catalyzing the economy. So to the extent that we do this very well. Yes,
Tatan Stole, are you somewhere closer to
Yes, I'm
concluding?
almost wrapping up, Chair.
No.
So this shows how we have grown the unlisted portfolio, both the unlisted and also the property as well, Chair. This is simply a repeat of this last slide to show the different components of that. This one shows the social impact. The numbers are important, but I think the key is to show what are we focusing on. I think employment is a big focus of ours. Creating jobs in the country is significant in terms of what we do, both in South Africa and also on the continent. So when you look at foreign nationals, those are not employees in South Africa, but people employed in the continent through our investments as an indicator. We focus on youth, we focus on people with disabilities, amongst other things. The last slide, Chair, well, some of the other major focus areas is focusing on energy in terms of infrastructure, focusing on housing. Within housing, student accommodation is a key area of focus, including healthcare and agriculture. The last part that I want to talk to is simply to indicate that from the PIC perspective, we have now implemented all the recommendations of the Party Commission. The only thing that is outstanding is for the shareholder who has been tasked by the president to make sure that when we say we've implemented, they must verify and then hopefully pretty soon be in a position to speak to yourselves and the public in general, whether our assertion that we've completed the implementation is something that they can actually verify and speak to. And the different sectors are already indicated in terms of what the issues were and how they were raised. Chair, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team PIC, for the presentation. Let's now invite GPAA. GPAA, over to you. Is GPAA in the same boardroom with PIC? Because I see PIC is not.
Can you just say? Good day, Chair. We're trying to flight our presentation. We are within our building at the GPAA. We're not with the PIC. So we're trying to share the presentation just now.
Okay.
Our presentation. Good day to the committee members. Leon, how do I move?
Just press down.
Oh, okay. Okay. We've got our presentation. In terms of our governance structure, nothing much has changed with the GPAA, with the exception that we have now brought in a new client for the Department of Military Veterans pensions. So our clients still remain the National Treasury, and they still also remain with the GPF. The GPAA structure, we've got two programs, which is Program 1 and Program 2.
For support services, it's program 1, which we've got corporate services, finance, business enablement, strategic support and governance. And for program 2, we do have payment of benefit for civil and military and other pensions, employee benefits, and client relationship management. So in terms of our support and background, we support the background to the National Development Plan 2030, where it serves as the South African strategic framework for eliminating poverty and reducing inequality. Because as a government agency that administers pensions benefits, we play a critical role in ensuring that we contribute in areas of economy and employment. We play significantly in improving education outcomes, training and innovations. We promote health, social protection, and obviously fighting of corruption. We align our operational outcomes with NDP 2030. Part of the alignment to the 2030 objectives, we have actually positioned ourselves and concentrated in the fact that towards the targets of reducing the Gini's coefficient of 0.9 to 0.6, we reduced that inequality and economic growth, and then we've also concentrated and positioned ourselves into the research and development, and we increase research and development spending to enhance global competitiveness. How we bring this to the GPAA's contribution, we invest in training programs for employees in enhancing the skills and competencies, and we offer bursaries to qualifying employees and further other work-related development programs. For the third priority of building a capable state for NDP 2030 targets, we have established a resilient anti-corruption system that is independent and accountable. And we have brought about public sector integrity by ensuring that public servants are accountable, responsible, and transparent with and responsive to the public in terms of inquiries. We have also created quite a number of integrity awareness, and we form part of the GSKIT cluster that supports building a capable and ethical state and giving ethical conduct to our staff. And we continue this by complying with the lawful vetting and security clearances from the SSA for our employees. So we thought this slide is quite important just to contribute and see how our targets are aligned. We included the Stats SA, I think it was fourth quarter deliverable by then, whereby we checked the Gini's coefficient. You can see we've had racial income disparities, including the level indicating that the level of inequality, and this places the country amongst the most unequal society globally. So when we look at the Stats SA 2022-23 household incomes, where white-headed households, average annual income is 676,000 per year. For the Indian and Asian-headed households, it's 417 per year. For the colored-headed households, it's 260 per year. And for the Black South African headed household, it's 143,000 per year. And when we look at the official unemployment rates, whereby 32%, by 31% in the fourth quarter of 2024 is unemployed, and we still notably realize that for the Black South Africans, we still experience quite a high number of rates compared to other racial groups. So the reason why we brought this slide is because when we speak to the targets that we have set, you will see that we've taken the targets not according to employment equity standard norms, but to increase them a bit so that we can address this disparities and inequalities. In terms of our employment stats, the GPAA, we've got an approved structure of 1,244 employees, but currently we are operating at 74% of our structure because if you look at our filled-in positions, we've got 921. We've got 323 vacant positions. The reason being that we haven't been fully employed in the past 2 years due to the moratorium. And this would have affected a lot of our performance, but we can see that irrespective, we have utilized other measures in place to ensure an increased performance, whereby we will demonstrate that our performance in the past 2 years has increased by almost 10% year on year, irrespective of us operating at 74%. But now with the upliftment of the moratorium from the GPAA, we have started and we will be ensuring that we fill in that structure and then we can improve our deliverables, because currently we're still in the audit process, but the official figure of performance is at 87% of our annual performance plan. And when we look at the total headcount, we've got 39% being male employees and 61% at the GPAA is female employees. And when we look at senior managers, males, we still have 53% and females 47%. It's something that we're addressing so that we can have that parity. And for middle management, we've got males 49% and females 51%, Chair. The GPAA, we still get our funding from National Treasury at 7%, and the rest, 93%, we get from the GPF as per the proclamation that administers the GPAA. Chair, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, who's the head of corporate services, that I've requested to take us through the actual statistics of performance. And we will see that irrespective of the 74% staff capacity that we're working on, we still manage to meet our deliverables. And our head of corporate service, Mr. Leon Nivold, will be talking to those actual stats. Leon?
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, colleagues and committee members. In terms of our strategic overview, it's imperative that we also just give a glance over on our unaudited performance for 24-25. Chair and committee members, you will see actually we did indicate that in comparison, and the CEO just mentioned it now, we actually have an annual increase of 9.5% year on year in our performance. For example, in the year 22-23, we started off with an achievement of 68%, which then moved to the previous year to 79%, and currently we are standing at 87.5% achievement rate. Chair, I'm not going to read through all the indicators per se. Safe to say we have 25 of them, which we have specific targets which we need to achieve. I just want to indicate on this slide the two which we are really not achieving, which was our AAPF and the TEPF benefits, which we need to pay within a set period of time, which we kept on failing. Chair, I just want to indicate these two programs now have been merged together with or amalgamated from 1st of April 2025 with the GPF funds as well. So one of the benefits these beneficiaries now can also receive is two-pot, to have access to two-pot. In the past, they could not access two-pot benefits. So in future, the statistics on this will be looking much better as well. Okay. Chairperson, we do want to indicate and brag a little bit, if you can allow us, that we are doing quite well in terms of disability. We really embraced people with disabilities. Whilst there's a national target of 2%, we actually achieved 5.2%. As the CEO mentioned, in terms of staff complement, we are employing more females than males. So we are standing at 59. As well as in terms of our Black employees, we are really making good strides there in terms of employment, and we're standing at a 92% there, Chair. Chair, in terms of the clean audit, we will only report that when we come back to this committee on our annual report, where we will then present the outcome of the audit, where our target is to have a clean audit for the financial year. Chair, one which we also missed is the payment of all our invoices, which we need to pay within 30 days. And unfortunately, for the entire financial year under review, we missed 5 invoices. So that just we're just missing the 100% in totality. Chair, a matter of great concern to us and everyone is the issue of unclaimed benefits. And in here, we achieved the 52% payment of all the unclaimed benefits. Chair, one of our largest programs as well is to communicate and educate our clients, and through that, with our digital communication channels, we achieved a 70% rate. IT is always a good thing, and we achieved a 98% uptime. Chairperson, we do measure our client satisfaction levels, and through various platforms. I think we are making use of 5 channels in which we are measuring their satisfaction, and we are proud to say at least 95% of all our clients is satisfied with our services rendered. In terms of our contact center, we managed to resolve 94% first calls through our contact center. Then, Chair, we are responsible for admitting beneficiaries to the fund once they joined the government. In relation to that, we achieved a 99% rate. So we do differentiate between National Treasury, which is the special pensions, and then our GPF members. So that's why you see NT and GPF. So at least for our GPF, which is our largest fund, we achieve a 100% rating in permitting or admitting new beneficiaries there. Chairperson, we then also reconcile and we receive and reconcile all the contributions made to the pension fund, and there we achieved a 99.8% reconciliation at the end of the month. Chair, we also maintain the records, and then we're dealing with our overseas pensioners, which we handle a bit different because we expect them to submit annual life certificates. There we achieved 100%. Chairperson, then in terms of the death benefits which we pay, we also achieve 100% year in making sure that we pay death benefits within 60 working days. The GPF benefits itself, we achieved 89%, which is above our target of 87%. And then in terms of National Treasury benefits, we achieved a 99.9% payment rate. Then we serviced all our clients. So we've got 17 regional offices where we have walk-in clients, and we managed to service all our visitors which visited us from time to time. And then in terms of the GPF payments, the death payments, we achieved the 73%. Okay, then we've got also, we manage the TPF and the IPF funds as well. So in relation to the contributions received for TPF, it was an overachievement of 106%. And you might ask yourself why. We do have employers who actually pay more than what they ought to. And after we do the reconciliation, we were still at over 100% of contributions received. IPF, the same, Chair, we received and reconciled to 99%. I did mention the benefits paid for these 2 funds were at 61% and the 0% rating within the set period. And this is mainly contributed, Chair, that these applications for payments join the entire queue of all our benefits. And because we do not do priority cases, these cases were missed within the 45 days. Chair, I just want to add additional to this, because for the time under review and with the new legislation which kicked in, especially for the two-pot, it was not yet target for the GPAA. However, I just want to indicate that for the period, we received over 800,000 cases, and of that which we paid 98% already. Thank you. Chair, I'm moving on with our new vision and new mission. As the GPAA management, we really had nice sessions where we really determined what do we want to be and where do we want to be. And we amended our vision to a leading customer and client-based government benefit administrator of choice. So, Chair, we are saying we are open for business. We want to be the preferred government benefit administrator of choice. Our mission is to provide efficient benefit administration services through innovative capabilities. And in this, we also reviewed our values and we added, Chairperson, a new value called innovation, because we said as the GPAA, we cannot do the same thing over and over, but we need to come with new things, new innovation ways of how we can achieve our targets and do our work. And hence we included innovation as a new value. And that is for new methods and ideas to improve on our efficiency and service quality. And we are culminating this into our policies as well, where we make sure that all our policies include elements of innovation so that we can achieve on this as the GPAA. Chairperson, then as our impact statement, like the CEO mentioned, we consist out of 2 programs, which is support and the benefits administration. As a customer and client base, very satisfied, served, valued, dignified, cared for, and empowered. We need to be cognizant of the fact that we are dealing with our customer base is our members, which is still in work in government, but also our pensioners, which is our older people, which we really need to care for. So we when we also train our clients at our call centers, we make sure that they do understand this principle. Then from this, we identified 4 outcomes, which is the first one is the optimal benefits administration support, which encompasses the program 1 support services. And then for our benefits administration, we identified 3 outcomes. The first being efficient member and contribution management, improved payments, turnaround time on the benefits within the set timeframes as per law, and as well efficient client service management. Chair, we also looked at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and I'm not going in detail through all of them, but what we said as the GPAA, we have quite very good strengths, which one of them is our interface with stakeholders like PASHAL, SARS, and Department of Home Affairs, which we are dealing very closely with. We also have leadership stability, like the new CEO, which is now here for a period of 3 years. And through that also, we've got a dedicated and skilled employees. We have our institutional knowledge because our knowledge management structures are in place as well. And we've got very large data volumes, which we are working with, which gives us data for insight and decision making. And we even share this with other government structures to assist them in making or improving on them submitting the member applications to us as the GPAA. Chair, I'm not going through the weaknesses. We also looked at our opportunities and how we can make use of this in our future strategies. One theme which comes through here, Chair, is the matter of, I don't want to say IT, but it's all about processes and how we can improve on such processes, but also that it becomes modernized and make it easy for all our staff so that we can embrace new technology as well. So just as previous entities reported, we've got modernization programs. We also have a modernization program running, and the opportunities which emerged there, like the artificial intelligence, we are also working on that, and it's part of our modernization program. Chairperson, then in terms of our strategies, we identified 6 strategies for the next 5 years, which we are going to concentrate on. Number 1, there is to reduce the unclaimed benefit balance. This is very critical for us as an organization to make sure that the money which is lying dormant in those accounts actually reach the correct beneficiary. We've got an approved strategy on how we manage this entire process. Then the second one is to modernize our environment. Chair, we've got two outlooks on this. We've got an outlook on externals, so how we engage with our employer departments, and as well as how do we improve our business processes within the GPAA itself as well. So we've got two outlooks on this. In terms, then we are also currently busy implementing, or we want to implement strategies to reduce our internal and external turnaround times, because we always feel there is room for improvement. Then we also need to meet and exceed our customer and client customer expectations and increase our customer channels. So that is something which we are working on as well, on how we can use even technology further, like the chatbots or WhatsApp channels or whatever, to how to communicate with our members. Chair, then something which is very clear for us, which we really need to do, is the data cleansing to ensure that we have accurate and reliable data, and then how to increase our customer reach channels. Chair, with that, we then aligned ourselves with the NTP priorities on where we see ourselves fit there and how we contribute to that. In terms of the new strategic priorities from the GNU government, there are 3 priorities, and we actually see ourselves fitting in all 3 of those priority areas. So based on that, we then went to say, where do we future? And that then culminated into our outcomes, which I already indicated, Chairperson. And then from that, we then developed our outcome indicators, which is the average optimal benefit admin support, with a 5-year target of 68%. So we looked at previously how we achieved this. Then our average member management, it's standing at 81% for our target. Then the benefits payment turnaround time at 95%, because this is the core of our business, is to make sure that we pay the beneficiaries on time. And then lastly, our client service management at the 89% for the target. Chair, this is then further broken into our APP indicators, which will then give force to that 5-year targets, which we set ourselves. So in terms of that, for program 1, Chair, I'm not going to read through this, it might be repetition, but for program 1, we classified these 9 output indicators so that we can achieve the 68% on our outcome. Then also in terms of program 2, we've got 15 indicators there to make sure that we achieve everything which the GPAA is mandated to do with its specific annual targets, so that we can achieve the 5-year target as well. Chairperson, then moving on, we thought it's very prudent to indicate our BBBE report, because as the GPAA, we are striving towards this and make sure that we as the GPAA aligns to the BBBE legislation. Now, we went through a verification process. We actually do this now annually. Based on the elements where, as the GPAA, we falls within the management control, skills development, enterprise and supply development, socio-economic development. The ownership element for us as the entity, it's included because we are government and we belong to government. So Chairperson, we just indicated the details there with the weightings which we achieved for each category. In terms of the management control, we scored a 19.61 out of possible 20 points. For skills development, a 6.38 out of 30 points. For enterprise and supply development, we scored 18.4 points out of a possible 54 points. And for socio-economic development, unfortunately, we scored 0 out of 5 points. So overall, our score is, we got a 44 out of 109. This did make us as a recognition level at 0, which is actually, it is the worst level, Chair. We need to acknowledge that, and we did acknowledge it for ourselves. Yes, we can discuss the details on why we scored so low. which we are fully aware of. But Chair, I'm not going through all the details specifically for each of the control elements, but we did look at all of the areas, and at the end we did realize that there are certain things which we as the GPAA can do and we can implement as a government component, and through that we now are busy developing a BBBE strategy, which we will then implement fully, because our target is to achieve a level 1, which is the best. So through that, then we will make sure that we have diversity in our hiring practices, which focuses on racial and gender equity, as well as make sure that, and it's now also one of our targets, that we support Black-owned, women-owned, and youth-owned businesses. So through that, we are already starting to make changes at the GPAA, how we do business, to make sure that we achieve this. Yes, Chair. I think with that, thank you.
Thank you, GPAA. Let's invite GTAC for the presentation. GTAC, over to you.
Honourable members, good afternoon, honourable members. It's Renette Engelach here. I'm trying to share my screen. I'm not sure that something is that it's going correctly. Can we just get a minute? I don't seem to be able to move the screen. Are you able to see the screen that I am? Are you able to see the screen that I am sharing? There we go. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, we can see the...
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be looking at a second screen. So let me just start off by saying I appreciate this opportunity and I strongly believe in the accountability. So I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of this presentation. I'm going to take you through a quick presentation, not a long presentation here. It is to talk about who we are, what we do, and then discuss our annual performance plan and really outline how we do what we do. So to introduce GTAC, a little bit of background, because sometimes people are a bit lost, if you can think of it like that, with a technical advisory, policy analysis, spending review, big data, etc. analysis, and then the infrastructure component. I think it's important to also point out that we do some knowledge management issues and in a maturity scale of organizations. When you are at the point where this is formally done, you can talk about a more mature organization. So first of all, just to mention that we've had a recent survey in assessing ourselves over the last 5 years. So we had a survey with our clients, and what we've picked up is that we are seen as professional, co-create solutions, easy to appoint, client focus, talk about our public sector knowledge, and a very high quality provider by 91% of our clients against an industry average of about 75%. So we feel that we are able to do what is required of us from our clients' perspective. They are comfortable with us, and we are therefore picking up on a lot of repeat business. People are coming back to us either within organizations or when people have moved. We also find the senior civil servants come back to us in their new roles. We've had a set of successes here. I don't feel like I want to go through it. It is available to everybody, perhaps to highlight that we've looked at about 711 billion government expenditure has been analysed through the spending review. We have had great success in the Jobs Fund, where we, on an average cost of about 23,000 rands per job, have created 333,000 of those jobs. We can see there's a ratio of 1 to 2 ratio from public to private funding. We are also able to talk a lot about the Municipal Finance Improvement Plan, where we are able to demonstrate at this point in the areas where we are involved and busy with the projects, we're able to demonstrate some improvements. Similarly, I'd like to point out that we've had a clean audit for 2 years running now. It's not just an unqualified audit. It's a clean audit. That's an extra matter. We've also had some lifestyle audits done about 18 months ago for all of the senior management in GTAC, and that also came back clean. We've been able to pay 3,500 minus one invoice within the 30 days. So that's why we've got 99.97 of our invoices. We have over 900 knowledge products, and we have over 40,500 annual visits onto our website, looking at the projects that we publish, looking at the problems that we've resolved, attending a conference that we hold annually as well. We've done a number of mega projects, big public-private partnerships, of which 54 are priority projects, about 35 billion projects within the public-private partnership that are being managed from the GTAC space at this point. And also the major project analysis look at around the value of let's say 300 billion rands worth of project values over the last 2 years. When we looked at ourselves in our assessment of the last 5 priorities and feel that we are able to align ourselves with strategic priority number 1 and strategic priority number 3 very clearly, we have 3 main strategic priorities for ourselves, main outcomes that we want to achieve. First of all, enhanced operational efficiency within GTAC, but also to continue to provide the high quality information, data, big mega data analysis, as well as technical advice for decision making in government, and to enhance our capacity for the program management support within government. And I'll talk a little bit about that. This is just to make it clear. This is from our APP directly. I'm not going to go through the indicators. I mean, this information is available for you. But to talk about just that we are organizing ourselves into a consulting hub, a program management hub, and importantly so, a business support hub, which is a new component. I'm going to stand still here a little bit. There's a lot of small organizations in government that by the rules of government have to have very specific divisions on the corporate support side, and we are proposing to be some back office support for people like that. We've got a clean audit in our procurement, which is very rare in government. Legal people that look at that for us all the time. We have managing 2 billion rands worth of contracts, 3,500 invoices without any troubles. We are processing and standardizing and understanding the processes around HR to allow us to be able to support people on HR processes, as well as our capacity to have developed all this knowledge management aspects. So we're proposing to bring into bear a new component of support for government. We have extensive knowledge around the infrastructure space, but it is quite fragmented in government and needs to be a core. These are services that we can provide to government to break down silos and provide a more coordinated response to public sector needs. We know that we can we have a functional space over there, and we need to be able to give advice on these big mega economic infrastructure projects within a time frame that is necessary for the public, and we continue to do that. We also have a number of the PPP projects. There has been a massive review of the PPP regulations. Perhaps it can go further. Additional changes to the regulations can be made. We are looking to streamline a process to allow for a smoother and a quicker processing of these type of projects. Approval processes needs to be in place, but there are business operating principles that can be implemented here to smooth this process out. And we are very much involved with that. That is part of our planned performance in our APP. The consulting hub, we are clear that we need to improve access to data so that people can actually make far more informed decisions. We continue to have our client satisfaction target to be industry norm. We have been doing a lot of remuneration analysis in government, and we continue to do that because these are some of the main drivers of cost, compensation of expenditure and personnel trends based on the wage bill have shown us patterns and have brought an understanding for government about some of the big cost drivers in our expenditure. We will continue to do that. We will also have a approach to really know how to solve it. Could you please sit with us? Let's unpack this problem. We continue to do that, and we continue to do that on time and in budget. It should perhaps be fruitful to mention to the committee that government seemed to spend 15 billion rands worth on management consulting, of which we do a small portion, small portion, but I believe that there's space to expand and to provide a more parsimonious service and a more appropriate to the public sector service in that management consulting in space. Here is our extraction from our APP. Again, I'm not going to go through the indicators, but they are there. We have met our indicators, and we continue to do that. Our new business support hub, we would like to continue to target for people to get clean audits, to show them what are the processes for people that are interested. We have a strong case to make here, and we are upskilling some of our own employees to be able to provide that service. So to be my last and concluding slide is to say what sets us apart, and I think it's quite clear in our APP that we have a set of very valuable full-time within government, and that it will not ever make sense to appoint people that have mathematical statistics or that type of very specialized skill that is for a specific environment, and that we can go and take that government as far as possible. We have a process where people ask for help, and we then provide that help, but we are also very strict about having co-ownership of a problem that is resolved. We bring value for money as seen from our client survey. People are comfortable with the way we work. They are comfortable with the skill set that we are bringing in. And we believe that we can now coalesce staff and our technical experts and partners to get the job done and to continue to provide a type of technical advisory service for government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GTAC, for the presentation. Then we take the last presentation. Land Bank, are you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair. We are here. Let me put our presentation up.
Okay. You can make a presentation. Is it Mr. Coates?
Yes, that's me, Honorable Chair. Please confirm if you can see my slide.
Yes, we can see your presentation. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Very good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and to all other colleagues from all other sister entities. Honorable Chair, I will put my video off so that I save some bandwidth. Honorable Chair, I will take our presentation as read. I will only focus on some of the slides so that we try and save this honorable committee some time. I will start, Honorable Chair, with slide number 3, which gives us an overview of some of the performance that we have achieved from the previous financial year. It's key to start by indicating that when we were at the committee the last time, Honorable Chair, the bank was still in default with all its lenders. We managed to reach an agreement with all the lenders and have concluded on the liability solution effective from the 16th of September 2024. This has effectively cured the default that the bank was in from April 2020. We are now busy, Honorable Chair, with the implementation of our turnaround strategy. We have spoken quite a lot about this turnaround strategy. We are implementing it on a 3-phased approach. We call our turnaround strategy the reorientation of the bank towards its development mandate. We also implemented the new operating model and have done a full-scale organizational restructure. We managed to get a board approval for this organizational restructure by the end of the previous financial year, 31 March 2024. And we implemented this, Honorable Chair, from 1 April 2024. This saw us introducing a new operating model into the bank and also moving the bank into a new organizational structures, which we implemented in the previous financial year. This has helped us quite a lot, Honorable Chair, in that together with the review of many of our business processes, we have seen a huge improvement on the performance of the bank to the extent that we managed to achieve above 83% of our KPIs for the previous financial year. We had about 23 KPIs overall. We achieved about 19 out of the 23. And I need to also state, Honorable Chair, that the 4 that were not fully achieved to 100%, at minimum, we had managed to get to at least 80% of them. However, if a KPI is not fully at 100%, we don't consider it to have been fully achieved. And we are confident, Honorable Chair, that with all the work that we have put in, the review of many of our processes, we will be able to take that momentum through and continue with a great performance of the bank. I will then move into the next slides, Honorable Chair. As I indicated, I won't go through all slides. We take this as read. I will now move into slide number 5, where I would like to quickly just glance through the context of the South African agriculture where Land Bank operates under. When we look at the performance data across all the market segments in the agricultural space, we continue to see disparities on the performance and the access to financial resources between the large commercial clients and the small-scale farmers, which in the main, the small-scale farmers are mainly Black farmers. About 85% of the output in agriculture continues to come from the large commercial farmers, while the small-scale farmers, which are mainly Black farmers, contribute around about 15% of the agricultural output. Same, Honorable Chair, when we look at the share of income in the agricultural sector. When you look at the various commodities in agriculture and the market share that black farmers have in maize, which is the staple food in South Africa, black farmers only contribute about 4.7, and soybeans is 3.1. It's worse when you look at wheat, which is about 1.3 market share. In some of the horticulture, like citrus, deciduous fruits, we see at least a double-digit share of market share in these commodities. In commodities like potatoes, even worse at 1%. In the livestock space, at least a bit of a better picture. In wool, about 11%, mohair, 12.8%, and the cattle, about 34%. Again, this is highly debatable in the agricultural space. A lot of those cattle, they are mainly in the communal land. Many of those are not necessarily commercial. Even there is not much to celebrate. Long and short of it, Honorable Chair, is that the current context of agriculture in South Africa, though it's highly commercialized compared to any other parts in Africa, and the commercial aspect of agriculture in South Africa competes with some of the best in the world, we continue to have issues when it comes to transforming the sector and having black companies operating in this space. I will now start to dive into some of the strategic parts of our strategy. I will jump some of the slides, which again, we may have taken this honorable committee through. I will reflect on slide number 10, Honorable Chair, which is really now looking at the mandate of the bank and also our value proposition. Land Bank has, since it was created in 1912, has been the DFI dedicated to driving the development and commercialization of agriculture in South Africa and also transforming the sector. I think a good amount of work has been done in commercializing the sector and the development of agriculture sector. However, a lot of work still needs to be done on transforming the sector. Our mandate remains the development of the sector, and we want to do so when we balance the development outcome and also financial sustainability. Some of the outcomes that we will measure the impact of the bank with include the inclusion of historical disadvantaged persons into agriculture sector and also starting to transform the sector to address some of those challenges that have been indicated. Of course, agriculture has proven itself over and over again as one of the largest contributors into the GDP of the country, and will continue to measure how much of our work is contributing to GDP. The job creating factor of agriculture very, very strong. We say that about 1 million people are directly employed into agriculture, and with every million rand that we put into the sector, there's a high likelihood that will create at least 22 jobs out of that. Of course, everything that we do contributes significantly into food security, and will continue to ensure that we are prioritizing parts of agriculture that contribute into into food security. If I move, Honorable Chair, into the next slides, I will zoom into slide number 12, where I'll start to indicate on how we are executing on our turnaround strategy. As I said before, we have adopted a three-phased approach. We have gone through the stabilization phase. We have taken the bank out of default, and now we are in the consolidation phase. In this particular phase, Honorable Chair, we are consolidating the gains that we have seen, which have helped the bank to come out of default. We have seen some good performance coming out of our work. As indicated, we achieved at least 83% of our KPI in the previous financial year. And of course, we want to take that forward and start to at least contribute even more impactfully in the sector. Of course, after this, we'll then get into the growth phase, which will then start to actually grow the bank and take it back to its glory days, where a very good land bank always account for a minimum of 25% of the share of agricultural debt in South Africa. And currently, with the default of the bank, that share of agricultural debt has fallen below 10%, which is a concern. If I go into the next slide and zoom into some critical elements of our turnaround strategy, and there are 5 elements that are at the core and center of our turnaround strategy. The first one, Honorable Chair, is sorting out the funding model of the bank. We have said over and over again that Land Bank is supposed to drive the transformation in the sector, the inclusion of historical disadvantaged persons into the sector, and become the patient capital provider in the sector. For it to be able to do that, and to that effect, we have been having discussion with our shareholder, National Treasury, to try and make a case for the funding model of the bank to be revised. We don't believe currently that we are properly funded, and we have demonstrated before that since the dawn of democracy in 1994, and of course the adoption of the land reform strategy, the funding of the bank has not really followed the mandate and the need for us to drive the transformation in the sector. Over and above that, we are having many other conversations to try and source grant funding so that we can do many of the blended finance structures into agriculture and ensure that we not only offer patient capital, but we also are bridging some of the equity and collateral gaps that we are seeing from predominantly Black farmers. The second element of our turnaround strategy is addressing our commercial model of the bank. This, I must say, Honorable Chair, it was at the heart and center of revising the operating model of the bank and ensuring that over and above, of course, developing the sector, we are focusing on areas that will contribute into diversifying the revenue of the bank. We need to ensure that we increase our interest income, but also focus on non-interest income. And of course, we need to explore other activities beyond financing in the agricultural sector that will help us to generate additional income. The third element of our turnaround strategy is the delivery model, ensuring that we have appropriate partnerships and channels to enable us to source clients and also to deliver to our clients. We will never be like commercial banks and have the huge points of representation. We need to ensure that we come up with digital channels and partnership channels that will enable us to reach all our clients. And for that effect, we have adopted a partnership development and innovation strategy, which is helping us to deliver on this. The fourth element is the credit risk model of the bank, ensuring that we actually come up with our credit risk management models that enable us to carry out our mandate while at the same time we are protecting the quality of our loan book. We have subjected them to review by commercial banks and all our lenders, and the feedback we have received is that our credit policies, of course, we've got to focus on enhancing our collections that we are doing. We are able to collect and reduce our non-performing loans. The last element, Honorable Chair, was the review of our operating model. And this was at the center of reviewing the operating model of the bank. With this, we are now confident that we have enhanced the execution capacity in the bank, and we are now able to do everything ourselves. We had said before that there was a period where Land Bank had outsourced its core capabilities, where they used the service level agreement partners to carry out our mandate. Around 2021, all of that has been insourced. We had to enhance our capability to do those things ourselves. And with the review of our operating model and the organizational structures, we are now confident that we now are able to do everything ourselves. If I move to the next slide, I will quickly just touch on slide number 16 because I'm going to reference this. we are now achieve the effectiveness in the development of the sector. And doing so, Honorable Chair, we are now ensuring that we adopt a role of an ecosystem coordinator and partner with market access providers, the food retailers, to ensure that they give direct market access to our farmers, and we are able to build and develop farmers behind a particular aggregator, everybody supplying directly to the market access partners. The partners that we are indicating here, the likes of Tiger Brands, Heineken, PepsiCo Pioneer, Woolworth, Pick n Pay, and many others. We have those partnerships in place. We are connecting farmers there. And whenever we talk about the development effectiveness, this is the model that we are referencing. And then I'll move into the strategic priorities for the bank, which is now slide number 19. Honorable Chair, these are the strategic priorities that are at the heart and center of our turnaround strategy. And this is what we have built our annual performance plans from. When we take you through the annual performance plans, they will be referencing these strategic priorities. The first one is the development effectiveness. I have quickly indicated what we mean by development effectiveness, and this is to ensure that we build sustainable food systems that not only focus on creating the financial sustainability of the bank, but also ensuring that we create financial sustainability of all our farmers and everybody in that agricultural ecosystem. After we have cured the default, adhering to the liability solution, which is that debt restructure agreement, is key, ensuring that we don't breach any of the covenants and any of the undertakings that we have reached with the farmers. Of course, the funding model, very, very critical, and we have said to this honorable committee that we will always appreciate any support that we receive to ensure that our funding model is revised. We continue to have conversation with our shareholder, National Treasury, and we continue to indicate and plead for the review of our funding model. However, we continue to be funded mainly in the debt capital market, which makes it very, very difficult for us to really be very, very competitive, offer a patient capital and a good pricing that can enable us to be a development bank. The debt refinancing, as you know, we have repackaged our entire debt into a new debt as part of the liability solution. All of that will be expiring in 2028. We still have a tail risk, a debt that will need to be refinanced, ensuring that we start addressing that now. It's key, and accordingly, we have started talking to many potential lenders that can come and refinance that. The loan book quality, very, very critical. We are in the business of creating a loan book, ensuring that we actually have a diversification of that book, but more importantly, we are able to collect from it and avoid our non-performing loans. Other elements that are key to indicate, Honorable Chair, I'm not going to touch on each point in our strategic priorities, is ensuring that we have organizational effectiveness. This will be key to ensure that we are able to have that development effectiveness and we can respond with speed. Of course, addressing and attending to our people, very, very important. And also we are working very closely with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and try to define a role that Land Bank can play in helping them to be effective with their land reform program. At this point, Honorable Chair, Insurance, the Managing Director for Land Bank Insurance, for Land Bank Insurance. Mr. Spugu, Pascal Spugu is the Managing Director. He will come in and present this slide, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to really just only focus on this slide to introduce the work that we are setting out to do as the insurance entities in support of the land bank strategy and the land bank mandate. So it pretty much is a continuation of work that we started in FY 2025. So what you see on this slide, at a high level, strategically, the direction remains the same. And indeed, there are new interventions and that we are introducing for the current year. I won't go through each one of the 5 priorities, but perhaps as context for members' benefit is that there are 2 insurance entities that are subsidiaries of the bank. Those are represented in terms of pillar number 4 and 5, the LBSA, which is the Land Bank Life Insurance Company, which is predominantly a business that supports farmers when they take out loan facilities with the collateral through credit life insurance policies. Represented as item 5, pillar number 5, insurance company is in the main the crop insurance business, which supports farmers with crop asset and livestock disease. So for us, at the heart of this FY26 year is work that we did in the prior year, particularly around understanding market dynamics, particularly around understanding insights and customer needs. So starting with pillar number 2, which is embed customer centricity, we established that work that we need to do is around creating new products, but also creating new market channels to reach those segments in the market that we've not previously reached. Members will see that as item number 3, we are going to increase our focus on the development of the non-commercial segment. But it all starts with making the relevant products, fit-for-purpose products, and those delivered through channels that have got access to those markets. As an example, our drive into the non-commercial sector is going to be supported by black brokers. So we have a program to train our brokers so that they can, closer to where the farmers are, in a language that the farmers will understand, reach those customers and explain the propositions, explain the whole concept of risk management and insurance in the language that customers would understand. So that is quite an important piece of work for us that we need to do. And that will support pillar number 3, as I've said, the emerging farmer segment. There's a lot of work that we need to do around improving literacy levels. Farmers, emerging farmers, they understand the basics of insurance, how to buy insurance, when to buy insurance, how much insurance to buy, what products are needed for what season. All of that work is going to be delivered through what we are calling the Farmer Academy, which we are in the process to establish. And all of that intended to assist improve literacy levels. And then, of course, as I've said, products that are fit for purpose for this market. We've historically been a one-size-fits-all company, and we're starting to move into fit for purpose for each segment of the market with bespoke products. All of that is intended to support the growth of the 2 businesses. The Land Bank Life Insurance Company, and again, is to just look at the current product sets and making sure that the products are fit for purpose, number 1, but also that the products can compete. The life market is a very competitive space, and we're working to see that the products that we offer to the farmer segment are aligned. And then a very big part of what we need to do is to turn our non-life business to profit. And the levers to pull there is just to look at the product, make sure that the product is aligned, make sure that the product can compete, look at the pricing, and a very big part is to turn around the profitability. We've historically made excessive losses on this, and we have put out a turnaround plan to ensure that the business can turn around into a profitable business. We started to see that in the current year. So all of the efforts that we've put into FY25 are beginning to bear fruit. And for the first time in many years, the business has posted a profit. So we're really excited about the journey ahead as we press ahead in embedding.
Hello, Land Bank.
And
Hello.
that then bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to check as how far are you with doing the presentation, because you have run out of the allocated time. Mr. Koz.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I will just then wrap up. So from slide number 28, it's all our annual performance plans. As I said, we have already submitted this, Honorable Chair. We're not going to get into the details. There are various sections. The first one is about development effectiveness. And then the next section with various KPIs, it's our financial sustainability, our stakeholder management and client centricity, and then lastly, the organizational effectiveness and governance. So, Honorable Chair, I will actually end by indicating that when you look at the highlights of our annual performance plans, and of course, the performance from the previous year, as far as the transforming the sector to 50% of the development farmers representing the overall of our farmers. We're sitting at 49%. Historically, development farmers have always been below 20%. We have in the past 2 years, Honorable Chair, disbursed 3.1 billion of blended finance to 387 new commercial farmers. This, Honorable Chair, is in the right step towards transforming the sector. And this year again, we plan to disburse another 2 billion to development farmers. And of course, when it comes to our net reputation score, we have doubled where we're supposed to be at 7%, currently sitting at 14% of our net reputation score, which is very, very positive. Thank you, Honorable Chair. We will end here.
Thank you, Team Land Bank. Let me invite honorable members to engage the 4 presentations. The first one is Dr. Beck. Honorable Alexander. Honorable Mazeuko. Honorable Makuele. Honorable Sikwati. Yeah, in that order. Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Chair. I'll jump straight into it. My first set of questions relate to the PIC. In 2023-24, the GPF, whose funds the PIC invests, lost 57 billion rand on domestic and foreign listed equities. And the question is, how is this possible when the JSE was up 5.6% and the S&P was up 26.6% in the same year? How many times in the last 10 years have domestic listed equity returns of the PIC beaten returns of the JSE for the same year? Then on page 25 of what is presented, we're told that the recommendations of the Imparti Commission have all been implemented. Regarding the PIC's company secretary, I believe she is still the company secretary. The Imparti Commission findings state, and I read, we recommend that the board examines the issue of Mrs. Matabula's reinstatement and satisfies itself on whether this was correct or not. Has the board done this examination, Mr. Chair? Can we see the minutes or other documentation thereof? On to some of the unlisted investments. In 2022, the acting CEO of the PIC told the NCOP, the upper house of this parliament, that the emphasis of the PIC was to increase unlisted investments over the next 5 years from 5% to the visionary 25%, and to use unlisted investments to drive job creation and transformation. And so my question is the PIC's intention still to increase unlisted investments? What is the average current return on unlisted investments compared to listed investments and compared to the industry average? And also I'd like to know which unlisted investments are currently in the PIC turnaround and value add restructuring unit. On to Daybreak, which has been in the news. Is the PIC going to be able to recover its initial investment of over R1 billion, including its recent 250 million rand in loans? And if yes, over what time period? Also like to know whether, in fact, I'll move on to the GEPF for now. Well, in fact, there's one more question on the PIC. I'd like to know, was there a forensic investigation done by JGL Forensic Services on behalf of the PIC? And if so, was that report acted upon? Did the report implicate the PIC's company secretary? Onto the GEPF. As much as your internal customer satisfaction numbers are impressive, reviews done outside the organization seem less impressive. GEPF Client Service Western Cape has 197 Google reviews with an average of 2.9 stars. GEPF Johannesburg, 2.8 stars, and Quebeca, 2.2 stars. The GEPF has also now told this committee about their app. The Apple Store has 184 ratings with an average of 1.5 stars. So how do you reconcile these reviews with your own glowing internal data? Likewise, I visited the GEPF website, and the first thing that hits you is a notification of security compromise. A key section of the notice says, approximately 168,000 data subject records were accessed as the result of the cyber attack. The affected records are limited to names, surnames, ID numbers, pension numbers, employee numbers, gender, spouse's information, salary information, marital certificates, death certificates, banking details, and tax numbers. Unauthorized access to this information, Mr. Chair, could lead to criminals impersonating the data subjects. This is what the notice says. And so my question, Mr. Chair, is the 168,000 people or data records that have had their most essential and basic information stolen is now public knowledge. Was there a GPF investigation into how this happened? Can the committee see that report of that investigation? Does the GPF have an estimate of how much money might have been stolen as a result of this breach? And I'd also like to know, is the GPF security breach in any way linked to IT constraints brought on by a reliance on SITA, the State Information Technology Agency? Chair, I'll rest my questions there for now.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. Honorable Alexander.
Thank you very much, Chair. My questions are aimed at the PIC this afternoon. Regarding how does the PIC reconcile transformation investments, which is its primary fiduciary duty to maximize returns for government pensioners as outlined by the Government Employees Pension Laws and the PIC Act? And then finally, how does the PIC, when the approvals of these investments, which could potentially open doors to misuse of pension money for political end, what legal safeguards have been prevent transformation objectives from overriding commercial viability in investment decisions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Alexander. Honorable Mazibuk.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, excuse my voice. I have a flu. my first question will be on the last presentation by Land Bank. Chair, I fail to understand that 30 years or more than 30 years down the line, we are still struggling to transform the sector. The question I want to ask the team is, what is the problem? Is it a legislation problem or is it a management problem? If it's a legislation problem, so that as MPs and lawmakers, we can amend the legislation. I've heard the presenter talking about the amendment of the funding model. Maybe, Chair, we need to zoom into the funding model to check which areas that need to be reviewed. You know, especially the qualification criteria for the debt portion. Maybe we need to zoom in there, but we cannot, after so many years of democracy, so many years of progressive laws on transformation, we're still struggling with transforming the sector. The 7th administration priorities, Chair, is about ending unemployment, ending inequality and poverty. But with this rate and this pace, and we know that anything that has to do with farming, it contributes a lot in terms of poverty alleviation. So with this pace, it means, Chair, we are still far from ending poverty. Hence, I'm asking the team, where can we assist as lawmakers? On the PIC presentation, Chair, my first question is, since the private sector's investment strike team, what is your view regarding the government using prescribed assets for investment? And the second question there is, what is the latest regarding the daybreak chicken projects? Has it been rescued? And if so, what measures have you put in place to avoid the business failure, which, by the way, has not happened once, but twice? So I would like to know that. And my last question on the PIC is, what is the plan of the PIC to align its investment with the industrial development plans of the continent to enable the effective leveraging of African continental free trade area? Chair, one question on GPAA. I'm concerned about the unclaimed benefits that you have flagged as a challenge, and it's not the first time you are flagging this unclaimed benefits as a challenge. I heard you are talking about you are improving data, so one would assume that you have a data of beneficiaries and you are dealing with that, and with time, maybe your next presentation won't be flagging this as a problem, but you will be telling us about how successful your interventions were. Chair, maybe let me end there because and allow other members to ask. I have many questions. Okay, the last one on GTAC. What is the position of GTAC on the extent of planning for outcomes in government and the use of more output-based indicators than outcome-based indicators? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mazibuko. Honorable Makubele.
Thank you, Chairperson. And may I request that I leave my video off since my connection is low. I was being kicked in and out of this session. Chairperson, my first question would go to the Land Bank. Land Bank states in their strategic priorities that one of them is to ensure that there's financial sustainability for emerging farmers, which are small farmers. But then in terms of their crop insurance, it is mentioned that they indicate that many of these small holder farmers, which is your small crop farmers, do not have means to access this crop insurance. And that in itself talks to how do you then ensure that strategically small farmers have sustainability, financial sustainability, when they are not able to, when in the event there are challenges in their small farm, small scale farming, they are able to access insurances or funding that will assist them. And seemingly, I don't see the land bank having any appetite to ensure that they open up and ensure that these smallholder farmers are able to access their insurances and are utilizing this benefit so that they can ensure that they meet the targets according to what they have planned in terms of their strategic priorities. So perhaps maybe they can just indicate to us what are the measures that they've put in place to ensure that our small farmers do access some of these insurances, and how then best do they ensure that it becomes inclusive. And then the second question, Chairperson, goes to GTAC. GTAC mentions the fact that government pays huge sums of money for consulting services, which GTAC, for the very same services that GTAC does, but GTAC would charge a fraction, close to nothing, to what the other departments are willing to pay in the commercial market. Perhaps maybe can you indicate to us what exactly do you want us to do as members of parliament? Because currently we see that government spends money to source out services that you also do. How then do we bring in policy or perhaps legislation that would channel government to utilize more of your services and save costs? Because government must be able to, in whatever services they procure, be able to save costs and ensure that efficiencies are not that expensive. And the last question that I have goes to the PIC chairperson. And I would want to understand from a transformational point of view, which assets that the PIC allows investment onto or give investment towards, that ensures that the Black majority and the production sectors accesses funding. And also, because we are saying the country is struggling with unemployment, but we understand that some of these investments from PIC target sectors, but what is the yield that these sectors produce to ensure that we curb unemployment and we channel investment massively to those sectors that are able to absorb many people at a large scale without compromising the funds that are invested, because we understand that your first priority is to ensure that you do not allow the funds the funds that are invested through your channels to be depleted or to be invested in a manner that would not yield any profits for your clients. But at the same time, we would want to see a situation where the funds are channeled to industries that can assist the country in curbing the unemployment situation that we find ourselves in. So maybe can you just indicate to us what are these sectors and to what extent are you assisting in this regard to ensure that these sectors yield a positive results by absorbing more people into the employment sector? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makwere. Honorable Squad.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I'll start with PIC on since it has a significant component of assets that are allocated to listed investments, with over 43% allocated for equity and 31.17% for bonds. Just to check, Honorable Chairperson, the share of government bonds by funds that have relatively declined as a percentage of GDP over the years, as to what parameters exist for PIC to further allocate assets for government bonds. And the other issue, Chair, is from a transformation point of view, which asset classes have a significant effect on enabling inclusion of Black majority in the productive sectors as owners and managers of key industrial players, and how have this unlisted domestic investment contributed to this objective? Just to deal with the issue of transformation, because I think it's very much important, because the more you leave the majority of your people out of the economic mainstream, it means that your economy will stay stagnant. And therefore, part of resolving this economic stagnancy is to make sure that you are creating a more inclusive economy so that everyone is able to participate and thus to be able to grow the economy. Because as long as we've got a few players in the economy, we can do whatever that we do. It will never, ever be able to let it grow. Even if it grows, it will never be able to create the level of employment that is necessary to shed unemployment in this country. So we need to really look at that as to what levels of employment and inequality are we able to address as we are making sure that we allocate assets. So they should be able to play a role in ensuring that we transform the economy. And Chair, let me go to your GTAC. Because of the role that they're playing in terms of making sure that the government is able to have enough capacity to bring about the provision of services, but also quality services for that matter, and be able to make sure that there's efficiency in terms of how government resources are spent. My issue, Chair, is that yes, we have seen the role that it is playing, which is very pivotal in terms of making sure that we are able to ultimately reach the objective of quality services. However, Chair, is my worry is the level of impact in terms of skills transfer. I'm not sure if GTAC is able to deal with that and measure the level of skills transfer so that whenever the contracts of those that have been sent or who are supporting government at different levels are actually going back to a GTAC hub, are those institutions able to continue? Because in most of the time, if you see municipalities and other government departments, perhaps especially in infrastructure and other areas where GTAC is actually focusing on, immediately they move back or they take a step back. You find that those institutions are falling back into the same position before GTAC came in. So I'm just saying that the investment that is made should be able to as well measure the level of skills transfer that they're able to live when the contract is ending, so that we do not perpetually, rely on GTAC, but we're able to build capacity within the state to be able to do, to carry out the services on its own. On GPAA, Chair, it's the issue of the measures that actually GPAA is taking for financial literacy, but also to create awareness amongst the pension recipients. And secondly, Chair, is to what extent is the fraud risk impact on pension funds and beneficiaries, because there is a lot of fraud that is going around, including in banks, and we don't hear. It's as if GPAA and other institutions that are dealing with finances do not necessarily have the challenge of fraud experience. I would like to understand, because that's a risk, but clearly that might impact on the recipients. Chair, the second one for GPAA is the socio-economic development contribution that they are able to make, because they themselves have stated that they are actually failing at that level. And I want to understand the plans in place to make sure that they are able to mitigate that challenge and make sure that they are also able to contribute towards the well-being of our communities, but also the well-being of those communities that those beneficiaries are coming from. I think the issue of unclaimed benefits have been stated, and I think we continue to raise it, which is just needs emphasis that we really need to make and pave way for solutions to make sure that at least we are able to find ultimately a better way of addressing the unclaimed benefits, but also making sure that we can make use of a lot of unemployed young people who are out there who have got skills, but we can as well sharpen their skills and make sure that we're able to utilize them in finding and tracing these beneficiaries who are still alive, even those that they might have passed on, but they still have got families that we can interact with. So I'm just saying, can we look at going out of the box and looking at other resources outside of the main administrative component that they have, to look at how can they further improve and enhance the tracing capacity for those unclaimed benefits and find those beneficiaries. Yeah, I think those are the ones, Chair, that I would want to deal with.
Okay, thank you, Scott. In that order of presentations, PIC, you are the first.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I'm clear. Chair, I'm going to start with the questions in the order in which they were asked. Some of the questions are extremely detailed, so unless I can actually go to the page that it refers to, it's going to be difficult to respond exactly to some of the questions that have been asked. So I'm going to actually limit my questions to just broader answers. The first one was specific to a loss of 55 billion in 2023-24. I'm not able to trace that number back to an overall loss by the PIC in its overall performance around its total mandate. So I presume it would probably relate to a specific portfolio because I do not have any memory of the PIC with a total loss on its overall performance coming to a number of 55 billion. So I presume this probably relates to the unlisted portfolio where there might have been that kind of loss. But even then, I am not quite sure that we would have lost 55 billion in a single year on a total unlisted portfolio. So I am not quite sure. May have to go and probably get more detail to respond to that. But I can categorically say that the PIC has never lost in its total portfolio a net loss of that amount, Chair. The second one was related to our returns vis-a-vis the JSE. The reality is that comparing the PIC's performance to its peers must also take into account its size. The average ownership of the PIC on behalf of its clients of the companies listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is proportionally larger than any other manager in the country would actually have. Our current exposure to companies on the JSE varies anywhere between 11% to 17%. What that does means that your ability to move is actually limited. So by and large, we manage our portfolios on a core passive with some provision for moving to actually add additional performance, either ourselves directly or by allocating assets to smaller asset managers, smaller relative to us, but probably bigger in the broader scheme of things, and hoping that they can actually, because they can maneuver quickly, they actually help us to give us alpha, and the experience has been that has been the case. But overall, the performance of the PIC actually has been comparatively competitive relative to our size. There was a question around how the PIC has dealt with the matter of the COSEC as reported in the Party Commission's report. It is true that the company secretary at the time was subjected to a disciplinary, and the chair of the disciplinary did recommend that she is dismissed. But of course, it's a recommendation. Ultimately, the organization, like any other organization, will consider the facts and decide whether to implement the recommendations of the chair. In this instance, at that time,
Order, Chair.
Chair, so at the time, the board considered.
Order, Chair.
Dr. Berg, what's the order?
Chair, the presentation given to us before this meeting said all the party recommendations have been complied with, whereas now we're hearing that these are mere recommendations and they have not been complied with. Which is it, Chair?
Okay, let's do like this, Dr. Berg. Let's allow PIC to respond to the questions, and you'll do follow-up after all of them will have responded to questions.
Chair, the board at the time in 2019 reconsidered the matter of the company secretary and decided to retain her services, Chair. The next question was around the PIC's exposure to unlisted, following an indication that was given that the PIC will consider to increase the unlisted investment from 5% to 25%. No, the PIC is not working towards increasing the unlisted exposure to 25%. It still remains in the area of 5% as we speak. And it is not in any case determined by the PIC. It is determined by our clients through the strategic asset allocation, which they give us the indication of how they want us to invest. And currently, that is actually restricted to about 5%. It has not actually been increased. And if there is any increase, it will be done in line with the instructions of clients. There was a question around returns. I didn't get what it was about, but again, Chair, our returns are public. We do, as the PIC in our annual report, report on our performance, both in absolute terms and relative to client mandates and the benchmarks that the clients give us. And the clients themselves, of course, also do the same. They do report on how we are performing with regards to their assets. There was a question around the investments that are currently under our department called Turnaround Value and Value Add, called TOVA. I think I don't have the list available to me at this point in time, but the list of those investments is something that we are able to provide to the committee once we, rather than me giving a wrong off-the-cuff response, we'd like to just give a list of those, but the list is available to check. The next question was on Daybreak, in terms of the investment that we've made in Daybreak, and whether we can guarantee, no, I mustn't put words in the honorable committee members' mouth. But the question was whether we are going to recover the amount that we invested in Daybreak. The reality is that yes, it's true, we invested 1.2 billion. The company is currently under business rescue. So how much we are able to recover will be determined by the success of the business rescue process. And we will only know that once the business rescue has done their work to assess first whether the company can be saved, and if it can be saved, to be able to put the strategies for recovery, and only then we will have a good sense of whether we're able to recover the amounts that have been invested in this particular company, Chair. Then there was a question around whether there was a forensic investigation done by JGL and whether the recommendations thereof were implemented. The answer is yes. There have been an investigation done by JGL, and I think there's been also other forensic investigations, but the question was whether we have implemented the recommendations of the JGL reports. I think the endeavor always is that we actually get the reports, and then we conduct investigations to see the extent to which and what we need to do to implement the recommendations. So I wasn't sure that if this was broadly about the implementation of the report, or there was a specific question about the specific recommendation that the question referred to. But the normal process that we get the investigation reports, we then subject them to processes in the process of implementation. So the default response to all the investigations is yes, we endeavor to implement the recommendations of those reports. Then there was a question around how we, in a sense, invest in a manner that seeks to advance the transformation agenda of the country, if I can put it that way, in interpreting that, and how that aligns to achieving the returns that are the primary objective of why the PIC exists. And I think that is correct. First and foremost, our investments are geared, as I've indicated in the presentation, to make sure that we derive a commercial investment return. That is the main driver of what we do. It does not follow that if we invest with transformation in mind, that is contrary to achieving the commercial objective. And I think when we engage both on the listed side and unlisted side with the investing companies, we always make sure that we are encouraging them to work towards transformation, and that can be in a whole range of areas, either in how they employ, their employment practices, their procurement practices, all those the whole issues around looking at who owns their company, both shares and the company itself. We encourage them to be inclusive in those processes. And the reality is that we still continue to be able to give positive returns, regardless of the fact that we actually do invest with the transformation agenda in mind. So the two are not conflicting in a sense. We believe that to the extent that one ensures that companies invest with the broader long-term sustainable objectives that deal with the societal requirements as well, that in the long term they will be successful, and therefore we will get a return in that regard. And then there was a question around how do we legally safeguard our investments? And in the listed space, the market basically provides the safeguards in a sense that we're investing in an environment where all other investors are investing. And the attraction of that is that, as we say, the market disciplines and the requirements of listing make sure that we can be assured that all the legal compliance and the safeguards are in place. Where we have to directly make sure that from a legal perspective, we do the utmost to make sure we protect the client's investments that we are making on their behalf, is that we do have a part of the due diligence process and part of the conclusion of investments is to make sure that we are satisfied that there are legal entities that are operating in businesses and actually doing legitimate businesses. And then when we contract, most of the contracting is a legal process that is actually geared towards making sure that legally we protect the investments that we are making. But of course, there are failures. Most of those failures don't necessarily derive out of legalities, but due to changes in the environments that the investee companies operate in. And if there is illegality in their operations, we will then, of course, take action by reporting to the appropriate authorities to do the investigations and to hold those who have acted illegally to account, Chair. Then the next question was a difficult one, to give an opinion around prescribed assets. I think the only comment that we can make is that prescribed assets in South Africa have been tested and they have not been successful. And we have a history of why we need to be careful about whether we prescribe yes or no. What normally drives the desire to prescribe is a view that says that there are sectors that asset managers or pension funds are not investing in. Quite often that is not supported by the facts. The challenge sometimes is not whether funds will invest or not, it's whether the opportunities are there, and if they are there, are they in a form that makes it possible for the asset managers and the pension funds to invest in. So I don't think there's a reluctance from asset managers and pension funds from investing in the key areas that might lead to a sense that prescription will address the issue. It's a combination of, are there bankable opportunities that asset managers can actually invest in? In the areas like infrastructure, which may be a potential area for people to say you need to prescribe, there's a strong alignment between the liabilities of pension funds and the long-term nature of the investment in those areas. So the issue is not really whether pension funds would invest in there, it's whether there are bankable opportunities, and if they were there, they will be very much aligned to what pension funds would want to do in any case without actually being forced through prescription. What is the status of Daybreak was the next question. As I've indicated in my earlier answer, Daybreak currently is in business rescue. It has had challenges, and the business rescue practitioner is assessing the viability of the company and will actually be the one that will dictate how he wants to move forward. as far as Daybreak is concerned. And I think that is correct. Daybreak has been in trouble twice. It did survive the first time around, and we as the PIC, working with the business rescue practitioner, are working hard to, in a sense, revive the company with the hope that it can be revived just as much as it happened in the first instance when it was in the same kind of challenge chain. Then there was a question around the PIC deepening its investment on the continent. And the answer to that is that our biggest client does have a specific allocation for investing in the continent. So the GPF has allows us to invest 5% of the assets that we have under management on the continent, and we do actually actively seek investment opportunities in the continent. And there are investments that we have made in the continent, and we will actually continue to seek investment opportunities in the continent in line with the client's mandate, which does allow us to do so. So there is an alignment to the interest in us investing in the continent that we already have the mandate to do as given to us by our client. There was a question then about how we are investing in small, medium enterprises and how we are ensuring that that actually contributes, amongst other things, to job creation and employment. And the answer is yes, we do. But some of those for the PIC are small, so we tend to do that through other intermediaries. So we allocate funds to entities that have the competency and have the experience in actually investing in small and medium enterprises, and we provide them with the funding to be able to do so, and then we manage them in the provision of that. And the focus, yes, is around job creation. In the presentation, I just kind of broadly gave an indication that it is one of the criteria that we apply in investing in the unlisted space broadly, but also encouraging people to focus on small and medium enterprises. And to align this to the other question that was asked in terms of how do we make sure that that is achieved, we look at investing in entities that naturally have the ability to employ a lot more people. So, for instance, we make investments in construction. We make investments because the construction does employ a lot of people, even some of whom might not have higher levels of education. We invest in agriculture, in agricultural processing. We invest in construction. For instance, one of the big areas that we invest in currently would be student housing, where a lot of building takes place. And again, those are the kind of areas and environments that have the ability to generate jobs. Of course, we're not exclusively investing in those, but I think I'm answering the question, how do we ensure that we target areas that tend to be can create a lot higher numbers of jobs, and those are the areas that tend to create a lot of jobs, and we do focus on those in our enforcement processes. There was a question around our share of investment in government bonds. We are probably the biggest investor in government bonds. CIO, what is the number? 833 billion. And I think it probably represents between 30 and 40% of the total government issue, if I'm not mistaken. So we are a significant supporter of the government bond program, and we will continue to do so. We are also a strong supporter of the bonds of state-owned enterprises. I think there our exposure is probably slightly higher than that. And the question would be, why would you accept this high exposure? And the reason is, of course, in all investment markets, the sovereign is always your secure lender. And to the extent that you can invest in the sovereign or in bonds that are secured by the sovereign, you are almost guaranteed that your capital will be repaid back. And when they then give you attractive returns over and above the security that you are getting, they are very, very important in matching the liabilities of your clients. For instance, for paying pension benefits, this becomes quite attractive because it ensures that you can then confirm that you will always be able to pay your pension and you will always be able to get some kind of an increase given the return that you'll be getting from your bonds. So from an asset liability matching point of view, this actually is an appropriate strategy, although it might look like you are actually overly exposed to the sovereign and to state-owned enterprises. When I answered the issue around SMEs and the creation of jobs, I partly answered the question around transformation because it was a specific question that related to how do we use our investments in transformation to make sure we also create jobs. So I think partly I answered that. But there's another aspect of investing that's quite key, is to protect the jobs that are there, because you don't want a situation where you are losing jobs and try to create jobs. So it is important that you support and invest in companies that are currently existing and already have jobs, so they don't lose those jobs, so that those that you have those jobs at least continue to be in employment. Because one of the biggest difficulties is that once people have lost their jobs, they're almost never able to recover from those jobs. So one of the main other aspects of what we do is the protection of existing jobs, while we're actually encouraging the creation of other jobs. And then I think lastly, there was a question around fostering an inclusive economy. Even in the questions, you might find that there's a contradiction. There might be those who think we're doing too much of that, and some might think we're doing less. But the PIC Amendment Act, probably amongst the changes that were introduced, one was to be very clear that we get our mandate from our clients, so we act on the instructions of clients. We don't get our mandate from anywhere else. But the other one was the whole issues around making sure that when we invest, we are responsive to the challenges of transformation, development, and addressing the challenges of the legacies. That is actually in our act. It's in the law that you as lawmakers have made. So to the extent that we are investing in development and transformation, we are actually acting in terms of the law of the country. We're just not doing this out of our own bat. It is what we are required by the law. However, having said that, we are very clear that the first and primary objective is to achieve commercial financial returns while we are achieving the other social impact. And as I've indicated, those are not necessarily in conflict with each other. Chair, I think I have tried to cover most of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Beck will come after, but it looks like some of the questions that he wants to make follow-up will also need written responses because they are quite detailed. Let me for now invite GPAA. Yeah, I'll come back to you, Dr. Beck. Let's take all the responses and then there will be opportunity for follow-up questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the first question from Dr. Burks regarding the reviews done by external CSI for the GPAA. We note that I actually looked, for example, in Hello Peter, and the reviews, we have 1,423 at the rate that Dr. Burke is talking about. However, the reason why our statistics is 95% is because the call center, we utilize the call center, we utilize the walk-in center, and we utilize the mobile buses to rate our service. And when we look at those three channels of rating us, the call center takes over 1 million calls in a year. And out of those 1 million calls in a year, 95% of the members rated us that they're satisfied with the service. The walk-in center, we receive over 600,000 visits in a year. And out of those 600,000 visits, 95% of those 600,000 members rated us 95. So yes, you are bound to get that with the reviews, because if you're 95%, you have to look at the 5% that were not happy with the services. And the reasons for unhappiness can vary, because as the GPAA, we measure total client experience or customer experience end to end, and not only from the service. What I mean by that is that a total end to end is that we take all the cases, because the GPAA is not the sole stakeholders in the achievement of the payment of benefits. We've got employer departments whom we depend on. If the employer department has not submitted information, the member will go and say the GPF hasn't paid, or the GPAA hasn't paid. We've got we pay our monies, for example, with the Department of Justice to the Guardian Fund. If we have paid and the Guardian Fund hasn't paid the members, as the minor beneficiaries, the minor beneficiaries will go and say the GPF did not pay. So we understand those dynamics, but hence we have continuous engagements with various stakeholders, including employer departments, to rectify that. But I must also note that the industry benchmark in our line of work is 80-20. So if we receive over 95%, it's way above the benchmark. But we also, I tell my team that we have to be sensitive, that we have to live with the notion that one complaint is one too many. And once we receive, we welcome those. We've got a special unit that will look into those complaints that we can assist. And the other things that we have done the Net Promoter Scores, which actually assist us to preempt the detractors and the pacifiers and the promoters upfront. So this tool actually allows us to detect complaints upfront, so that we can curb them before they become complaint. So if the member rates a certain service in a certain manner, we are able to arrest the detractors, anything that is scored, because the rating is between 1 and 10. Anything that scores below a 6, we identify it as a detractor, and then we make sure that we arrest that complaint and contact the members immediately and resolve their complaints. So that's one thing we do. As for the GPFF, I've just checked now, the app, Dr. Burke, works very well. It's very user-friendly at the moment, because that's where the members, I think the complaints came about when we initiated the two-part. With the two-part, all the members cannot submit anything manually anymore at GPAA. When coming to the two-part state, they have got to go to the GPF app. And there was a time, because it was still new and there was traffic, there were initial technical glitches that were involved with that. So I think that's where the rating comes from. But when you now look, because we have stabilized, as we have mentioned earlier, we have paid over 800,000 two-part cases from September to date, and we've paid 98% of them. The other 2% are the cases that maybe still have issues with SARS. We refer members to go and resolve the matters with SARS before we can pay. So you can get the complaints there. But what's important is you can get your benefit statement on the app. I've just checked the app. It works well. It's as fast as it's supposed to be. You can check, you can update your beneficiaries. You don't have to call to us or to go to employer department. But the only missing portion that we have of the app that is still work in progress is what we call Track My Case. So we're trying to build an app so that members can, we're trying to reduce the flow of visits to the walk-in center and the call center and our mobile outreach buses, by actually empowering the members to do things self-service. And we would actually like to thank the two-part system, because if you look at the usage of the app, it has increased by threefold. Before the application of the two-part system, we used to have we had market saturation of about 400,000-500,000 usage, and at any given point you'll get like 20% usage. But since the two-part system members now are encouraged, and then they're utilizing it more because they have to go and apply there to get the money. So which is the reason for the increase in usage. And Dr. Beck, for the GPF website, it is correct. We had 168,000 members access records. But what happened is according to the notification of the interim information regulator, Section 22 of POPIA Act stipulates that when you have a breach like this, what happens is you have to notify the SSA, you have to notify the information regulator, you have to notify the police, and obviously the ministry in question, which is our minister on our side, the Minister of Finance, of which we did that. And after that, what happened is we had to notify the breach, because the investigation, how we know that we had 168,000 members information access, it was through the notification and the works that we've had with SSA and with the information regulator. So Section 22 says that the notification of data subjects referred must be in writing and communicated to the data subject in at least one of the following manners. It can be emailed through the data subject, or you can send an email to the data subject's last email non-address, or place a prominent position on the website of the responsible party. So the information regulator said, no, it's fine. We can actually publish it, and hence you see it on the publication. It's part of the law for us to do that. And if you look at of what happened is we had constraints, and we had the attack that was as a result of the compromised admin account that was used that allowed that entry. So Dr. Berg asked, how does that relate? The GPAA before then, which was because this incident took place in February 2024. 2023, 2024, we actually requested SETA to update our firewalls and to update the network environment refresh. So because of the delays that happened in that state, we could not, at that point, SETA give us those services, irrespective of the numerous. But SETA had formally apologized to us in an open meeting between myself and the CIO, apologizing for the delays that had actually necessitated the attack. Because if we had the firewalls in place, and then if we had the network refresh in place, we wouldn't have necessarily have had this. But the beauty part of this, no money was stolen. And I'd like to give the committee that level of comfort that no money was stolen, because our environment was compromised on the Windows environment, but our Oracle environment and our mainframe environment, this is where we make payments. It was never authorized. This is because it was still, this is still old infrastructure. So in a way, the old infrastructure assisted us a bit, because I think it was Lockbit something that they used to enter our environment. It doesn't enter the Linux environment, and it was not able to enter the Oracle environment. So initially, what we have done, we do continuous penetration tests to ensure that we don't have a similar recurrence going forward. So with the penetration test, we actually, it's called ethical hacking, to check that measures in place that we have put are working. Because since the attack, what we did, we had to close, and then we had to update our Active Directory. We needed to have password resets. We needed to install like the GEOs, the multi-factor authentication, and we needed to have a cleanup and firewall installations. And subsequently, I think as at the end of last year, SETA managed to give us those network refresh for Cisco. We call them the Cisco refreshers, so that we can do that. But the beauty part of it, we've done that ethical hacking, and then we've also introduced Security Operations Center, so which monitors our environment on a 24-hour basis. So that has actually assisted, because even the penetration tests that are done without us even knowing, it's either by the AG or we hire external ethical hackers to see if they can indeed enter environment. So far, since the upgrade, the measures have failed so far, because we believe that the measures that we have put in place have actually necessitated an improvement in the environment. And then in terms of the report, Dr. Berg, we've got a case number with SAPS. We are waiting for them. They're still investigating. But as I've said, no money was stolen. And from there, we will get, we're still waiting for that. But in the meantime, I can share the information regulator report, if possible, with the committee, that they can see what is that we've done. But the actual investigation report, we haven't as yet received it from SAP. But as I've mentioned, we've reported to SSA, we've reported to SAPS, and we've reported to the information regulator. The question for unclaimed benefits, I must note we were actually looking now and saying we report to the GPF board on a quarterly basis regarding, our performance, the SLA that we have with the GPF. And I'm glad to say that, we have really made strides, because when I started, the unclaimed benefit book was sitting at over 1 billion, I think 1.1 billion, sometime in 2022. And when we check now with the new cases that are coming, we have actually reduced that, because we have about just under 500 million. So we have reduced by merely almost 60% of the unclaimed benefits from 2022 to date. Because what has happened is we have approved and we are implementing an unclaimed benefit strategy. What happens with that unclaimed benefit strategy is that we have decentralized our tracing efforts. That's number one. Initially, the tracing efforts were centralized within the head office here in Pretoria, but with the unclaimed benefit strategy, we invigorated our communications with employee departments. We've invigorated our data cleansing opportunities, and we've also decentralized, and we're utilizing different, not only the offices, but the mobiles as well. We have invigorated the education through newspapers, through us. If you go to the GPS website, as an example, like I always say, you'll see, we encourage members to check and see if there's beneficiary. We're working with communication fora from our communication department in various units. We utilize the community development workers, and now we want to start engaging the likes of the controlessors as well, to see that we can, for deep rural areas where we cannot penetrate we can talk with the chiefs there, because they would normally have record of the people that live there and that have worked. So those are the things that we're doing. And for the financial literacy, it is correct. It's something that we have started impacting on. We've just received a small budget for it. And then I know that in the past, I tried to participate, I think it was SARS by then, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we're checking which departments are actually doing financial literacy and see if we can partnership and have our transversal contracts with them for them to bring them on board, so that we can do with financial awareness. Because it is true, especially with two-part, you realize that people really don't know what they're doing by taking the money prematurely, and how it reduces the services, etc., etc. So this financial network, we are working on it. Before the end of this year, we should be having, a competent structure that we're going to be using for financial literacy and financial awareness. And lastly, for the socioeconomic development, it is true, Chairperson, we rated extremely low. And I've mentioned to the team that the reason why we've mentioned very low is because, the GPAA it's a very different environment. I had inherited an organization where, there were certain SCM development that needed alteration. So we have done that by actually started to update our SCM development to include specific goals to target certain areas. And then also we have got to start looking at selective PPP to ensure that we address that socioeconomic. Because if you look at my presentation, I was very specific and stated that, these are the racial disparities that we experience as a country, and then we have got to target and just bring the level to an equilibrium from a Gini coefficient perspective, and Thaler's reviews as well, to make sure that everybody benefits equally, everybody benefits in a manner that will alleviate and address the imbalances of the past and the past discriminatory practices. So BEE, yes, we are not meeting. However, we are working on that. And myself with the head of corporate services, we have actually, started looking at what measures can we do all over about this. Because remember, what I like about the report is actually managed by the National Treasury themselves. What this report does, it gives us like different categories. And with those different categories, we didn't know that we don't only concentrate on what happens internally, we get points by also assisting those companies that are external that, because remember the system can create barriers to entry. If you don't have experience, you can't enter. If you don't have a certain capital, you can't enter. So we get points by seeing how do we partner and assist external identified previously disadvantaged companies that we can empower, we can give them skills, we can give them development, we can give them all the opportunities that will make them readily available. Because you look at this, there becomes a market saturation and the same players keep on playing around because people understand the game, and then it becomes a very difficult space for new entrants in the market. So we're still applying our mind. I didn't know that. We just got that feedback. We're applying our mind, and then we're going to consult further with those that have done well, that have scored us, because the service provider that the National Treasury utilizes, they've given us good practices. So I said the team, I remember I've sent the team to the DTI, was it DTI, Leon? Yeah. I've sent Leon and the team to DTI to actually try to understand so that they can help us to improve our scores. And what's improved, I think we can have better reportings the next time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, GPAA. GTAC.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions, honourable members. I'll start with the questions in sequence. Honourable Masibuku, you'd ask me about the level of output indicators rather than outcomes on slide 15 and 20. But if you would like me to where the rubber hits the tar, I think that output indicators where you really measure, and it's not just highfalutin words and pretty language, is really where we need to focus. I would like to alert the committee to a set of indicators that was developed more than 15 years ago in the presidency, called the development indicators, that indicate what is the departmental impact in hard numbers on some of the development aims of the country. It's a set of 80 odd indicators that are real and output orientated. When I look at the question from Honourable Makubela around government, but what can we really do to change the focus on this private sector consultancy, I believe that it's time to start putting in place some regulatory measures. This is a space around procurement that everywhere else in the world will have a specific set of procurement regulations that allow you to procure it and monitor the procurement. I believe that we need to do an audit on this. We need to understand where are all the bodies of work. We need to have a good view about what are the big companies or the small companies, who are the companies, let's put it like that are reaping these contracts, and we need to look for double dipping. I know that there's some concern around to the committee that part of the reason of why there's use of these consultants is that there's an enormous compliance burden on government, a compliance burden that does not necessarily lead to any improvements. I know that for myself, as an acting head of an entity, I have 217 reports that can be audited at any point, of which 130 are compliance and legislatively required reports, none of which I ever get any comments on back on any improvements. A small little moan there. Then for Honourable Sekwati, how do we do skill transfer? Thank you for your positive comments about GTAC, yes, but what do we do around skills transfer so that you don't fall back once GTAC is no longer in the picture? Now, part of what we've developed as a strategy is that, first of all, we always work with counterparts. There has to be an identified counterpart at a program management level person. We work together with such a person, and you know, anybody that's open to be receptive to new ways of thinking and understanding actually, you know, can absorb that. But we also focus on training, and I think I want to use the example of the spending reviews that we have now trained all the public finance officials in National Treasury, as well as all the public finance officials in provincial treasuries, so that our training, there's support. Let's do spending reviews. There are requests, and we look at that, and we work with them on spending reviews. But very soon thereafter, we follow it up with extensive training, and very conscious and focused training. Indeed, we were about justice module on spending universe that got cancelled for procurement reasons. I think that there is a concern, but let's be honest, there is too dependent on management consultants, and I think that we need to have a proper, quite keen to drive that. It's part of my agenda for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, GTAC. And then let's get the Land Bank.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There are two questions for us. These questions the first one came from Honorable Mazibuko. And the question is, we are now more than 30 years into democracy. We are still struggling to transform the sector and bringing the Black farmers into the sector. What exactly is the problem? So, Honorable Chair, with your permission, I would like to actually start with this particular slide, because the answer to Honorable Mazibuko is actually captured in this slide. And I hope you can see it, Honorable Chair. It is on the pack. This is slide 7, where we actually depicted the evolution of Land Bank. And in the main, Honorable Chair, we were showing how the bank has been supported. So the problem with our inability to transform the sector has been the funding into the bank. Land Bank was started in 1912, all the way up to 1994. The bank has been receiving solid state backing from the pre-democratic government. There used to be annual allocation to Land Bank in the period between 1977 to 1918, leading all the way to 1994. There was about 8 billion of funding into the bank. And key to note here is there has been an annual allocation into Land Bank so that it can develop agriculture. Unfortunately, at the point in time, it was just agricultural development, provide patient capital. From 1994 all the way, Honorable Chair, to 2020, when the bank defaulted on its debt, there has not been any funding by the state into Land Bank. We started with the land reform at the inception of democracy in 1994. The bank changed its focus and started to focus on transforming the sector and adopted a land reform strategy, but there was no funding to support the bank. From that point, the bank had to go into the debt capital market and start sourcing funding directly. And from 1994 to 2020, the bank was funded mainly from the debt capital market. When the default took place in 2020, Land Bank had a loan book of about 45 billion. Out of that 45 billion, 40 billion of it was funding from all lenders, which was defaulted in when the bank went into default. So you can see that in 2020, there was only about 5 billion of equity into the bank, and that entire 40 billion was defaulted. So because of the current funding, and the bank is not able to comprehensively address the challenges that are faced by the Black farmers. What are those challenges faced by Black farmers? Black farmers struggle with access to affordable finance. Black farmers don't have technical expertise to be able to do comprehensive commercial farming. Any of the commodities that we indicated that Black farmers have the smallest share, they are very, very complex. You need technical skills, you need experience. A lot of the Black farmers don't have the business management expertise to be able to manage their farming enterprises as a business. Even things that banks are asking for, like business plan, cash flow projections, they are not able to provide those things. The market access and being able to supply directly to the large off-takers of agricultural goods, Black farmers struggle with those. The water supplies and compliance issues like environmental impact assessment, it costs a lot of money. Many of the Black farmers struggle with those things. The access to commercial land, they are not able to have that equity and collateral. So the only way we can transform the sector is if we are properly funded and are able to come up with the funding solutions that we can be able to address all these challenges. Take the current blended finance, which I indicated that we managed to disburse about 3 billion in the past 24 months. Blended finance has got a grant portion, which helps us to address the equity and collateral part. So Black farmers can get up to 60% of the funding as grant, which then stops us from asking for equity, stops us from asking for collateral. It has got 6% in the blended finance to be used for insurance, which means now Black farmers can start to actually afford insurance. And of course, because it's blended, we are able to address the cost of funding issue. Honorable Chair, if we can look at the current funding of the bank, where we are funded mainly in the debt capital market. I said earlier that we cure the default of the bank. That funding, it's actually funded at the 3-month JIBA plus 310. Converting that, Honorable Chair, to prime, it's funded at prime. That is the whole land bank funded at prime, almost. You will agree, Honorable Chair, that many of us who are here are able to get our own personal financing, either for vehicles or for home loan at prime minus. Land bank is funded at prime. The bank will not be able to transform the sector if there is no funding from government. Hence, we kept on saying that we need support to be able to get National Treasury to be able to allocate some money into land bank. In the past MTF, we made a request, there has not been allocation. So Honorable Mazubuko is asking, what can this committee assist with? The assistance, Honorable Chair, it's really to impress our National Treasury to address the current funding challenge of land bank. If we continue to be funded in the debt capital market, which is very, very costly, we will not be able to transform the sector, come up with the pre and post funding support to close the gaps that Black farmers are having currently. The second question, Honorable Chair, came from Honorable Makubele. It's linked, and the question is, we're saying we want to bring in small-scale farmers into agriculture, and yet we are saying that they continue to actually represent or struggle to access insurance. In fact, factually, about 98% of our insurance is actually to the white commercial farmers. Black farmers are less than 2%. The problem, again, is the affordability of insurance. Insurance currently is very, very expensive in agriculture. You have many things that are excluded. Things like drought is excluded. Things like the disease outbreak, like the avian flu that we have seen affecting poultry sector, the foot and mouth diseases that we often see, things like the climate change issues, like the current flooding that we saw in Umtata, the felt fires that you always see. All those things in most cases are not covered by agricultural insurance. and very, very expensive for those that try to actually access them. So again, it talks to the support from government to be able to put in affordable insurance packages to enable Black farmers to come into the sector. You look at how a lot of farmers are supported in Europe and other developed countries. There is a support from their respective national government to subsidize for the insurance premium and to enable them to be able to get a lot more subsidized insurance. So they are all linked, Honorable Chair. The heart of it is the funding of the bank. Until we address that, we will continue to transform the sector. And the challenges that Black farmers face will continue to be a struggle. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Are there follow-up questions? Like Dr. Beck wanted to make a follow-up. Dr. Beck.
Yes, Chair. I'm satisfied that you have indicated that sorry, bear with me. The PIC will send us the information. I want to get clarity on three things, Mr. Chair. The one is, it sounded to me like the PIC was indicating that the assessment of the continuation of the company secretary's role was, in their estimation, a recommendation, and the board decided to disregard that recommendation. Can we please have the minutes of that meeting where this was decided by the board, and can we have that by the end of day tomorrow? Likewise, can we have the list that we've now discussed about the turnaround unit and the unlisted companies that's not sitting on that turnaround unit list? Can we have that by the end of day tomorrow? And then finally, on the PIC, Mr. Chair, the question was not answered whether the JGL investigation implicate the company secretary, and I want an unequivocal, clear answer on whether it does or does not implicate the company secretary. It should be a simple yes or no. Then, Mr. Chair, I won't keep harping on about the GPAA matter, but I will just indicate to this committee that what we've heard now is that there's been no calculation of the knock-on effects towards the 168,000 people whose data have been compromised, and whether money was in fact stolen from them, not just whether money has gone missing from the GPAA. And at the same time, it seems that there's been no internal investigation of how this happened in the first place. They're waiting for SAPS to maybe come up with something. Apart from perhaps a broken CETA saying sorry in an open meeting, can I just get clarity that there's been no internal investigation on what and how this happened? There's no report to indicate the outcome of such an internal investigation if it did exist. I would like clarity on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. As you have indicated, the Secretariat will make sure that all those follow-up questions are responded to in writing. So Alan and Teboho will be in contact with you and the PIC and the GPAA. Dr. Beck, before we proceed.
Mr. Chair, just on that final question towards the PIC, that's not a technical question, and they can give us an unequivocal answer now. Did the JGL investigation implicate the company secretary, yes or no?
Okay, they will respond to this one, but the rest will be responded in writing. Tatan Stoll.
Chair, thank you very much. I think I'll respond to two because the answers for those are very easy and quick, so I can respond to those. The first one, I would like to apologize to Dr. Beck because maybe the way I said it might have come across wrongly. I've never implied that the board of the PIC reviewed the decision of the party commission. I spoke about the chair of the disciplinary process. So if I came across as kind of insinuating that the board, after saying we will implement the recommendations of the party commission, then went ahead and did not do that, because that's not what I said. the decision that was reviewed was the decision of the chair of the disciplinary process, not of the party commission report, Chair. So if I confused the committee there, I'd just like to apologize. So that one I can answer now because I might have come across wrongly. It was the review of the chair of the disciplinary, not the party commission. The second one was the JGL report. The answer to Dr. Beck is yes. There was an implication of the company secretary. And again, yes, the recommendation that was made was actually implemented in this case with respect to the company secretary chair. So we can do that. And then we will provide the list of the total investments. I can just share with the committee. There are 31 total investments that are in TOVA, and the value thereof is about 2 billion. Thank you.
Okay, be that as it may, please provide him with the written responses.
We'll do that, Chair. We'll do that.
The minutes and the rationale behind the decision on the company secretary and other related matters. Back lastly, so that we can move to the decision.
Mr. Chair, the recommendation from the Party Commission reads as follows. We recommend that the board examines the issue of Mrs. Matebula's reinstatement and satisfies itself on whether this was correct or not. What we are now hearing is that a disciplinary action was considered by the board, but I just need a clear answer. Did the board go back and examine, as instructed by the Party Commission, the issue of Mr. Matebula's reinstatement and satisfy itself on whether this was correct or not? And if they did that, can we have the minutes of that meeting? And if they didn't do that, why are they misleading Parliament and saying that all the recommendations have been implemented on page 25 of the presentation today?
Okay, Dr. Beck, they will do so in writing.
I think they can answer it now, Chair.
Can they respond to you? You heard what they were saying, but you said you want the minutes and all those records. Make sure that they support.
I can respond. Chair, may I respond?
Is it not enough that you write all these questions that Dr. Beck is?
I'm happy to do that, but I think Dr. Beck is insisting, but Chair, I think I'll be guided by you, Chair.
Please put them in writing.
Thank you, Chair. Will do.
I think it will assist that way, so that when we meet you and on a quarterly accountability to Parliament, there will have to be follow-up on all those responses that you will have provided to the committee and to Dr. Beck.
Chair, I'm just a bit confused as to the PIC representative being willing to answer and us wanting accountability. Why are we deferring to a written answer instead of using the space? We're already over time.
They responded to you, you were not satisfied, and I don't know what else they will say.
Let's let them say it, Chair, and then we can decide if we're satisfied at that point.
Okay, let's listen to them, and then, but we'll have to come to an end to this. Mr. Stoll, can you?
Thank you, Chair. I can attempt. I'm not sure. So maybe let's. I think this is why a written response might be better. But let me try. So Dr. Beck is correct. I think the commission simply says the PIC must review. So it was subject to the PIC's own review. I would like to do a chronological thing. The party report was released in March 2020, Chair. Ms. Matebula was reinstated, if I'm not mistaken, in March 2019. So actually, you have a situation where the recommendations of the commission become official a year after Ms. Matebula was reinstated. So that is a chronologically important fact to make, that by the time that the commission's recommendations come out, Ms. Matebula was already reinstated and was already at the PIC. So that I think is the point to take into account. And I think there've been, of course, change in governance structures, and so the board had changed. Remember, there was an interim board, and then a new board was appointed. So a different board took different decisions. But of course, we're dealing with the PIC and institution. The second part I want to clarify is this: is that when the board that took the decision to reinstate Ms. Matebula, I think the board itself actually considered the matter and took the decision to do so. Now, whether there are minutes of that, I think I will go to the record and try to establish, because again, remember, this was in 2019, before the Party Commission report came out. So I will have to go back to the record to establish. But it's important to understand that she was reinstated before the Commission's report was out. So the recommendations of the report already dealt with the situation that was already current. She was already back for more than a year by that time, Chair. But we will as you guided, just so that there is no confusion and I don't misrepresent or mislead the committee, respond in writing after actually going back to the record to establish exactly what happened. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Sarpen, do you want to make remarks before we adjourn the meeting?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. It was a marathon session with the committee and the members. Let me thank all the members for their deep and probing questions. Let me also thank all of the various entities and independent institutions that are funded through the National Treasury votes. The various entities, of course, such as the PIC, the GPAA, GTAC, and others, and SARS being the independent institution. Also for putting the work in and for answering all of the members' questions. Chair, of course, we welcome further engagements through the Treasury as well, and I have no doubt that there will be further opportunities for written questions and engagement with the committee that we look forward to. Once again, I just want to tender the apologies of the Minister who was not able to attend these 2 days due to ill health. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister Sarupen, also for staying in the meeting throughout, from morning until now. Today's session was the longest. Of course, the questions that members were raising are quite very important, because seated here, we don't represent ourselves. We represent the public. And we are worried that the public confidence on Parliament is declining. And once you have a situation where participatory democracy is at stake as a country, it means you are not moving in the right direction. And I think that's the reason why, if you look at the participation of the voters on the last elections, the percentage was quite very low. I think it was 40 or less. And we as public representatives, we should be worried about why are the people of South Africa even beginning to lose confidence on the elections and on Parliament itself. It can't be business as usual. So we have to do more to improve on a participatory democracy as well as a representative democracy. Let me thank all the entities that have come and appeared before the Standing Committee Finance and presented the APPs, presented all the issues that we wanted them to present, including the strat plans. Let me acknowledge that having been in this Parliament for a few years and been in this Standing Committee and having conducted oversight on some of the entities that have appeared before the committee yesterday and today, I can attest that there is a recognizable improvement, because we have to acknowledge the work that entities that are accounting to Treasury have done over the years, starting offices from scratch, like the OTO with the previous Ombud, the judge, and then now Ms. Younger. The PIC, where it comes from, some years back it was managing billions, but today it manages more than 2 trillions worth of assets. With the PIC, we do acknowledge the improvement. Be that as it may, the issue of daybreak is something Secretariat that will have to make a follow-up of. Members of this committee have raised this issue of daybreak with me very sharply. So we'll have to do dedicate a day, probably visit daybreak, do an oversight visit to daybreak, so that we have a better understanding there on the ground as to what is happening. 2 billion rand is a lot of money, which is at stake. And as this committee, we should have a first-hand understanding of what is happening, what happened, what are the circumstances that led to where daybreak is today. And as it has been alluded to, in the past, daybreak was in a situation like this or worse off. It was rescued, it's back again. So we can't keep quiet about the issue of daybreak. And it's dragging the performance of PIC back, and which I think we should not allow. The other time, early this year, the commissioner invited me to the award giving ceremony at SARS, Le SARS at Brook Lane. There, I appreciated the work that officials on the ground, not the, because most of the time we interact with the commissioner and the top executive. But when you go there at Lehigh Labatu and the branches, you interact with the officials up to the lowest level. So in that ceremony, you have a situation, for instance, a unit being given an award for chasing highly sophisticated criminals. Because when you get an award, there has to be an explanation as to what was the award for. And I was touched to see highly dedicated officials who were chasing highly sophisticated criminals who operate across the borders, who operate online. People there at SARS put their life on the line to serve this country. Unless you are exposed to some of these operations, which operations were supposed to be conducted by the law enforcement agencies, but it was done by officials of SARS. So we have to acknowledge such officials, because if we don't say anything as Parliament, it will be like we just reject everything, and the people get demoralized on the ground. In 2022, when we went to Sasria, Sasria was on the verge of liquidity and solvency. It was facing a liquidity and a solvency crisis because there was a bill of almost 37 billion of claims, and Sasria did not know where to get that money. And Parliament had to intervene, get a Treasury to inject cash into Sasria. And here it is back. And as you have heard from the CEO, it has got some billions, which at least now it is floating, and they are targeting to reach 37 or so billions. So we have to acknowledge that even June 2022, Sasria was facing solvency and liquidity crisis. And today, again, is June 2025. It is at this level. We can't keep quiet as if nothing is not done at Sasria. And this very same month of June 2022, from Sasria, we went to Land Bank and had a day-long meeting with Land Bank at mainland Maine. And the issues that Mr. Kotze and the team is raising, we dealt with them. I think what we must do, Alan, let's pull out the report of the Standing Committee in 2022. We should not be talking about not helping Black farmers forever. We took resolutions which we also tabled to Parliament, because if you do oversight, the report has to be tabled to Parliament. That report was tabled to Parliament, and we have to do something about it. We discussed in detail the issue of transformation. Black farmers, youth farmers, young women, Black women, people with disability. We discussed all those in details. And the issue that I think Land Bank has resolved is the challenge of intermediaries, because there was a lot of leakage of money from Land Bank through what they call intermediaries. And to a large extent, Land Bank has managed to deal with the problem of this middleman called intermediaries. We have to acknowledge progress in that regard. However, we also raise the issue that Land Bank should not just do things on its own. It should collaborate with the ARC, Agricultural Research Council, universities. There's lots of skills that are lying there in some of the institutions in the country, which the Land Bank can get them for free. So they don't have to do everything and think everything should be injection of money from Treasury, because the budget is overstretched as we speak. So when you come back, Mr. Kotze, come back and say, from 2022, when we visited you and the resolutions that we took at that time, this is how far you are in implementing those resolutions of Parliament, of course, through the minister. So I'm saying this so that I give background to the work that has been done by Parliament on some of these entities that have appeared here since yesterday up to today, and will continue to play a robust oversight on these institutions. And as you have heard, Parliament has taken a resolution to the effect that there will no more be bailout of state-owned entities or state-owned companies. You have to do something to make sure that you turn around the entity. The country is where it is today in terms of the debt because of the SOEs. A lot of money has been borrowed in the market to bail out the SOEs. And today the debt is more than 4 or 5 trillion, which is not acceptable. We don't want to transfer a burden to the next generations which are unborn. Thanks very much, Deputy Minister, the Minister in absentia, National Treasury, and all the entities for having appeared before the committee. As I've said, we'll continue to conduct robust oversight. Let me thank members of Parliament for having up to this time. We thought we would finish much later, but of course the issues were quite important for us to deal with in the interest of the public, which is out there that we are representing. The meeting is adjourned until we meet again next week. Thanks very much. Akens.
Everyone is off, so you can say thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.